Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. This is the grand finals, the final day of battle for the Garena Survivors. We have got the top 16 teams, and each and every single squad already has their hand on the prize. But what is decided in here today is how big of a chunk of that prize pool do you take back for yourself? Obviously, everybody's eyes is on the lion's share of the prize pool, 10,000 US dollars out of a total 25,000 US dollars available for the taking. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the best analyst in the Call of Duty mobile Battle Royale scene, the one and only Neptune, the German Garcia.
So excited to see what is going to unfold today, AJ, because a lot of things has already changed because of what we've seen from day number 1 and number 2 right now.
Correct.
And with all those cards already into play, this is where they need to pull out all their aces to be able to climb up to the leaderboard as to what they're targeting or what they can reach so far on that number 16 spot. And we'll have to see how much more fight they have in this game, because for some of the teams, they are not really performing for the past 2 days wherein we really asked them to do so, but only a few has made those changes.
The performance of Four Kings, this was something that was highlighted all throughout the semifinals one. And we did touch on the fact that if they only focus on their kills, they are going to be struggling at the finals. And that just seems to be the case where some of the other teams are going in the battlefield, hitting hard, grabbing those kill points as well as the placement points. But one more thing that we did speculate, gentlemen, is the fact that the King of Kings, Vagabonds Esports, they will be the toughest ones to beat, because not only are they so adept at picking up those skill points, they are supreme when it comes to positioning themselves in that final circle. And so far, they have amassed a crazy number of wins, man. 7 victories out of the 12 games played thus far. That's absolutely insane. That's more than 50% of wins in terms of the number of games. And whereas some of these teams cannot even maintain consistency from match to match, Vagabonds Esports has just been whooping everyone into shape. This is the masterclass of how to approach a battle royale for Call of Duty Mobile, Neptune.
Yeah, and we've seen that when Vagabonds Esports wants to turn it off, like the momentum that they have, they can. And if they want to turn it on, they can definitely do so. I think they had already a lot of wins thus for the last round. Last 2 rounds from yesterday, they really didn't put up that much fight. I believe it's more of a chance for the other teams as well to play around in the leaderboards with the scores and the placements that they are getting.
I cannot help but think that was the response that Vagabonds Esports had for the joke that I cracked, whereby they can fall asleep for the remaining 2 matches and still remain in the number 1 spot. And they did fall asleep in the remaining 2 matches, because I believe in the remaining 2 matches, they only grabbed 3 points. But I feel like they themselves were trying to prove a point, right? Because even after not stepping into the battlefield for 2 back-to-back rounds, they still have a 50-point lead in comparison to those in the number 2 spot. And that's going to be your 13 Academy, one of the most consistent teams in the competition so far.
Yeah, and right next to there is Almighty that has only 3 points in between them. So it's really a battle right now. I would say it's only a battle of number 2 and number 3 right now for these teams, because so far, because the distance that has been shown by Vagabonds Esports, it's very difficult to catch on, and it's very difficult, especially if they plan to get all in from all 6 rounds right here on the finals. But before we continue moving into tournament format, we just like to review everything that's happening, because a lot of fans out there are watching just for this day number 3, just to find out what is the result of all these things that has been happening, and they didn't really jump into the other parts of the show. So hopefully this will be clear enough for you that we started off with 256 teams on this Garena Survivors, and we ended up with 2 sets of semifinals. And as we look right now, 32 teams, or the first half of the 32 teams went into semifinals 1, and then the second half went into semifinals 2. This is where we've seen dominance from those teams that we kept on hyping, and we are challenging to really move up and take down the Kings. But this is the finals where the top 16 teams, as you mentioned, will be jumping in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, sir. And each and every single day through the 3 days of battles in the semifinals for both of those groups had to go through both the maps, isolated as well as blackout, in both the perspectives that were available, the TPP
Mhm.
as well as FPP perspectives. And it most definitely was a challenge. We have got the data on our side where, teams like Four Kings, they truly dominated out there during the semifinals in the FPP mode, a mode that not a lot of teams were quite adapt to just yet. And this is where the Four Kings took full advantage. Whenever they dropped into blackout, they bagged a massive number of kills for themselves. But of course, as they took their rest after semifinals one, during semifinals two, we kind of realized that Neptune, not just the Four Kings, but in semifinals two, quite a number of teams were going to be able to put up that fight in the FPP mode as well as blackout, because unlike semifinals one, semifinals two was a little bit more stacked in terms of the capabilities from the teams, but it was not from all of the teams. You just had some top
Mhm.
flight teams within the semifinals too. It was very top heavy, and we see those same teams coming in here, bringing the most effect into the grand finals. And because of that, the Four Kings, who were quite supreme in semifinals one, this time round, they seem to be a little subdued. But in the fourth spot, they most definitely can continue to rise up. But whether or not they can take that number one position is most definitely going to be in question, because 90 points is what they need to catch up with Vagabonds Esports. And they need more than that if they want to outdo Vagabonds Esports, because Vagabonds are not going to be sleeping through the 6 matches that we have in here. Now, although I do say that Vagabonds Esports just wanted to tease us and make sure they don't perform out there, I also want to play devil's advocate here. What
Mhm.
if the other teams have finally managed to find the crux, have finally managed to find the kryptonite of Vagabonds Esports, and hence why they were taken out of the mix? Because they need to learn, and they are all there hungry to win. 25,000 US dollars in the prize pool in here. The pot is full of gold, and everybody wants a piece of it, Neptune, especially the lion's share of 10,000 US dollars.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the biggest amount that we've seen so far in the Battle Royale scene. And you're right, AJ. I mean, everyone will be aiming for that.
Yeah.
How they can do it have yet to be proven in this game. 6 round remains for this team. And for those who are, I would say, are not really that confident because of the performance that they did for the first 2 days, they can still aim up high, because as you see there, like, it's not even half of the first place, but the second place is 4,500. That's still a big amount of money, as well as a third place right there. But it goes down continuously as we go in for the fourth, fifth, and eighth, and 9 to 12, as well as 13 to 16. So it's more of a battle of the placement point, or no, leaderboard placement right now that they need to work into, especially if they won't be
Yeah.
able to go against the Kings that has been sitting on top
Mhm.
of that throne for the past 2 days.
But before, of course, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please do us a big favor by hitting that share very early into the broadcast. Obviously, we are still picking up one by one all of those viewers out there. Make sure your friends do not miss this broadcast, and you can help them by sharing the stream out right now. We have got a couple of thousands watching across platforms. Please do take that link, throw it out onto Facebook, throw it out onto any one of your socials, and reach as many as you can who are a part of this community, as well as those new ones who haven't really found the beauty of Call of Duty Mobile just yet. We truly will appreciate all of your shares. But this is how the format of the competition has been thus far. As you can see, very little is given by Garena to all of these players out there who do achieve the survival points, right? Because as you survive in a game of Battle Royale, usually you are able to bag about 20, but we have drastically reduced that. But the main reason why the placement points have been reduced is because we've also reduced the number of teams in every single group, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it works subsequently. We're in where there's fewer teams out there, they will be a lower placement point. And that is what we have right now. And the top will be taking 10. But regardless of whether you get a good placement point, it needs to be backed up by the kills. It has been shown, it has been talked about plenty of times all throughout this series that
Yeah.
the kills has been making a huge difference in this game. So the ratio might not be that similar But if you are getting good placement as well as good kills, and you're popping off,
Yep.
making your way in those engagement, and then slowly
Yeah.
moving up to that number one spot, definitely you'll be able to reach that number one. That has been seen and that has been done by Vagabonds Esports so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And the one thing that sets the players of Vagabonds Esports apart from every other team, although we do stress on the kill points, what sets them apart currently is their placement points, Neptune. Because if you
Mm-hmm.
look at the leaderboard later on, you will notice that Vagabonds Esports currently with 112 kills are not too far away from 13 Academy, who do have 103 to their name. AMT
Yeah.
Prime, 99. 4 Kings, 84. So you can see the kills don't really make a big difference. So even though those placement points are very few, they are extremely important. And that's exactly how Vagabonds Esports has now run away from all of the other teams. But let's take a quick look at all of the qualified teams in here. From semifinals one, we had the 4 Kings who stirred up a rivalry. Now, I don't know if these boys stirred it up because I believe it was the baby dinosaurs NRX 420 who had a couple of words to throw out there after some things happened within the local scene. But the 4 Kings, they struck back and they wanted to prove themselves out there on the battlefield. In semifinals one, they sure as heck have proven themselves. And at the finals, the 4 Kings continue to prove themselves because their performance far outclasses NRX 420 at the moment. But in the final day of battle, perhaps this rivalry can go all the way down to the line because NRX 420, they still do have 6 more opportunities to catch up. The VVV brand, they bring in Team VGVD as well as Veni, and all 3 of these teams have been surviving in the competition all the way into the grand finals, and 2 out of 3 of them are in the upper half of the brackets, which is so impressive. Team VD as well as VG, but Veni very close to catching up currently in the 10th spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be too many points that is required from them. One good round can put Veni right back up, and from their victory yesterday, we know that they are very capable of doing exactly that. Amateur's Esports, on the other hand, quite a big name within the scene, but they do struggle out there to prove their dominance. 13 Academy, nothing short in terms of the consistency of performance. ABC Mystic, the MYSG representing monsters, have not been able to hit hard at all. Hopefully, in the final day, they can prove themselves. And of course, the final team from semifinals one, Existence Valhalla, with all of their tremendous plays out there, they still struggle to find those supreme kills. And until they do, they are going to continue struggling, Neptune.
Yeah, and going in for those coming in from semifinals too, we have Vagabonds Nomads, as we already talked about. They have had a commanding lead from that group, and they will be followed by Vagabonds Esports, who are now commanding those leads. And I think they are just in here starting, and they are here to finish it off with a blast. As you mentioned, AJ, there was a rivalry between NRX 420 against the ones from the semifinals 2, or semifinals 1, and this is a chance for them to really catch up and really prove and it in a battle wherein it is in a game that they will be able to prove that. Almighty Prime, another team that is also making performance, and we'll have to see how well will they able to maintain, because one win has been taken already from this team from yesterday. HE Phoenix as well as SDPH Generals, Easy Reborn, Esports Magna, and Royal Kings has yet to prove their worth as well as their placement onto the leaderboards, because they need a lot more of effort from this team, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, semifinals too, proving to have, some top-heavy teams in their own leaderboard from the semifinals. But of course, we do have them struggling in the grand finals itself, as both of these semifinals have got their supreme teams claiming their spots at the very top. Vagabonds Esports, once again, with the massive lead that they have over all of the other teams. And once again, I would like to bring your attention, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the kill points, because it's not too far away from where 13 Academy, or from what 13 Academy has been able to bring in. Almighty Prime, 4 Kings. Even as you go down the leaderboard, you can see that yes, the points do slightly drop off, but it's nothing too much that they cannot catch up with. But when it comes to the placement points, this is where Vagabonds Esports truly sets themselves apart from the competition. The massive 50-point lead that they have over 13 Academy, most of it obviously coming through those placement points. I mean, close to 40 that they have over 13 Academy. And if they want to find a way to catch up, not only does 13 Academy and teams like Almighty Prime, 4 Kings need to go out there and perform back-to-back consistently, they also need to find a way to take Vagabonds Esports, the current reigning kings, out of the equation quick. So we've been breaking down some of these drop spots, Neptune, and
Yep.
obviously this is becoming very, very evident to all of the teams out there. I just wonder if or not we are going to see some assassins who go out to assassinate certain squads. But obviously, you are asking for trouble because Vagabonds Esports, they'll welcome you because I think they want a few more kill points.
Yeah, and that is, I think that is one part of the drop zone analysis that we have done that will bring a little bit of trouble for some of the teams if
Oh,
they
yeah.
attempt to go in there. But it's more of how bold they can go as well as how much effort can they put in to be able to challenge those teams. And so far, a lot of teams as well as has been sharing drops point, but because of the early engagement that they are trying to pull out from, they are proving that similar approaches from nuclear plant and estates are becoming a neutral ground. So the moment they get the loot, they pull out from those areas, making sure that they will survive later on and not bringing down one of their teammates. So it proves to show that they have been watching, listening, and learning from everything that we have shown so far for all the matches in here on the Garena Survivors. Thus, there are a lot of improvements expected from this team. How much more can they put out for will be proven today.
Yeah, man. And if you look at the towards the bottom there, STPH, ABC, Mystic, Easy, Reborn Esports, Magna, teams like these, although there's no hope in the world for them to grab that number one spot, because if they win every single lobby, even if they do get massive, okay, they need to get massive amount of kills, but clearly through their performance so far, that's not going to be happening anytime soon. And even if they do have a breakout run, teams like Vagabonds Esports, 13 Academy, they're not going to be disappearing from the leaderboard. They're still going to go out there and perform. So it's quite a impossible situation to see them rising up to that number 1, 2, or 3 spots. But as you are at the bottom, you want to find those ways to rise up the leaderboard either way, because so few points between them. Each and every single match makes a difference, and each and every single rank makes a difference as well, because every single team here has got a piece of the prize pool, and every time you improve your rank, you also improve the amount of money you take back home. So everything's on the line here. Every single match matters, Nephew.
And definitely every match wherein the teams need to put all of those places as well as foot forward to be able to reach their ideal spot onto the leaderboard. And well, we keep mentioning that already, that the ideal spot would be the number one spot. But as you mentioned, AJ, like, it's not like Vagabonds Esports will be letting that go easily.
Yeah.
It's not that they will be just sitting down and sleeping all throughout this finals. This is the finals. And
Yeah.
what more can they put out than to be a little, or no, not a little bit, but more dominant in this game?
Absolutely, sir. I mean, all of the teams will want to be dominant out there on the battlefield, but of course, only a select few will be able to execute that to perfection. Teams like Amethyst Esports as well as NRX 420, who have been struggling to find their stride out there, these are not small jumps. These are not amateur squads. These are very capable players who go out there day in, day out and immerse themselves into the world of Call of Duty Mobile, and they have lived and breathed Battle Royale for all this while. But even they are finding it tough to find points out there on the leaderboard, because this is the most vicious lobby you can participate in if you are in the world of CODM BR. This is the toughest lobby that you can perhaps throw yourself into and try to scratch and claw a few points away. And even supreme teams like Amethyst Esports as well as NRX 420, they are being made to look like they're struggling to their fullest, because, Almighty Prime, 13 Academy, they have just found this consistency, I wouldn't say out of nowhere. Clearly, a lot of homework has been done here, Neptune. So it is now no longer a game of who can shoot better. It's a game of who understands the IQ of battle out there on the battlefield, who understands those rotations, who understands when to back away or when to engage in a certain battle out there. Prior to this, the scene of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale was very much jump out, find a player, and shoot. But the strategy, as it is played more and more, teams like Vagabonds Esports are truly able to set themselves apart.
Yep, and setting themselves apart needs to be proven right now, because as we'll look at their flight right here, it's a little bit on the top. So for those who have already secured their placement of the drop zone at the bottom of this map, will be having a lot of trouble.
Oi.
And as we can see, a lot of teams are clumping up in here in the middle because those practice range, Crash, Countdown, Estate is a little bit too far, and they
Oi.
need to walk
Bro.
the distance to be able to get there.
Neptune, I think I see the Four Kings. They want to be the assassins, man. Amethyst Esports and the battle with VVV is one thing, but the Four Kings are moving in to slice out SDPH generals from farm. And now SDPH have taken farm as they saw the strategy of NRX 432, constantly taking the butcher down. And remember what we said, it's all going to be about the IQ plays. It's all going to be about the skill points and what the Four Kings are the best at in the game of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. May not be placing themselves in the number one spot, but in terms of gunning down the opponents out there on the battlefield, they are absolutely solid, man. So I am looking forward to that engagement in a little bit. But between the team of VVV as well as Amethyst Esports, things are going to get hot and dicey out there. But Alatsky is the only player who has flown away from the rest of them. I believe he was moving towards the place of Nuketown, but he has backed away as he saw a team flying towards there as well. He knew he would be a little bit too late. No chip upgrade terminal here for Alatsky, and he's a little frustrated. But that is exactly what it is when you jump out of the flight and you do not look at the map first.
Yeah, I think as well, I think it's the distance of those draw points that will put these teams together. As we can see, we have HE Phoenix right now going against SDPH. HE Phoenix has been taking the practice range all throughout, but because it's so far up there or down there on the south, they have no choice. They have to go in and take a drop spot. And this time they have chosen the farm. And as you mentioned, this is the house of Team N. Team N is SDPH Generals, and they are the teams that are battling right now. But if we'll have to find out if the initial draw points or the consistency of the draw points will give them that advantage of the rotations, as well as identifying the terrain to be able to go in and exit the battle. That will have to be seen right now, as we see these two teams just going in for a standoff, and no one is backing out just yet.
Yeah, they won't be backing away just yet. And the Four Kings do not take advantage. I believe the information sent back from Alatsky are pulling them away from battle, because obviously Alatsky is the one who's been tasked to pull that chopper into play and join them immediately. But taking a 3v4 battle, even the Four Kings are not going to be that silly to make that mistake, not to underestimate anybody. A 4v4 is definitely a situation that they can handle with SGPH, no doubt whatsoever. But SDPH do have the capability of returning fire, do have the capability of turning that situation around. We've seen their aggression out there on the battlefield. Yes, they do struggle in the competition at the finals for sure, but they have proven themselves at the semis. And Phoenix, not wanting to take too much of risk in this very first battle, disengages with SDPH.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you drop in and trespass against a different team, it's just up to you. It's your decision to be able to get away from that fight. And I think that is what HE Phoenix is doing, because SDPH has been taking that for a lot of rounds now. And I think that is the disadvantage that they have considered already. Thus, they pull away from that fight. But this time, Vagabond's Nomads is now in Sakura. And Sakura is not one of the usual drop points that we see in this game. Not a lot of teams have taken this since the semifinals, so they have a great potential to be able to get all the resources that they need to go into the battle. And the rotations right now from Sakura, depending on where they will, or the next phase of the circle will be showing, will give them a lot more of information as well, because they have been passing by a lot of compounds already. Royal Kings, on the other hand, they have maintained Nuketown, and this time, regardless of how far it is, they made a way to go there and pick up that chopper. So this is the consistency that we want from these teams in going in for those drop zone. But how much more can they put out in this game with those advantage, with the chopper, as well as the loot that they have, knowing that not a lot of teams has dropped in there into this fight? We'll have to see, because they are now targeting the airdrop where a lot of teams has been waiting already.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But teams like Royal Kings do have to be a little bit careful, because once they get too used to a certain drop zone, and even if it is a little bit far away from the initial flight, they might just get caught out as they try to make their way there. So potentially have to pick a couple of different spots out there on the battlefield and adjust match to match. But obviously, that might just be asking for too much because Royal Kings in the competition so far, they do struggle just a little bit. Del Cutie finding it to be a little bit of a challenge to park this chopper somewhere. The rest of the team members taking the high ground, allowing one single player to pick up the airdrop first, and the team just playing this as safe as possible, anticipating another attack from a different squad. But Alatsky gets knocked down very early on as he was in his vehicle. You saw exactly what happened out there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but maybe a little bit of a return fire coming through from the players of Four Kings here. Alatsky has been scanned and he is brought right back into the mix, and we will not have to wait too long for him to join us back. But the Four Kings might just end up engaging with Easy Reborn Esports Magna.
Yeah, and the movement right now that we've seen initially when Alatsky has been taken down, it proves that there is a lot of dependency for a complete squad right here because they backed away from the battle when usually aggressive teams just like Four Kings goes in for the fight, take those dog tags, and then just eliminate anyone who was able to do that takedown. But this time, they backed out knowing that they might be in a disadvantage, especially in the low ground.
Yeah.
They will just be waiting for Alatsky and then deciding as to where they will be fighting. But on the other side, another fight is happening, and it is continuation SDPH as well as a different team right there being taken down. So early into this game, a lot of battle is unfolding.
SDPH is raging on. Royal Kings drop one after the other, but clearly the squad has not been removed from the equation just yet. Vagabond Nomads being engaged by VVV as well. Sekre knocks Virus down onto the ground, and it looks like they have the cure for this raging virus that has just been so dominant in all of these lobbies. But we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we are going to be a little bit delayed in jumping into every single one of these battles. We have got a scarcity of spectators out there, but we will be doing our best to bring you all of the action. You can leave that to the team. Do not worry about it. Enjoy the show. If you do have any feedback, drop it into the comment section. Almighty Prime taking advantage of this open ground here. They move in for the upgrade, but Amethyst Esports, the backstab, Easy Reborn Esports Magna can back both of these teams. Ooh. And what? With the almighty grenade straight to GB, knocking him onto the ground.
GB right now is glorying into place, but we have a Metaverse right now rushing into the smoke. Watts is in there, will be able to eliminate GB, but no, the takedown will be done on a Metaverse right here. We have Almighty right now taking them down one at a time, but this time a Metaverse Watts will opt to move out of this play, and from a distance we are seeing Easy Reborn just waiting the outcome of this battle, and they might be vulturing in, but as they wait into those fights, they will be meeting up with Four Kings once again.
Yeah, I don't think Easy Reborn Esports Magna wants to have anything to do with the Almighty Prime squad. I mean, they saw exactly what happened to Amethyst Esports, and they're like, nope, thank you very much, sir. But Four Kings, they go ahead to engage. Nyx now, one final player taking on all three from the side of Four Kings, Sprite as well as Kyun. Nyx needs to get away. Rewind! But he just backs away just for a couple of seconds, and that is one of the greatest examples as to how your rewind class won't really help you in certain engagements where you don't put a lot of distance. And a lot of the Supreme teams, a lot of the teams that have gotten used to battling out there on the battleground so far in terms of those ranked matches, they know what to anticipate when they go up against a rewind class. Even yesterday, as Tokyo made that supreme dog tag pickup and rewound, the players who were hunting him down, they were just flying around the vicinity because you couldn't have really reset from all the way to far Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a number of seconds that the rewind can go into, and if you understand the number of seconds of the difference, whether a normal class as well as an upgraded class will do, you will have the capacity to understand how far you need to back away to be able to spot that enemy. But we'll have to see as well, or we are seeing right now, the dependency of the Four Kings of the teams being complete before they go into the battle, because earlier, as we mentioned, they backed off a little bit because Alatsky needs to be revived, and when he was revived, they just jumped in there and fought off Easy Reborn, who took him down. But this time, HE Phoenix going for the vehicle gameplay. How annoying can they be this time in this fight, and what more highlights can they put out? Hopefully that run into the tree will not be one of them, and would not be the best highlight that they can give in this game.
But you know what it is, man. Happens
Well,
all the time,
I
Neptune.
know. For me, it happens to me most of the time. I am even zigzagging in here on the vehicle.
Ah, pusagala.
I'm even zigzagging in the vehicle and I'm not even fighting anyone. So they are doing a better job than I am.
I've had my own, unfortunate highlight reels where I've had to make fun of myself because I know if I don't, someone else is going to be making fun of my driving in CODM gear. So lots of reels, man, lots of reels on that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hop on right back into the battle. Four Kings now, almost nearing the vicinity of SDPH. As you can see, SDPH not moving a muscle at all. NRX 420 on the other hand, they spotted out the players of Alibaba Clan Mystic. Alibaba Clan Mystic, they've got the vantage point, but Chalup sacrifices his height in terms of advantage and now takes the fight up against the rest of them. Chalup is going to be tagged up first. Wonder Kid Boji giving away his position, but he has the right-hand flank. So, just moves on in to battle. Wonder Kid Boji, no fear. Ju from the back, but Boji drops down to the ground, but still has got the backstep position. Ju now gonna get sprayed down. Boji turns around. Boji gets two players back to back. Can he get the third one? Yes, he gets the third one. Boji on fire!
Boji in there will be taken down and will be able to get back up. No, I think it's Boji who has been taken down right now and will be scanned just in time. But they were able to eliminate ABC Mystic right now. And the movement of Boji at that point is getting information and then flanking the solo while the rest of the teams are following it up. But this time, there will be no flank happening just yet because Four Kings will be backing out of this fight. Not only are they against VVV, but they've seen a different team on the other side on this game. And this is VVV Vici, I think, that will be stepping in onto the battle. Thus, they need to back away a little bit, get their distance, and then get back into play later on.
Oh, lots of exciting stuff happening out there on the battlefield. As you guys can see, the players of Four Kings now might be able to pick up a few more kills. Easy Reborn, please don't shoot them because that will be the last battle you take on. The Four Kings right now, they are on fire because they saw the kills being picked up by NRX 420 and they're not going to allow those baby dinosaurs to outdo them in the very first battle of the day. What can Alatsky do now? Outside of the circle, he takes a very risky play, but he wants to get that vantage point. He wants to get the backstab as well. He knows those players are out there. Nyx now gets tagged up, but the guy flies away. Jaeger repositions right behind the edge of that hill, and he will be able to stay safe from Alatsky. But Alatsky not slowing down at all. Think he's going to be caught out here alongside Kyun. Alatsky, man, this guy knows no fear. Just like Boji earlier on, he's just keeping that pressure up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the play depends on Alatsky right there, pushing Easy Reborn out of that hill while the rest of the teams are waiting in the bottom. And this is what Fry is applying right now. The pressure on those who will be gliding, who will be jumping because of the backstep that has been done by Alatsky. And there's only one remaining in this area. But from what we've seen on the minimap, there's the one from the far side. I think that is the guy who was able to scan the remaining members of Easy Reborn. Thus, they return into fight. But they went against Four Kings won again, and they will be taken down one at a time. As the battle of the farm continues, AJ, a lot more teams will be jumping in here.
VG slowly need to back away from this position because it's getting a little too crowded, and I don't like a party, man. Yes, I know the pandemic's over, but all of this crowd just makes me a little bit too nervous. My palms all sweaty. So Vici, they need to get the heck out of there if they want to stay in the heavy fight to continuously climb up the leaderboard. We know that they do go ahead and struggle a little bit when it comes to those placement points. So now might be a good time to disengage because they don't really know exactly what's coming towards them. Yes, they have spotted out Existence Valhalla, but what they don't know is towards their left-hand side will be their brothers. And this is going to be Team G, VVV Esports, Vinny. So Sekre better be careful as he starts teasing those players of Existence Valhalla. Spots one player through the wall now. Is he going to get it up? No, quickly repositions, and Sekre just waited patiently for that moment. But here comes Amethyst Esports as well. Now's a great time to move away from this spot, Neptune.
Yeah, it's a good thing as well that HE Phoenix will be in the way of Four Kings because they will be looking for the enemy who had fired those gunshots. They want to get the kills right here. With the trap in there being triggered by Alatsky, it will be a prompt that another team will be in this area, and HE Phoenix will be gunned down. Oh, Assassin right now is able to get away for Alatsky, but Fright will be taken down by Merc, and it is a disadvantage for them. Kyun was able to take down Merc with that trap, and the grenade are being thrown, and Kyun will be eliminated at that game.
Oh, cute for Kings. What are y'all doing? Ball, the dog tag has been scanned through already. Halatsuki and Tokyo still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. But Q needs to be picked up as well. And that's exactly what the boys are playing for. And now that's the scan comes through, no issues whatsoever. But Four Kings need to be careful with this approach, because as they approach the back of Amethyst Esports, Alatsky stuck outside of the circle. The players of He Phoenix now gatekeeping him as the players of VVV Esports Vici come in for that backstab, and they want to take Phoenix right out of the equation. But Tokyo comes sliding in as well. This is a three-way battle that I think the Four Kings might be able to back out. But Tokyo makes a huge mistake as he jumps on in. He gets backstabbed, but that rewind glass helps him out.
That is information gameplay once again from Tokyo, but this time it wasn't really that quick, and the teams wasn't able to get away that quickly as well. Tokyo is the one remaining in this fight, as well as Kyun, who was able to keep a distance from this area. They know that they need one member alive to be able to keep the dream up of stepping up on the leaderboards. But Kyun right now will be running out onto the open as Pride will be taken down, and Kyun once again will be taken down from the far as we see VVV and HE Phoenix continues this battle on.
Yeah, you gotta love the strategy coming through from He Phoenix here, because they just popped all of those smokes, but VVV popping them one by one like little balloons. And they are a child in a playground filled with balloons now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you VVV Esports, and this is Squad Vici. That's annihilating player after player. 11 kills in here so far. This is the first lobby, the first battle of the day, and they are already on fire. But what more can they find? Who more will they slay as they move on through? It might just be the 13 Academy who are staying away from all of these battles breaking out there on the battlefield. SDPH Panon shuts down Kape. NRX 420 got in a predicament of far as well.
Yep, VVVBG right now is still on our sides, and they are heading to a lot of teams. Existence Valhalla is still there in front of them, and hopefully they haven't assumed that they have gone out of that area just yet. We've seen how consistent Existence Valhalla staying quiet, staying in one spot, and playing the placement point at this game. But on the other side, we have Vagabonds Esports, NRX 420, as well as VVVVD right now fighting it off, and VVVVD will be in a pinch between these two top teams.
This is a tough spot for Vidi, but it's a tough spot for everyone out there that Vagabonds Esports is trying to gatekeep, especially the players of NRX 420 who are a little bit too far out. Boji gets knocked down onto the ground, but Jewel now takes Blue out of the equation. The players of Vagabonds Esports being sliced down one after the other as well. Peanut and Boji both down onto the ground. Kaiser taken down by that god nade by the one and only Luki, and the three-way battle will go to the side of Vagabonds Esports. 3 players still alive and kicking out there, but Nash is backing away from all of the engagements. He wants to pull the left-hand flank, but he might just get backstabbed out there all alone. Quickly now, hops on back to the battle. Yato as well as Luki, very slowly moving on. The next team to engage with will be SDPH, but right outside of the circle they go.
Yeah, we'll have to see how well they will able to play this out, as well as Vagabonds Esports. They lost Blue in there. One of the astonishing player of Vagabonds Esports that will be out in this game, and we know how important the placement of each member of his team has taken effect on the win of Vagabonds Esports. But Luki has not been backing out just yet. Out in the open, going in for the gunshots, and I think they are going in here for the kills because they don't have that much in this game. But losing one placement should be the objective, and the kills should be coming in later on. But Luki is not stopping, and this will be a kill against Shiora. But Vagabonds Esports needs to back away. They need to get cover because a lot of teams are closing in.
Yeah, Vagabonds Esports still looking for the victory in here, and SDPH from outside the circle. It will be a good play coming through from one of the players on the snowboard. Quickly repositioned, but here comes the antelope play from Luki. It will be to reposition real quickly and then mow down a couple of players. Can also use that railgun to toast them up on the battlefield as well. But Luki blows up his vehicle now, and they might just use that for a little bit of cover later on. Takes Breezy out of the equation. On the other side, it's going to be Almighty Prime and also a player from Team G, VVB Esports ready. Things are getting hot out there, but 3 more teams left in the mix, and Almighty Prime with 3 players to their side have got a great position now. Paul might get caught out here, but just behind the barracks, and Ray not taking any chances whatsoever. Those wall banks still find nobody. A 3v3 between Almighty Prime and Vagabonds Esports. That's exactly what Team Benny is waiting for.
Yeah, prime understanding of the game right now being done by Almighty right there, looking for the hiding spot of any other member, and the smoke will be popped by Vagabonds Esports to be able to retreat as well as to recover the armors that they have. But the shots in there coming in from Almighty will give out their information with those hit marks, and they are in there being pinched. GB a little bit too close, will not be backing away that quickly because of the rewind, and Paul was able to take down
Wow!
Ash. It is not looking good for Vagabonds Esports right now.
Oh!
And there goes Chase for the hit against Yato. Vagabonds Esports slowly dying out, and Almighty taking the win for round number 1.
Now, you know what the Singaporeans are all about, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Almighty, the Singaporean brand, managing to acquire this squad from TNC, used to be known as TNC Prime. Everybody knows the players, but of course, the acquisition of TNC Prime by Almighty was because of the promise that they had out there on the battlefield, from what they have proven out there in all of the community tournaments, and they bring the performance into Garena Survivors as well. Almighty Prime currently sitting down at the 3rd spot, and the last time we updated the community Neptune, we did say that they are 3 points behind 13 Academy, and I think now is the time they take their 2nd spot for themselves.
Yeah, and it's also a good thing that we're seeing a different team dominate. This is the start of this is the start wherein a lot of teams will be able to take that win. Yesterday it happens, and it was started by the same team. That's the Almighty Prime who started the win and day number 2. So I think this is the motivation that they need, as well as the other teams, to understand that Vagabonds Esports, yes, they are strong, but they can be taken down into the game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, even gods bleed in this matchup. And Vagabonds Esports, they may be your king of kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, but they do have their rounds where they underperform as well. But in this particular case, in this round, there was no underperformance from the players of Vagabond. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. They did underperform. They only bagged 3 kills for themselves, which is very much unlike Vagabonds Esports. And they're now purely going in here for the placements, which is quite surprising. But look at Almighty Prime dragging in the supreme 12 kills alongside 10 placement points, will be able to bag 22 points from this round for themselves. And it is the Team 7 here, BBB Esports Veni, with a total of 10 kills to their name. So 16 points for Team Veni. And this is a shocker, because this was one of the things that we did touch on earlier on. Veni was the only team that was too far away from VD as well as Vici, and we were saying that they need just one round to overtake Amethyst Esports as well as NRX 420. And I feel like Veni has done exactly that. And now, once again, the VVV squad is all back together in the upper segment of the Battle Royale leaderboard. And this is, not only is it a triple S class setup in terms of this lobby, you have got the best of the best 16 teams out there. For VVV to have this sort of consistency, not just from one team, but 3 teams, it's just mind-blowing how this brand has been able to invest in their players and make sure they give their best out there. But SDPH, shout out to the Shooter Die Philippines, Mr. Bree, Galibe, Breezy, Panot, the team that has been struggling through day number 1 and day number 2 of the finals. They step it up on the final day in here, grabbing the 4th spot alongside 8 kills, Neptune.
Yeah, 8 kills from them, and we ask and they answer. And this is what the plan is for this day. A lot of teams will be responding to those questions as to when are you going to show up with the kills? When are you going to show up with the placement? And that is what SDPAs has shown. We have Existence Valhalla right now earlier as they sit in there and farm just waiting for that opportunity, and their patience has paid off. They were able to get the number 5 spot, but not that much in the kill, but it's still good for them because they are being consistent in the placement, and a little bit more push in terms of kills might bring them to a different spot on the leaderboards. One thing for sure is a metaverse, because of the performance that we are seeing in them from them day after day, round after round, starts a question as to how are they faring as a team, because right now they are in there on 7th place when it started the day, and not much on the kills compared from what we really want to see from them.
And in terms of the seventh spot here, even though it was not much that we expected up there, but in the seventh place, VVV. This is your one and only team, Vici, providing the kill points down at the bottom, even though they don't bag a supreme number of kills through those placements. A total of 12 kills from them as well. That is just nothing short of impressive. But Team 6 here, VVV Esports VD, on the other hand, only managed to grab 2 kills for themselves at that 8th spot. And in the 9th position, there will be no placement points here at all. NRX 420, although Boji had a breakout run, the problem with this sort of a lobby is that you've got way too many teams surviving towards that final circle. And even though they did a great job surviving the first 75% of the matchup, in the final 25% run, they just got taken out of the equation. And it was just a case of not positioning themselves in the inner circle early on. And this is one of the downfalls of NRX 420. Always moving a little bit too late. Never the welcoming party, because the NRX 420 of old, those old dinosaurs that used to dominate the battlefield, was always inside the circle, always waiting for teams coming towards them, and they were the supreme gatekeepers. Baby dinosaurs struggle with that, but they've got the slaying power. So hopefully we see more from them, because if we don't, teams like Four Kings, who do have the better performance on the leaderboard, will overtake them. But that being said, the Four Kings themselves in this round, although we saw a few highlight plays from themselves, they were able to only survive up to that 12th spot. But of course, 4 kills to their name. Skipped over 13 Academy here. They brought inconsistency previously, but not this time around. 0 kills to their name. And Easy Reborn Esports Magna managed to bag 2 in the 11th spot. And that's all the points they're going to get from this round, Neptune.
HE Phoenix in there, finishing on 13th spot right now, 3 to their name in this game. The vehicle gameplay didn't work out for them just yet. ABC Mystic, once again, they jump in here and ended at the bottom of the list with 1 point, 1 kill point, only coming from Jew. And it will not make a lot of a dent on how they move in onto that leaderboard. Vagabonds Nomads, once again, they have been taken down early. Thus, I think they have lost the momentum that they have from semifinals and is now bumming out. So hopefully we'll see more from Vagabonds Nomads. And on the bottom in there, number 16 is Royal Kings, who also didn't get any points at all from this round.
And in terms of not bagging points from this round, yes, it will hurt them. But Nomads, the struggle continues. And the questions will continue to be asked as to why do they not put up any sort of fight at all. Because, you know, at semifinals too, Neptune, Vagabonds Nomads, they were a different squad. Vagabonds Nomads were a ruthless squad. Vagabonds Nomads were the assassins, the slayers out there, bagging kill after kill after kill. I mean, up till now, Vagabonds Esports have only managed to break through the 200-point mark. But when you look at Vagabonds Nomads, by the time they ended day 3, they were past 312. They were supreme and nobody could match up to them. But at the finals, Neptune, there's just so much lacking in the squad in terms of approach to these gunfights, in terms of positioning. Everything is going wrong for them.
Yeah, I'd like to jump into a conversation with the team as to what happened in here on this finals, because I know there's a lot of pressure because of the teams being put in together on this one lobby, but that didn't really show from the fight from the semifinals. So it might be a different story for Vagabonds Nomads right now, or probably there's a lot more on the background that we are not seeing, because underperforming just like this after a huge pop-up from semifinals is really, really, I would say, questionable, as well as we need to understand. We need to understand as well, is it the gameplay or the teams against them, or is it just really something on the background that put them off and just they didn't play to their optimal performance?
Yeah, and that's just a little unfortunate, you know, because they had so much of promise from semifinals too. And at the grand finals, they bomb out in such a miserable way, because Vagabonds Nomads now, they struggle to even reach the upper half of the leaderboard. That's how bad the struggle is. And I'm surprised to actually see teams like VVV Esports, Veni, or Amethyst Esports specifically, NRX 420 do slightly better than Vagabond Snowmans because we know those were the teams that have truly just fallen off the radar a little bit in terms of dominance, in terms of
Hmm.
firepower out there on the battlefield, in comparison to the Nomads, who were very, very, very good at engaging and slaying. They did not stop. They didn't pause. They didn't slow down when they went out there for the hunt. And not only did they slow down this time around, we just don't see them showing up at all. So hopefully the team can find the final 5 rounds that we have remaining in the competition to step it right back up, because it's a total waste, man. I mean,
Yeah.
all that you did in semifinals too, like what we discussed, Neptune, your rank within the semifinals doesn't matter as long as you get the top 8. And that just happened to turn out to be a very bad joke, because it truly didn't matter to Vagabond Snowmans, because at the grand finals, they're just not delivering.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that they can't, because from yesterday we've seen them get a lot of kills.
Yeah.
It's just that they're not being shown right now. I know they're putting up their best. I know they're in there, and a lot of teams are. Even those at the bottom half of the leaderboard, they are putting out
Yeah.
their best. But we just like to find out what changed in here.
Mm.
But to celebrate the end of round number 1, AJ, Almighty
yeah.
Prime really showing up in this game, starting the day off, or in they took a win against Vagabonds Esports. And as you mentioned, this might have changed their placement onto the leaderboards, because it's not much to change really, as we saw the leaderboard earlier.
And I hope and pray that with the acquisition of Almighty Prime, the Almighty brand will spark the thought in many of the other organizations out there that, wait a minute, why are we not in this battle just yet? Why have we not gone out there and picked a few teams? Because clearly from what we can see, the roster of 16 squads out there in Battle Neptune, a lot of them have quality and a lot of advertising opportunities as well. We've got a lot of these teams that deserve that sponsorship, as well as a little bit of funding and backup, because, imagine without all of that, they've been able to reach up to this level and dominate out there on the battlefield with the right organization behind them, with the right kind of support. How far they'll be able to take this, man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it will bring to such lengths that they will be crossing boundaries, as what we've seen from Almighty Prime. A Filipino being branded by Singapore. But here, speaking of branding, this is a chance for you to brand your game in Call of Duty Mobile, because we have the freeload calling card for you to be redeemed. The code is right there at the bottom.
Go ahead and grab it for yourself. This one has got no redemption limit at all, so you guys can redeem this as much as you want, but you will see the crates later on, which are limited, so please make sure you attack it as quickly as possible. Not everybody will be able to get the reward a little bit later, okay? But please do continue bringing in all of those likes if you haven't liked it just yet, and share the stream as many times as you can, regardless of the platform that you're watching on. And if you do have the extra bit of time, and if you do love the Call of Duty mobile scene, if you do love the COD community and you want this to grow, if you want to see this competition become bigger and bigger and bigger until we bring it off into some offline events where we can truly have that Call of Duty mobile party that we're anticipating, please help us share the stream and bring in more of those numbers, bring in more of those views. I mean, we wouldn't have grown this big without you guys, and we can't grow bigger without your assistance.
Yeah, and speaking of bigger prizes is in here for you. Another crate, another code is in there for the Epic Wish crate. So make sure you take the screenshot as well as redeem that, and don't let anyone else beat you to it, because so far this is one of the crates, or one of the limited, if I'm not mistaken. And compared to the calling card earlier, that is for everyone who have the code. So make sure that you redeem that right now, and make sure that you also like and share the stream, because a lot more will be happening after round number 1.
Absolutely. And Neptune and I, our eyes are always on the battlefield, but at the very same time, we are cross-eyed sometimes, because one eye is on the battlefield, the other eye is on multiple chats at the same time. So if you guys want to talk to us as well, we are probably going to miss your chat, but if everybody's talking to us at the same time, we will catch a couple of comments in there. So please be active in the comments section as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will catch you, probably get a shout out as well in the meantime. And don't forget, we still have got 2,000 CP from yesterday that hasn't been claimed yet. I will keep my promise, 2,000 CP for one of you guys who has shared that. My moderator is still looking for who won that. We might We might offer that again today, but I don't know. I need to see if or not we can hit at least 1,000 shares before we get back from the break, okay? Be right there. Don't go anywhere. Neptune and I will be back for round number 2.
Oh, ano ng plano mga lods? Last 2 squads na lang.
Basta high ground lang ako, Ate Char. Cover ko kayo. Sige, sunod lang ako sa inyo.
Ha? Wait lang. Nasaan na ba kayo? Ang gulo-gulo niyo naman eh. Si Bugoy ang layo. Tapos si IZ walang ambag. Tapos ito naman si Doxy, hindi niya nga alam kung ano nangyayari.
Wala lang, kaya natin to. Oh, ayun yung last squad ah.
Down 3 na, isa na lang.
Guys, nasaan yung last? Ay, hassle. Nasa likod ko pala. Last sniper sa ako. Ingat kayo.
Doxy, ikaw na lang last survivor natin.
Oo, kaya mo yan.
Guys, di ko alam kung nasan siya.
Kami bahala. Sasabihin namin kung nandiyan na siya. Kaya mo yan. 1v1 nila.
Nadawan ko siya. Guys, nanalo tayo.
Yes! Yun! Ang galing mo, Doko!
Yun, nanalo rin. O ano guys? Isa pa?
Welcome to the Garena Survivors, and this is the last day of the finals. So far, we've seen one win already in this match, and this is the Almighty. But the domination of the team of VVB Esports still remain. Who will be able to take them down? If they will be taken down, we'll have to see. We are your casters right here. I am Neptune the General Garcia, together with the voice of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, the Mustachio AJ.
Thank you for the introduction, Neptune. Today has been a day of truly anticipated drama that has been built up over several months. Very recently we had hot drama and it's just been constant back-to-back stuff that it has been on our mind. And it has all led to one question. Who is the most dominant team out there for Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale? A lot of teams, some of them, they run their mouths. And for understandable reasons, because they feel like they are the best. But it is not about the war of words on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. It's not about that. It's all about proving yourself out there on the battlefield. And when push comes to shove and you get out there onto the battlefield, then you truly realize that, oh, goodness me, this fight's a little bit tougher than we thought. but some teams are able to go through all of that and still bring in their consistent plays, like Almighty Prime. They, just like the 13 Academy, have been solid all throughout the competition, at the semis, at the finals, and they are constantly chugging out their performance, even though they don't seem to be picking up the number of kills that they want for themselves, because a majority of that was stolen away from Vagabonds Esports. Speaking of which, Vagabonds Esports, when are you going to wake up?
Yeah, I mean, from the final moment in there, I think it's also a matter of what we pointed out from the Ford King, similar to the Vagabonds Esports, because they lost Blue into gunfight, and there was
Yes.
no chance for him from coming back. And as well
Yes.
as the approach by Luki in the game being a little bit aggressive, that has shown their position already. Where we
Yeah.
know Vagabonds Esports goes in for those prime location before ending the fight, and I think that is where they need to not only improve because they know that already. They just need to
Yeah.
work it out a little bit. That even if they lost Blue, the command is still there. They still have information, and they need to fall back a little bit. It is
Yeah.
also a matter of the kills because. As we've seen, they didn't get that much kills in there. So they want to cover with the kills as well, apart from the placement. Thus, they have been gunned down every time they go for the shots. So that is some of the factors that might have affected the ending of that game for Vagabonds Esports.
And of course, all of that action out there on the battlefield, as well as whatever Neptune was breaking down, has resulted in Almighty Prime climbing up the leaderboard to that second spot now, putting some distance between themselves as well as 13 Academy. But still, catching up to Vagabonds Esports at the moment still seems to be a dream that none of the teams are able to make come true just yet. But if Vagabonds Esports continue to sleep, then the tortoise or the multiple tortoises here will be able to catch up with the hare. And Four Kings, the team that is embroiled in a little bit of drama, they continue proving themselves out there on the battlefield, but that's through consistency over the days. Today, they haven't been able to do that in match number 1. And what is a little bit more surprising here is that the Four Kings have not managed to take away a single lobby victory. I know that's what they're going to be looking out for out there in the battlefield, but it's the exact same feedback that I had yesterday that I have today as well. We saw how the move of Alatsky moving in to steal away a chopper once again affected a little bit of their momentum in the early parts of the matchup. I truly believe they were going in to assassinate the players of SDPH at farm, and that might just make SDPH run away to a different spot after this. I don't know where they're going to go because there's not many spaces left on this battlefield, as all of those teams have already managed to find a drop spot for themselves. But that's the kind of things that I hope the Four Kings will be able to adjust before hopping into the next battle, because I don't feel like the chopper steal is just being executed perfectly anymore. The other teams are fully understanding the strategy of Four Kings, and when they are moving into a certain compound, they try to take the chopper back for themselves because they know if I don't take it, Alatsky is going to be somewhere in here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, or some of the teams, are already smartened up in those games, and we've seen that yesterday from VVV. And hopefully, we'll have to see a change either from the team of Four Kings or other teams who will be denying them of the chopper gameplay. And if that is a good tactic, knowing, understanding the gameplay of a team, a specific team, especially on how they start the game with the 1-3 split that the Four Kings are doing, they can easily turn it around to their favor, because as we've seen so far from the past 2 days of the finals, whenever that fail, the whole squad is failing to end in the last part or the last stretch of the game. So that is just one step that might not do a lot of difference, but it really shows up in there on the scores, on the numbers when the day end or when the round ends. So if the teams will be able to maintain their security on the choppers every time they drop, and then they might be able to deny Alaska of that gameplay. Four Kings need to also smarten up and go for a different gameplay, probably a bit more passive, and then later on show the threat that we have been seeing from the semifinals one.
Speaking of threat, the next team that is going to be threatening is going to be 13 Academy, because we drop into their favorite map. We drop into their favorite mode as well. It's going to be, TPP. FPP is their favorite mode where they rage on. But overall, they've managed to bag the most number of kills at Blackout so far, amounting up to 64 slays. And they will be looking to slay in the exact same way once again. But as I say that, I also understand that they might be a little cautious, because everybody's hungry. Everybody wants the podium finish for themselves, and everybody's going to be coming for their heads at the end of the day. So taking all of those risky maneuvers, looking for those kill points, can turn out to be the worst decision as they get caught out early. So the 13 Academy just needs to be careful with how they approach this. But with big risks comes big rewards, and the kind of big reward we're talking about here is 10,000 US dollars, almost $500,000 pesos. Brother, I think the risk is well worth it.
Yeah, definitely. And as we start the flight right now, as you can see, guys, it is coming in a little bit to the right of the map. So for those targeting Nuketown, Cargo Docks, or even the south of Lighthouse, it will be very difficult for them to move in. And I think with this movement of the flight from the start of the game really
GG.
changes the momentum of those who are going in for the drop points. But this time, yet another steal has been seen. Lasky goes in for the chopper and brings it to Hydro Dam. And we have two team once again going in for the estate. So I think this is ABC Mystic as well as Easy Reborn Magna. So far, they made it as a neutral ground as we end the final match. But I think it's only Tinky in here being excited by Chelop. And Chelop right now go in for the shot. But the zigzag slide jump in there will make him get away. But no! There goes the hit by Prime! A Prime hit in there, and the rest of the dog tags has been taken as well. And this is the elimination of one team. Easy Reborn is out, and the Estates, or no, this is the Estates will be taken by ABC Mystic.
And they'll be easily reborn, waiting for the rest of the teams back in the lobby once again. Let's wait and see exactly what they can bring into the matchup later on. But this is the team representing MYSG. This is the team that is shouldering the all of the pains, all of the tears, all of the sadness of MYSG, because we don't have other teams in the Garena Survivors right now. So they have to do something for themselves, man. They are struggling in the competition for sure, sitting down in the 16th spot. We only have 16 teams in here. So in terms of how they are doing mentally, I'm pretty sure they are disturbed. They are affected by that fact. But hopefully they don't allow themselves to dwell on that spot or dwell on that fact a little bit too long, because they have to pull themselves out of there. And getting 4 kills, getting a squad wipe, getting the very first squad wipe in match number 2, hopefully will spur them to continue that sort of momentum as well as progress throughout the match. But of course, the team that they did meet out there was a team that is pretty much on the same level as ABC Mystic. They could engage with them cleanly and take those gunfights and shut them down. As they move on towards the next circles, the battles are only going to get tougher. So hopefully they do not aim for any hot accesses into some of these compounds where they will get taken out. All-out strategy needs to be executed by ABC Mystic here.
Yep, I mean, they have been doing it for the semifinals. We're in round after round, day after day. They have been changing their strategy, and they were able to move to number 5 spot after or ending the semifinals. So it really didn't show much of a result for the team of ABC Mystic, but we've seen so far that they have made those adjustments round after round. It's just that this lobby right now is so heated, full of, as you mentioned, a lot of terrifying teams, and thus sometimes those little approaches, the passiveness that ABC Mystic is giving out is not really working to bring them that much of the points to bring themselves up the leaderboard. But here we have it. We have yet another team fighting it out. As is 2 teams of VVV Esports, and which Triple V will live another round to be able to continue on the final stretch.
This is 2 squads who are most definitely not looking to take each other out of the battlefield. But if the opportunity arrives, thank you, brother. I very much appreciate that kill point, either side will say, as they go on to hunt each other, the players of Team G. This is Venny chasing VD, and that's not gonna be a engagement they want to continue on with, because the main point of contention was this chip upgrade terminal, which, as you can see, Team F has already managed to go in here and strike. This is Team VD, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they've managed to already push off a Team Venny from their location. They also have a chopper to reposition, and that's just gonna help them gather a lot of ammunition out there on the battlefield, especially when it comes to those airdrops that will be brought in shortly, nephew.
Yeah, and as we can see, there's only one who wasn't able to upgrade. So one of the members of the VD will be able to, Venny will be able to get that upgrade. So hopefully prioritization of which class they will be taking advantage of here with that upgrade will be up to you. So we have in here Royal Kings as they move in from the other side of this area, with vehicles right now moving closer into Vici right now. They might be cutting them off, but with the vehicles as being shot from the other side, they need to move that fast, because they might be in a tight spot right here, and the rally car will be a good way for them to get away that quick.
Almighty Prime, can they strike these players down and grab a couple of more kill points for themselves? Team Avicii trying to steal those kills away, but Royal Kings Omega as well as Frost will be able to get away, and Fates J does not grab that car as it hits the boulder right behind them. Amazing maneuvering, but the Royal Kings out of the fan straight into the fire potentially here as they move straight towards the players of Vagabonds Esports, abandoning the rally car out there in the open field, only for Del Cutie now to pick the rest of them up.
Yeah, Del Cutie as well as Frosh right now is already in there, but two have yet to jump in, and seeing another team, they might be going in the other way. But the FHA gameplay as well as the gunshots that they've taken already, they might need to think another time to think well to go in onto these compounds, because a lot of these compounds have been taken already, and with the loss of a vehicle, they might not be able to get away that quickly right now. Now, we have Vagabonds Esports who have looted this area, but on the other side, we have 4 Kings going against Almighty, and I think this is what we want to see right now. One of the top teams right now in here fighting it out, and one team has been out with 1 member. So, how will this end, AJ?
Yeah, 4 Kings now. They need to command their space in here a little bit better. With 1 member down on the ground already, Kyun will be able to execute revenge. Dre taken down onto the ground. Can he take him out of the equation as well? VVV, as they slowly approach this compound, the 4 Kings need to wrap up their business here quickly. Alatsky just waiting for his moment to strike as Fright now recovers all of his armor. He will be waiting very patiently for the players of Team VVV Esports Vici to approach their compound. Watts manages to shut down White. The battle continues as Amethyst Esports now jumps into a battle off screen as well. But the 4 Kings, Key Phoenix right in front, but Tokyo not taking any risks whatsoever, jumps back into battle with the rest of his team members, or at the very least he's trying to get to the rest of them. There's too much of chaos out there as so many of these teams find the exact same compound to do battle in.
Yeah, it's so many times, AJ, that we've seen this scenario from all of the teams. Previously, it was Array. This time, this is Compound. Like house after house, a team will be taken down, and then it's more of those who have been backing out from this fight might be able to survive. But we'll have to see. We have Key Phoenix right now is in here just below the 4 Kings, and Assassin will give out that information. But from the other side, we have SDPH just waiting for the perfect instance for them to strike. But I don't think it will not be happening that soon, because the battle of the smokes and the guns are still in here, AJ.
Latsky being tagged up. He loses all of his armor. 30 HP now. But Kyun and Fright, they strike back. Sucray drop. And Bird gets taken out of the equation. And the players of HE Phoenix, one by one, they get eliminated and they become kill points that the 4 Kings will use to climb up that leaderboard. The next one on the plate being served up to the players of 4 Kings might just be SDPH. As a smoke bomb comes flying through, it is the one and only Alatsky that gives the team members a little bit of cover. Right now is going to be recovered. Kyun is there, tasked with the pickup, but Alatsky with the smoke, waiting for SDPH to come in here for the push. SDPH has got the exact same intention, Neptune.
Yep, they need to go in for the push quickly as 4 Kings are recovering, and the trap will be triggered right now with 4 Kings, but on the other side, yet another team might be waiting for them. No, they are backing out, and Almighty will be leaving this area. SDPH will also be backing out, and they need to get a better position. Then they are in here already on the edge of this waters and moving in. Oh, almost making that mistake of dipping in, but how they back out will be the question. And the three-man car in here, the 3-man Antelope will be in there outside and out, saying bye-bye for the Kings for now.
Yep, SDPH, they managed to run away from that engagement, and the 4 Kings do not get to continue their feast. Only 4 kills taken by them so far, and of course, they will be hunting for a few more out there. The 4 Kings need to continuously prove themselves, and also, if the 4 Kings do manage a podium finish in the competition, no doubt whatsoever, there is going to be an organization out there looking to snatch them up instantaneously. And RX 420 on the other hand, Joel has been dropped. This is the engagement now as VVV takes on the players of NRX 420. Timothy tries to climb the tree like Tarzan, but fails miserably. But it doesn't matter. The Rosa's there for the backup as well. And for the time being, Vagabonds Nomads, they don't have the high ground. So Amethyst Esports can still continue playing around at the tree.
Yeah, Amethyst Esports, playing around in the 3. Timothy will still try It's very best, and it's still good on you. Good on you, Timothy. Not giving up that easily, but I think they will be in here seeing another team. Vagabonds Nomads, on the other hand, the captain and the Rosa is a little bit too far from the rest of the teams. Not information gathered just yet, but
Oi!
no! Swish is in there, but just in time, getting away. Is there enough cover for him? No, because infection by the virus is in there.
Yeah, virus just continuously infecting every single player out there on the battlefield. And it doesn't matter exactly how vicious Amateurs esports are on the battlefield. It doesn't matter how capable Nerosa is to take down other squads. It is the one and only Vagabonds Nomads as they try to recover a little bit of their pace in the competition. Only one kill in here so far. 4 kings. They managed to catch SDPH at the end of the day. Panot dropped down onto the ground. And Kyun is the one who went in and capitalized on the takedown, chipping in all of those shots, but I'm very sure the whole team is going in there for the engagement as Vagabonds Nomads now waits for all of that airdrop that might just come in front of them in a little bit. Kyun very slowly, dog tag in hand, but I don't think any of their players are on the ground.
Yeah, we'll have to see as to what is or who is that dog tag being carried by Kyun and the rest of the teams right now running in. Yeah, no one is on the ground. Everyone is in there in play. And on the other side, it is ABC Mystic who will be taken down by the safe zone because how small this is right now, even if it's just going into third phase, they need to be able to get there quick from the north end there that they took from Estate. So on the other hand, we'll have to see how well will they be able to fight it out. But I think SMR's gameplay coming from SDPH will damage a metaverse right now, especially as Nerosa was also taken down earlier.
Without Nerosa in the mix and SDPH knocking down another player on the side of Amateurs esports, you know they are going to continue struggling just a little bit. Yato now finds Siora from the side of BDV. Vagabonds esports for the mighty engagement. Alatsky with a quick hit and run. Tried to go in and pull away his stuff from that airdrop, but does not succeed. Has to back away as the players of Vagabonds Nomads approach that airdrop very, very quickly. Full squad as Alatsky was all alone. You know, the kind of risk that Alatsky takes, I'm very impressed as a player that goes out there for those solo versus duo battles, solo versus squad battles. But, you know, in terms of the team play for this competition, I just wish he would stick together with the rest of the squad a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he's providing a lot of information for this team, but they also not a good instance if in case he provides to be the casualty. But on the other side, Vagabonds Esports going against NRX 420 right now. The smoke will be able to cover their exit, and we'll have to see how well this will end.
Oh, Boji now striking back. M21 in hand. And as you can see, NRX 420 have already managed to access 2 of those pink airdrops. They do have the double setup from the gunsmith, which is going to make them quite the team to beat out there on the battlefield. As Vagabonds Esports was spotted out earlier on, and now they do catch sight of VVV Esports Vici as well. NRX 420 have not struck that hard just yet. Only 1 kill to their name in here so far, Neptune. But they need to start picking up a few more. Very slowly approaching the position now. Vagabonds Esports approach blue a little bit more to get taken down, but Boji does not strike. 1 more, and yes, he gets it. Boji eliminates blue from the equation as well, but that kill will only allow them to pick up that dog tag instantaneously and scan blue right back in here for the mix. So if they want to take advantage, the rest of NRX 420 now needs to continuously drop all of those players. Yato will be the next one. Boji for those shots. Can he get yet another? Yato slides away in the nick of time, and Liuki will be able to find that boulder for himself as well. And Vagabonds Esports are all safe. NRX 420, they now have got a decision, Neptune. Do they aggress? Do they go in for the chase since they know exactly who they're fighting? Or do they rest and wait?
Yeah, I think they will be waiting right now because one thing about a blackout map is the best area that we have right here of the, like, it's also open. So how well Boji was able to take down a different team right there, it can also be done to them. Thus, they don't want to risk it. They are this time going in for the placement point, and I think a few kills will help them, but they will not go in for the aggression just yet. VVV, on the other hand, is in here, will be rushed by SDPH, and we've seen off camera that SDPH, no, this is not SDPH, not just SDPH, we have Existence Valhalla right now, but we've seen SDPH took down 1 member of each team earlier with those snipes and SMRS. So how well will they be able to go in here as they are stuck in the middle of all these teams?
Sekre, beautiful takedown, but we did see off-screen earlier on as well. An SMRS takedown by Kyun as he manages to bag 2 players out there on the battlefield from the side of AMT Prime. But the kill was not shown on the kill feed, so it was just a matter of a knock. Probably got extremely lucky with that SMRS shot, but could not follow it up with yet another to take them out of the equation. And Almighty Prime should have recovered by now. Angel Cutie, on the other hand, does not recover as Ainra finds the bird's eye view, sprays it down with the Holger, and will continue hunting for more players on the side of 13 Academy. Glad has got the view through the window, hasn't gone up to punish Ainra just yet, and allows Ainra to reposition. Sato right behind as well, because 13 Academy, all they want is to bring their player right back into the mix.
Yep, and speaking of mix, the mix has been added in this play earlier. It's just NRX 420 and VVV or Vagabonds Esports. Vagabonds Nomads will also be joining in onto the side, as well as ABC Mystic. So it is ABC Mystic going behind NRX 420, and in this area, it's Vagabonds Esports going against their brothers, but they will not be engaging this yet. They are getting for a good position, but on the other side, Loki has been taken out by Virus, and I think this will be the start of the Civil War.
Oh, Vagabonds Nomads now strike back. Asir drops blue as well. Yato solo player left. That's what I'm talking about. The engagement between the brothers and Vagabonds Nomads. They strike and strike hard, but now they can finish off Vagabonds Esports. Virus flies straight on in, but he gets sprayed down by Yato. And Vagabonds Esports will continue to stand up. Their brothers, Vagabonds Nomads now from the bottom. Luki gets caught out, but they do not have the ability to engage from that high ground as Siora alongside Asir both drop down at the very same time. A terrible move by Vagabonds Nomads, and now the high ground advantage to their big brothers, Vagabonds Esports.
And the pickup has been made for Vagabonds Esports. No one has been eliminated just yet, and this is still a strong team that they are challenging on this game. But I think they were able to, on the other side, a team of NRX 420 was able to peel out from that area, and ABC Mystic now covers this high ground. And as we can see on the left-hand side of our screen, we have the 4 Kings right now who might be in a battle against VVV.
Of exactly what Blue will be able to find out there on the battlefield. Tokyo now. Vagabonds Esports, they finished off with their brothers of Vagabonds Nomads earlier on and now move on to the 4 Kings. Tokyo found and then put down under 6 feet as well. But Kyun now with the backstab. He has the flank on the left-hand side. Can he punish the players of Vagabonds Esports? Alatsky flying straight in, pulling away the rest of the players. Alatsky with the supreme plays, but Kyun does not take advantage. And now Alatsky, as he goes on to tease the players of Vagabonds Esports, pulling away all of their attention, he practically saves the lives of the rest of the 4 Kings. Amazing play, Alatsky.
Alatsky right now is in there trying to survive, but will be taken down by Loki, and the battle continues. 4 Kings right now with 1 man down, will be gunned down in there and will be chased. Loki will be moving up high as the rest of the teams is going low. Kyun will be shot, but Alatsky is still alive with only a few HP, and it's only a matter of time until he gets away or otherwise been taken down once again, but they will not risk it. They will stay at the bottom of that area while Vagabonds Esports move in on the top. And here comes the challenge. Alatsky once again trying to distract everyone else, and Blue was able to take down Alatsky yet another time.
And Vagabonds Esports, earlier on, they had the opportunity to just jump down and shut down the players of Vagabonds Nomads as well, but they were allowed to live. And Vagabonds Nomads, although they are alive, they are at the edge of the cliff with no opportunity to reposition at all. And when they do try to reposition, they will be caught out by ABC Mystic, who are on the approach ever so slowly. And Nomads get taken out by the zone because they could not reposition in time. A little unfortunate for the Nomad squad, but all of the action will go ahead to continue. Ju drops BBB, just wore down on the ground. MYSG representing ABC Mystic. They're still here and they're still alive, Neptune.
Yeah, this is the move that ABC Mystic they would like to see. The way they recover from a battle that they usually loses is how they usually show us, especially from the semifinals. But VVV right now is in there with only 2 members remaining. The pickup's being done, but there goes the push by ABC Mystic. Ju has been taken down in there with the smoke, and Sato will be able to go for the elimination. Now the grenades are being thrown at them, and Duda was able to take down Prime with that war machine. It is now 5 soldiers fighting from the 2 teams of VVV Esports and ABC Mystic.
Hey, as usual, man, it's just going to be VVV versus VVV in here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be Team Vici going up against Veni. Who will take the victory in? Sato, still alive and kicking. They do have 3 players on their side as Sekre will now get picked up. And the final shutdown with that Holger Mythic. And the victory is taken by a one and only VVV Esports Vici.
VVV Esports Vici, yet showing that the VVV Esports brand is still in there ready to fight. And as we mentioned, AJ, with a win that has been taken away from Vagabonds Esports, it starts a new trend for the other teams to get those wins as well. And this time, we have seen VVV Esports Vici, that needs to be named in there at the bottom of our screen right now, to take that #1 spot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And VVVVG, this is the brand. This is the brand that provides us 3 supreme teams that's going out there and dominating the battlefield of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. And, you know, I don't think organizations will be able to steal away VVV Esports players. but, you know, there has been speculation. There has most definitely been speculation that maybe competitions of the future for Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale might only have 1 team from each and every single organization joining for the battle at the end of the day. Maybe at that point, it might be possible for some of these members, for some of these teams to break away and find different organizations. I don't know if that's going to happen, just speculations, but it might come true in the future. But for the time being, the domination by Vagabonds Esports doesn't seem to be all that too apparent out there in the battlefield. It feels like they did whatever that they need to do on day #1. Day #2, they continued just a little bit because they bought themselves a little bit of extra insurance. And from the time I asked them to fall asleep, they've fallen asleep. But my, oh my, someone needs to go give them a kiss and wake them up.
Yeah, kiss or coffee, AJ. I mean, kiss or coffee. Whatever wakes them up. Whatever wakes them up. Because, like, this time, this is day #3, the last day of the finals, and this is where usually other teams who have been falling behind on the scores are waking up. And I think I don't know. We still have to yet to see if the last 2 rounds, or yet to find out the last 2 rounds from the previous day has been really the a time wherein the Vagabonds Esport has slept, and if they regret that decision. Because so far, a lot of teams are chasing there, and a lot are getting close in those scores. So we'll have to find out as we look onto the post-game breakdown.
Absolutely, sir. 14 kills picked up here by team #2, your VVV Esports Vici, as well as 10 placement points for themselves. Team 7, VVV Esports Veni, grabbed the 6 placement points in that second spot, alongside a total of 6 kills for their squad. And this is the MYSG representing squad, Alibaba Clan Mystic. Amazing performance out there on the battlefield this time. They bagged 19 kills.
Wow.
Talk about stepping it up when we call those boys out. This is the team representing the whole of MYSG. And if there's any brand in MYSG looking for a little bit of promise out there on the battlefield, please pick them up. Please grab them and invest your money into these boys, because clearly they are the hopes and dreams of all of the MYSG fans out there to make us proud, because this is just all-out Filipino dominance at the grand finals. It has been a whole all-out Filipino dominance even at the semi-finals. Out of the 32 teams, this is the one representing MYSG. They've made it to the finals. They don't do well overall on the leaderboards, but these are the kind of moments that shows us that they are not only one of the best, but they can go out there and do it when they truly put their mind to it, man. I mean, 19 kills in this lobby is just absolutely insane in comparison to the 4 kills here picked up by the leaders of the grand finals, Vagabonds Esports, the current king of kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. But of course, the 4 Kings, they got called out and they step it up there on their own accord as well, grabbing the 5th spot in here, Neptune, alongside 10 kills for themselves.
Yeah, and that is a lot of kills in there from this team, and as well as the placement that they can get. But I think they were placed in a very difficult position in there in the final moment as to why they were taken down early. So just in case they were able to be positioned on the other side, the result might be different. The result might have been different for the 4 Kings. They might have survived, because we've seen the movement of Kyun as well as Alaski, that they can survive. They can get away from those pinches that has been done. But as the safe zone closes and those terrains change as they move along on the map, it makes it difficult for them to really move and grab much more from themselves. But on the other side, Vagabonds Nomads, when we thought we are about to see them pop off as they
Mhm.
take down their brothers from Vagabonds Esports early on that ledge, they were left in there who have to go in onto the other side of that cliff. Thus, they weren't able to take advantage of the position that they have, and they need to back away from the fight, ending in number six. Royal Kings and number seven right now, also with two kings, similar to the Nomads right here. And on number eight, we have Existence Valhalla. Devo taking that one kill in here on number eight. VVVE Sports, this is Vidi, who was able to get also one kill, and it's Mr. Kaser. And we are seeing right now the trend on
Mm.
how each team is playing differently from
Yeah.
isolated to blackout.
Absolutely, man. SDPH picking up the 10th spot for themselves alongside 2 kills, and Amethyst Esports, on the other hand, only 2 kill points for themselves this time round. 12th position, NRX 420. Peanut as well as Boji, they contribute to the squad a total of 3 kills. That means 3 points. 13 Academy, oi, 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 oi. Consistency is out the window this time round, but I'm very sure those words that just came out of my mouth will be pushing them right back up to the top. Hopefully, we can see more from them a little bit later on. Of course, alongside their brothers, who are supposed to be doing well in here, Almighty Prime bombing out this time super early, only with 5 kills to their name. HE Phoenix, on the other hand, a single kill point out of Merc. And of course, you saw the engagement by the ABC Mystic squad earlier on as they shut down Easy Reborn Esports Magna as they went in for the hot drop very, very early into game number 2. And of course, this is what we expect out of all of the teams. But as you see, some of those big names who bombed out early, and you don't expect, performance like that from squads like these, from squads who have got the capability of not only getting that number 1 spot, but also rising up the leaderboard very confidently. It is because of the composition of the competition. 16 of the most supreme teams battling out there on the battlefield. You don't know what's going to happen next, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, you might have already a plan, but this time, because of the pressure, as well as this is the last day. I mean, a lot of teams has already put out a lot of study, as well as understanding of the movement of the team, and this is where they put out all those aces and put it into play. So that is also one possible reason why we've seen Vagabonds Esports in there go in for the fight, but they completely miss and miss to take out another team, or probably some of the teams that they targeted, as well as miss to take that number 1. So it's more of how well will they be able to turn this around and bring back the playbook into game.
And of course, let's take a look at our highlights here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the 4 Kings earlier on. They shut down the players of HE Phoenix one after the other. This was the compound where we also saw, I believe, the players of SDPH try to aggress on them a little bit. And NRX 420 in this position were in the best spot to take Vagabonds Esports out of the equation. But unfortunately, the response time for Boji, although solid, the position that he held onto didn't really give him the opportunity to go in for the attack. And the one thing that I did not like about the engagement of Boji was, yes, it was a good position. Yes, it was a good knock, but he shouldn't have killed that player. Once again, I really do not understand why some of these teams do not keep those players alive, crawling around as bait, because obviously Vagabonds Esports don't want to scan a dog tag and wait for their team member to come back in later on. They will be playing those smokes. They will be going in for the pickup instead. And that's where Boji could have just taken some extra shots and then knocked down a couple of other players. But that was such a wasted opportunity. And I don't think this is the first time I'm saying it in the competition. So hopefully some of those teams out there just really pick up on that strat and execute it out there on the battlefield, especially at Blackout, man. I mean, the nest of snipers, you need to make use of that opportunity, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you're still on the 3rd and 4th phase, there's still a chance for the scan. So you cannot really go in for that advantage that they are pulling out right there. And it's a good point that you have in there, especially if they have the grenades that they can utilize, even in the smoke. If they know the last known position of those who they knock down, they can utilize that smoke and also damage the other team. So at some point, some of the teams have been aggressive enough. So once they've seen a knockdown, they go in for the rush. But that is not being seen for NRX 420 right now. A move that I
Yeah.
would say would be smarter on them because they are really evolving as a team. But this time it was a missed opportunity because so far from how we've seen that terrain, no one might be backstabbing them at that moment. So information gameplay of their environment also went in for the
Mm.
play of NRX 420, not favoring them.
Yeah, and a lot of the COD community initially thought that the rewind class wouldn't be all that too effective out there in the battlefield, but it's proving to be one of the most effective skills to have on your side, especially when it comes to the retrieval of those dog tags or getting basic information before heading in for a certain engagement. But whoever's playing the rewind class needs to be very, very, very skilled mechanically, and skilled mechanically will be the best way to describe the whole VVV clan, especially Vici, in this particular round, where they not only managed to outdo their previous performance, but of course grab a solid number of kills to their own name as well, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, VG right now is on the way to be able to go and take their place in there to be able to take their place in there and go past the other teams who are gunning the number one spot. But it will still have to be the consistency that we keep asking them if they can go in round after round, because a lot of teams are going in for that smarter move to be able to outlive and outsurvive other teams out there in this game. But there you have it. Round number 2 is over, and AJ is so exciting not seeing just one team going in for the win, but also others catching up with those points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at a certain point, it would definitely get boring. And it's one of the things I was praying for on day number 2, to have all of the other teams step it up. I mean, obviously, we know Vagabonds Esports. We know what they're capable of out there on the battlefield. But if you only have that one team dominating all throughout the 3 days, then you already know who's going to get the number 1 spot. You already know who's going to be your champion. And it was starting to look like that after day number 1. But, post day 2 and then into day number 3, where Vagabonds Esports themselves start struggling a little bit out there on the battlefield, now it's wide open once again. The fight for that number 1 spot is as alive as it was on day number 1. And that's what makes this event so much more exciting. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we still have got the giveaway for you guys, the Epic Wish Crate. And if you guys want more of these giveaways, please help us bring in a bigger audience to enjoy this broadcast. All you need to do is just hit that like, be active in the comment section, as well as share the stream out, be it on whether you're watching it on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, it doesn't matter, but share it as many times as you can on all of the other platforms so everybody can enjoy what you guys are enjoying.
Yeah, definitely. And who is not enjoying as well the prizes that we're giving away? Once again, the sticker, the greatest of all time sticker, is in there at the bottom of AJ, and there's no other placement that I can put in there. GOAT, just in there, just below AJ, proving AJ that you're still the GOAT out there.
I hope, man. I hope. I want to be the GOAT, but I know where I stand in the world, and I'm not the greatest just yet. But one day I will get there. Maybe one day we will see the players of Four Kings get there as well, because so much of potential in this squad. But a couple of mistakes, man. Neptune, I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it so many times. The whole of COD community understands where I'm coming from. I think Alatsky's play is just a little bit too risky from the early get-go. In the previous match out, it kind of worked, but even having that chopper didn't really give them a lot of maneuverability around the battlefield, because the moment some of these teams see the chopper up there in the air, bye-bye chopper, and if you don't hop out of the chopper, you get taken down. So I don't know how effective all of those risky plays are from Alatsky. It's a little bit better if they just go out and loot those high-tier loot zones. But of course, let's leave it to the teams. We're going to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, but keep sharing the stream. Neptune and I will be right back with all of this action.
Oh, ano ng plano mga lods? Last 2 squads na lang.
Basta high ground lang ako, Ate Char. Cover ko kayo. Sige, sunod lang ako sa inyo.
Ha? Wait lang. Nasaan na ba kayo? Ang gulo-gulo niyo naman eh. Si Bugoy ang layo. Tapos si IZ walang ambag. Tapos ito naman si Doxy, hindi niya nga alam kung ano nangyayari.
Wala lang, kaya natin to. Oh, ayun yung last code ah.
Down 3 na, isa na lang.
Guys, Nasaan yung last? Ay, hassle. Nasa likod ko pala. Ala, sniper sa ako. Ingat kayo ha, ingat kayo.
Doc Z, ikaw na lang last survivor natin.
Oo, kaya mo yan.
Guys, di ko alam kung nasan siya.
Kami bahala. Sasabihin namin kung nandiyan na siya. Kaya mo yan, nagbiwan nila.
Nadawan ko siya. Guys, nanalo tayo!
Yes! Yun! Dok, ang galing mo, Dok!
Yun! Nanalo rin!
O ano guys? Isa pa?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the final day of the grand finals for Garena Survivors, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. We are your shoutcasters. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, the best analyst that the Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale scene has to offer. And out here, we are just picking all of these teams apart as they go out there and show us a little bit of performance. But the consistency that some of these teams have been bringing in has been absolutely obliterated in day number 3, as those teams who haven't really been showing up on those battlefield finally have woken up. Now we see a few more of them up there grabbing those victories for themselves, grabbing those points that they most definitely need, because as we stated when we started the day, every single climb you make up the ranks makes a difference in terms of the prize pool or the amount of money that you get from the prize pool. The number 1 spot obviously has the lion's share, but a lot of money in terms of increment every single step up the way, Neptune.
Yes, especially for those already on the top. But and like I pointed out yesterday, it's still good enough for the winners of the previous match as well as the brand that they represent, because they have 3 teams out here for the prize pool that they will be getting in here. The accumulated, I don't know if they'll be able to overtake the number 1 spot in there if all of that's combined. But still having a consistent team right here, like different teams consistently moving in from semifinals to grand finals, is something that we need to really look out for, because they're still on their way to move up even further on these games.
Absolutely, man. And I see the war of words in the comment section. You guys are getting fired up, supporting your team, giving a little bit of your analysis in the comment section as well. I'm not against that. Bring it on, man. But just don't get toxic, okay? Don't start scolding each other in there. Give your own opinion. Cheer your own team. And that is most definitely needed in the comment section. I mean, do you know how much it lifts our spirit when you guys have positive things to say about Neptune and I in the comment section? It is the exact same way. It's the exact same thing for the teams that you support. This official chat for Garena Call of Duty Mobile is a very powerful tool. Do not use it to spread hate, but instead use it to power up all of the teams that you guys support out there on the battlefield, because they need it, man. I mean, even teams like Vagabonds Esports right now, I think they're getting a little dried out because the support from their fans, they are wondering, where is it? I mean, I see 4Kings in there. I see NRX 420 running the chat group in here. Where are the rest of the fans? Drop the hashtag of the team that you support in the comment section and let's start this party because we still have got 4 more rounds to go. Anything can still happen out there on the leaderboards, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And also because of most of the teams out here are content creators, you can also
Yes.
tag their pages and also tag those who can give out all support in this game. And that is a simple ask that we can do. It's free of charge. There's nothing that you will pay for
Yeah.
that simple thing, and it will make a lot of difference.
Yes, it will. It will most definitely make a lot of difference. And yes, it's free of charge, but it's worth a lot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay, so bring on that love for all of the teams that you love and respect out there on the battlefield and make sure you energize them. Make sure you power them up with all of the love that you send their way because the leaderboard's getting just a little bit hotter, man. Let's take a look at exactly where the teams stand up there now. 207 points from the side of Vagabonds Esports. But at Almighty Prime, they are very slowly catching up. And now it is just a matter of 38 points for them to pick up to now not only catch up with Vagabonds Esports, but outdo them. But they have to remember that Vagabonds Esports are picking up points round after round as well. So another one of those main contentions is if at all the teams out there on the battlefield do manage to spot Vagabonds Esports and they are in a good position, for example, like 13 Academy, 4Kings, or Almighty Prime, it then increases the need for them to continue that engagement and to just slay out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, challenges can be made out here, especially on how we seen some of the top teams, as well as greatest slayers out there being taken down in the game. That is one thing, a motivation that the teams can take advantage of, as well as go in for those fights, because definitely it will bring you to a different height if you can take out those in the top and then cover up with the placement later on. But as we move in there, 13 Academy has been read already to be close to Almighty Prime. 4Kings in there also on their way. VV Esports, Vici, and Veni with Veni taking that win has already bring them up a little bit to be able to catch up to their brothers. A Metaverse still in there, staying on number 7. And this is why we ask all of those supporters out there to give out all support for a Metaverse Esports because they really need that. So far, they're not popping off from what we expected. And I think a little bit more of cheer will will energize them to go in for the fight. But stepping in onto the left-hand side, AJ, is another team of BV Esports. And this is Vidi, who just reached 100 points in here on this leaderboard.
Yeah, solid performance by the VVV clan overall. Very as well as Vici. But yes, they are scrambled up at the leaderboards because of how they perform out there on the battlefield. But NRX 420, very slowly, they crawled up, but slowly crawled down as well as VD outperforms them just a little bit. But 3 points away from them, NRX 420 can make a difference for themselves. Once again, it is the rivalry that we are still looking into. But if you truly assess the situation, NRX 420 can catch up with the 4Kings. NRX 420 just needs one breakout round. Give me 20 kills, give me that number 1 spot, and NRX 420 not only would have been able to catch up with the 4Kings, but even be able to outdo them. That is how close all of the points are up there on the leaderboard. So there's no love lost here for the baby dinosaurs just yet. Vagabonds Nomads, on the other hand, this one's the disappointment because of what they were able to show us. A lot of expectations built on the performance of Vagabonds Nomads during semifinals too. But at the finals, unfortunately, they seem to bomb out. Placement points, they don't find for themselves. Kills seem to be a little lackluster out there on the battlefield. Although they do hit, they don't seem to be able to pull themselves up the leaderboard. And that's going to hurt if they don't start improving their approach. But just as how the players of NRX 420 still have a chance in here, so do the Nomads, Neptune.
Yeah, the Nomad still has a chance. They've shown up already from some of the rounds that we have seen, and we'll have to yet to see them pop off in this game. But another thing that we have asked not to be
Uri?
seen right now is the
Uri?
chopper steal, but this time I think it's
Double
successful.
chopper steal.
Not only, yes, double chopper. The platform is already in play in there, and the chopper might be taken as well as the two members of the Four Kings team up and move in onto that platform. More visibility from them, more mobility from them with a double chopper gameplay.
Very interesting approach coming through from the Four Kings. They are like, oh, Mustachio, you don't like us taking risk one person, so two people are going to take the risk now. Good job, like guys. Two choppers now they have to their side. But all of the risky plays, we talked about it, Neptune. Big risk, big reward. And that's exactly what the Four Kings are going out for in there. Good luck to the boys. I really want to see them achieve a lot for themselves. A team that was just set up 2 months ago. They just came together and they have achieved so much for themselves. You have mentioned, a few of them are content creators as well. So that's exactly where they built up all of the supremacy out there on the battlefield. So if you guys out there, if you just play Call of Duty Mobile and one day you want to become a streamer, you can also get up to this level, because a lot of people think there's a divide between content creators as well as esports players out there who compete professionally. No, you can use streaming as a great platform to sharpen your skills and then transition into esports and dominate out there on the battlefield, just like the Four Kings. An inspiration to everyone.
Yeah, definitely. And just, some examples can be cited of what you just mentioned earlier, because some of the teams are really went in onto the content creation side compared to the pro scenes. But it depends on the person. But for those of you who aren't here, who are really gunning to go into pro scene, not just for popularity, but also for the level of self-satisfaction wherein you win, you get a win and then go in for that number one. That's one thing that some people are really gunning for, and that is something that you can also do, especially in, I would say, let's just go for a real talk right here, especially in the world wherein not a lot of love is being given out, especially for those on the bottom. So a little bit of privilege given to yourself is one thing that you can go for, especially if you have the skills as well as the mental fortitude to go forward and improve yourself day after day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, but it's not a easy journey, as you can see. Even after struggling, even after putting out so much of hard work, these players still have to face the toxicity in the comment section by some segments of the COD community. And that's exactly where you guys will be tested, not just on the battlefield, but your mental capability of hanging with the toxic comments being thrown your way. But the best of the best have to go through all of that and still rise up to the top. The amount of hate that the King of Kings Vagabonds esports have seen on their side is tremendous, but they still find a way to perform out there, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's just what we are. That's what we love about some of the teams right now. They remain in there at the top. They perform to their highest level, regardless of how many hate they are catching. Really, they are taking in from some of the, say, not their fans, but fans of others. But this is why we are talking about this. Not only because this is FPP and it starts slow, it's because we want everyone to be aware on the journey of everyone in here, content creator or pro scene. It's pretty much the same thing. They are experiencing challenges in game as well as from personal life, as well as on their celebrity life if they have to, and they need to overtake them. But this time, the battle continues on.
Yep, ABC Mystic, we just praised them, but NRX 420, they are hungry. Can ABC Mystic prove themselves against NRX 420 now as Ju gets knocked down onto the ground as well? 3 dog tags in quick succession. This was the engagement at the exact same compound between NRX 420 as well as ABC Mystic yesterday. We saw the tremendous plays from Peanut, but this time round, the players of ABC Mystic do not have a chance against all of them at all. And then one final takedown from the side of Cape will be absolutely solid as NRX 420 prove themselves. The baby dinosaurs still have a little bit of life in them, Nephew.
Yeah, a lot of life. That is 4 life in there in this game. Because the ABC Mystic has none. And this is just a response to what happened from yesterday. Because it was NRX 420 who were gunned down, but with the effort of Peanut in there escaping against all four members of ABC Mystic, it was not displayed in there. It was not shown right now from ABC Mystic, but I think it's something that they can learn as well.
Yeah.
They were able to challenge them on, but it just so happened what with the gunfights in there, they were taken down early. But taken down early, we'll have to see who will be taken down early, and it is Alaski and Tune into display.
Yeah, Tokyo though, the backstab is still on for the players of Four Kings. Tokyo hits quickly, but needs to back away. He does not have the right skill to disengage and gets taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Four Kings have been eliminated.
The Four Kings versus the Royal Kings in here.
My, oh my.
The versus of the two kings right now. And, well, I guess it proves to show that other teams, regardless of their placement in the leaderboard, really has something to, something to put into the play. And on the other side, another team is going in against NRX 420. I think, AJ, this is the way that NRX 420 will be moving up onto that leaderboard.
Oh, but they have to be careful. Right in front of them stands the team of Very VG in the form of Vidi. VVV Esports. They've got the high ground. They're aiming for that airdrop already. It's going to be the guns from the gunsmith. NRX 420, you know exactly how they love those pink airdrops. Smoke Bomber Peanut sends in a perfect delivery. Can they bag all of them? The God names being dropped back to back as well. Oh, he gets the hit mark. Peanut now knows that the players are there. Needs to wait for a little bit of backup from the rest of his team members as well. The one and only Wonder Kid Boji brings in his own artillery to this engagement. Cases, Yora, Jewel, all of them have managed to hit that airdrop and quickly back away. Disengage from the players of NRX 420 who are raging on. But NRX 420, as careful as they are, you know the fire is burning in them a little bit bigger, a little bit more fierce. As they saw the kill feed earlier on, they know their rivals Four Kings are down and out in this round. So it is their time to shine and prove that not only can they catch up, but they can outdo them. Earlier on, we did see they just needed a solid 30 points on their side. And this is what I said. They need the kills. They need that #1 spot. They're well on their way there already, but they need to be careful, Neptune.
Yeah, and not being careful is Vagabond's Nomads as they are being backstabbed by Almighty right here. 2 down already into this game for the Vagabond's Nomads and more to come. Ezra has been taken down as well, but GB has been traded in there in that play. VVP also joining the party right here, taking down one of the Almighty. And I think the NRX 420 will also come into play, AJ.
NRX 420 now chipping into this battle. Almighty craziness out there on the battlefield. And Chase will need to chase his own tail as he waits for all of these players to be done and dusted with this battleground first before he can come back in here and save his brothers, pick up their dog tags. Sphinx drops Ciora. Easy Reborn Esports Magna joining the fray as well off screen. And it will be Kaiser who needs now to back away from this position. Everybody wanted to attack the exact same objective. Everybody wanted to get their guns from the gunsmith because you know how valuable it is in a lobby like this, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that gives you a great advantage, especially for accuracy. But with that disadvantage of having a lot of teams as well in here, you need to be a little bit more smarter. Yes, you need to move first, but just a little bit before the airdrop hits the ground. Yeah. Otherwise, you might be waiting in there out in the open, and you will be taken out by the team. Like artillery, secondaries, like the smokes can help as well, but to us much that will be questioned because grenades are being thrown at them as well, and clusters are a damager when it comes to those engagements.
Shout out to our spectators who are doing a tremendous job out there today, managing to catch all of those engagements for us, all of those important battles. And the spectators have been having quite a hard time managing to switch in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And we have to say that it has all come through from the difficulty of using that emulator, right? I, as a person who runs these custom rooms as well, get frustrated with the emulators so much all around because of the technical issues that develop through them. So shout out to the observers who are doing a fantastic job dealing with all of those technical issues, but still bringing us the best of the best of the best action out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, and also shout out to the moderators out there on Facebook because they're also doing a great job in there, keeping away, taking out the toxic comment sections in there. Now, toxic comments from the comment section, making sure that it is clean in there. So let's not challenge the moderators. They're just doing their job. They're here monitoring instead of watching a great game unfold right here. They are in here watching your comments and reading all through them. The movement of the comment section really, especially as a content creator, especially especially as looking at tournaments just like this, as big as this, it moves so quickly. It's very difficult to really to catch those. But they are in there, was able to take out all of those curses as well as negative comments towards other teams, just to make sure that everything is kept clean.
And in terms of keeping it clean, the players of VVV in here keeping their own score sheet a little bit too clean, Neptune. BG hasn't managed to get a single kill so far, and they disengage from any battles that might break out there on the battlefield. They want to play a safe game. They want to continue climbing up the leaderboard only towards the very end of that circle, because they know the importance of all of those placement points. The placement points that the Vagabonds esports squad has not been picking up for themselves in the recent matches in the same way they were dominating in day number 1. A rewind here being played by Sato as he disengages and backs away, but I'm not so sure exactly why he hit that. Could have been a fat finger moment, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced that so much because not that I have fat fingers, but because it's not quick enough compared to the pro teams like here. But it's something that everyone, I would say everyone.
I've got fat fingers. It happens all the time.
Like, I would like to ask anyone in there from the comment section playing this game who haven't experienced that even once, and I'm pretty sure no one will be able to say that. It might be a troll who might say, I have never done that, or probably just played only one game. Played only one game and then said, I haven't done that. Haven't happened to me just yet. A lot of fun is in here as we talk, AJ, because not that much engagement is happening, and FPP brings that into the game. The limited visibility of the teams in here, bringing them a little bit cautious into the gameplay. Thus, they only go in like in a specific position, also in several directions, and this is where communication comes into play, wherein you have to turn your head to one direction to spot out an enemy and take them down as easily, because how heated it is with a lot of members jumping into the same area will be very difficult to outdone.
The Royals are on fire, man. They took out the Four Kings earlier on, and now they want to shut down the players of VVV as well. Del Cutie managing to reposition himself twice with that rewind, but did not travel far enough just yet. And the Royal Kings, as they get taken down one after the other, Omega straight to Secre, and the Mac 10 Banana Blaster will be able to blast the one and only Secre away, but not without the assistance of Hangin from the back. Up top, Hangin just keeping up all of his pressure. Now Sato trying to reposition with that rewind class, does not manage to engage and take down those players. As the solo player left in here, the Royal Kings might be able to bag out team VVVVG as well. Can they execute that? Sato already in here for the scan, and this is an excellent scan because in 12 seconds his team member will come back, and if the Royal Kings do not take him out within the next 10 seconds, VVV will continue to survive. Can Del Cutie, Omega, and Hangin get this done? Sato repositions, and he has managed to get the job done. He will have a little bit of backup now, so even if he takes that risky play to pick up the next dog tag, he will still be alive. Blank is the only one who has not been picked up just yet, Neptune, but looking at the way Sato positions himself and executes all of the decisions out there on the battlefield, he knows what he's doing, and those are the right moves.
Yeah, and speaking of knowing the doing, you've seen how Omega moved up from where Sato has jumped in. Knowing that he's a rewind class, there is a great tendency for him to jump out, glide, and then go back from the top, and that is what Omega has done. Unfortunate for him, that tactic haven't been used by Sato, but that is a good play that anyone can use in a battle, especially after a rewind class. But speaking of battle, another team is in here, and this is a Metaverse, NRX 420, as well as 13 Academy.
And it's going to be the 13 Academy that repositions NRX 420. They have got the vantage point. They've got the high ground. Shots now being fired. Angel Cutie will get caught out. Instinct tries to fire right back. M21 from the gunsmith. So this is going to be quite the heavy firepower here on the side of Instinct, but he needs to find the high ground. But as he finds the high ground on the snowboards, here comes Amateurs Esports. And with the bird's eye view, Amateurs Esports will be able to take down the 13 Academy. So these boys need to be really careful. They bombed out a little bit too earlier on, and now this time they fire back. Rosa, the one and only captain of the Amateurs Esports, gets tagged up, and he quickly goes in for the prone. NRX 420 on the left, Amateurs Esports on the right. 13 Academy might just be toast.
Yep, toast indeed if they will not be able to go and take down one of this team right here. And they are still maintaining this good position. I mean, the ledge right now will provide them cover. And as they move up, if they will not be headshot right there, might be able to get those information. But there on the other side, Instinct was able to take down Dre and Glad in there for the hit against NRX 420. The positioning gameplay right now is doing very well for the side of 13 Academy right now, but for how long? The safe zone is right next to them, so they need to do something before it runs out in less than a minute.
Absolutely, sir. EZR existence will find themselves being knocked down onto the ground as well. Debu has been taken out of the equation, and now one final player from the side of VVV slowly approaching the position of NRX 420. Instinct trying to respond to those shots of Boji earlier on, but he will not be able to find anyone just yet as NRX 420 quickly now moves on to reposition. 3 of their players have the snowboard. One guy does not have the snowboard, and his name is Kape. Can he get away from VVV now? The rest of NRX 420, he backs away. Oh, Kape has got the snowboard as well. Finally starts moving. I don't know exactly what caused the delay, but off screen, Boji shuts down Sekre, and now NRX 420, they prey on VVV as well. Sekre was chasing NRX 420 earlier on, and he will understand you're not supposed to go on pursuit when players like that are running away, because they're looking for the #1 spot. The baby dinosaurs are looking to bite.
Yeah, they're ready to bite right now, and how big the bite will be will remain to be answered once this battle on this area will be completed, because so far a lot of teams are in there. Initial gunshots has been made, but it's more of positioning gameplay that they need to go in right now, because the safe zone will be closing in. For those who stayed, it will be very difficult for them to move because they will be hunted by a metaverse right now who was able to take the higher ground. AJ,
high ground from Amethyst Esports. They can bag out both NRX 420 as well as 13 Academy with their position. Boji gets knocked down onto the ground. Glad will gladly pick up the kill for himself, but he doesn't finish off Boji just yet. There might still be an opportunity, but there is not gonna be a problem for the players at all, as Boji was a little bit too low on HP earlier on. And here comes 13 Academy now. Has to engage with NRX 420 as the circle pushes them in. Angel Cutie repositions up top on the roof of this shed, but does not find the players of NRX 420 just yet, and instead focuses on taking down VVV as he spots them towards the left-hand side. NRX 420 might be able to cut off the access of Tom Peeps as he approaches them slowly in here. All-out chaos on the battlefield. You don't even know where to look. You don't even know where to shoot, Neptune.
yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to really find out where to shoot, because we have one from above, we have 2 teams from below, and they need to go in and take down one of them. And there goes the attempt to go for the takedown, but it is not successful. It's a good move in there by Tom Peeps to go against Cape. And on the other side, we have yet a metaverse to Timothy, who will be taken out by Vagabonds Esports. Vagabonds Esports, who has been waiting to go in for this kill, is now rushing in against the ones on the top of this hill.
Yeah, but the Jack's not going to be able to reach anyone just yet. Watts down on the ground. Lukey now approaching the situation. Jack once again for the strike, but absolutely bags nobody. Watts will be taken out of the equation, and Amethyst Esports, they reposition. They do not want to save the team member just yet because it was a little too risky. His roll now flies through the air. Lukey takes control of that high ground, and this is the supremacy of Vagabonds Esports. They see a spot that they like, and they rip it away from your hands. And now from up top, the God Nate flying on down. 13 Academy might just be pressured. Angel Cutie being tagged up here by Lukey. Back and forth now. They take this fight, but the players now should be able to knock down Vagabonds Esports with those easy headshots if Vagabonds Esports makes a wrong move here. But with all of the chaos going on down there at the battlefield, nobody has the time to look up, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, all they have to do is look left and right, front and center. Looking up is a little bit out of the question right here, because a lot of happenings in this side, especially as the placement of this safe zone is a little bit difficult for some of the teams being left on this ridge. So VV Esports yet have a good cover, but a lot of teams is also having the same idea. 30 Academy haven't pushed onto that area just yet they are still a 4-man squad, and all they have to do right now is rush as a full squad. They might be able to take down VV right now, but Duda is already waiting, and the rest of the teams as well have their eyes on this prize.
5 more squads, 4 more squads, I have to say, left in the mix here as VVV. This is your team, Veni, holding on to the edge of this circle a lot, just beside this cliff here, trying to avoid as many of those engagements as possible. But it's a terrible position to hold on to because it's not the center of the circle. It's just a little bit too steep. It's just a little bit too difficult to reposition once that circle starts moving, and they only have 3 seconds now. VVV going to be in trouble. 13 Academy on for the approach, but all smoked out. That gives them the cover, but also obscures their vision. They don't know who's in front of them. They don't know who's going to attack. VVV, here comes Vagabonds Esports, fall with a backstab, and 13 Academy, the full squad engages, but Nash rewinds, resets his position, and from the other side, Blue will come in here with the pressure, and they get the Odin shut down. Vagabonds Esports have woken up again.
A complete cleanup in there as Vagabonds Esports once again took priority of position, staying in the middle of that safe zone as the rest just runs in and is being gunned down. Vagabonds Esports is not backing out of this game just yet, and they are still here, yet taking another win. And how much more can other teams take off the lead of this team? We'll have to see, because I think they're a little bit too comfortable in their gameplay. As you can see, Nash all covered out right there.
Cold room, man. Everybody wants to go out there. Everybody wants to dominate. Everybody wants to be comfortable at the same time. Vagabonds Esports finally managing to wake up in the nick of time, man, because the rest of the teams were starting to catch up little by little. And if Vagabonds Esports did not do something about it, then goodbye to the title of the King of Kings, because they will then become the Kings of all. This is the very first competition of Garena Survivors in here. This is the first time we've increased the prize pool to a point where any of the previous pro players would be quite annoyed they did not stay in the scene long enough, because there's a lot to pick up out there, man. At Vagabonds Esports, they pick up a lot of kills at the same time as that victory. 12 kills on their side, 10 points from placements, 22 from this lobby alone. But 13 Academy, when Vagabonds were not performing, 13 Academy didn't feel the need to, but now they make a strong comeback. 6 points alongside 4 from the kills will give them 10. And here comes team number 7, VVV Esports, Veni, with a total of 5 kills, 5 points from the kills, as well as the 3rd spot for themselves. But Easy Reborn Esports, Magna,
Wow.
here is the outlier who once again manages to perform. And this squad, man, is just so impressive. They are not one of the supreme teams. They are not one of the deadliest ones out there on the battlefield. But with the effort, with the pure effort, Neptune, they prove themselves with 9 kills this time around at the 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, this proves to show that slowly and surely is a one thing for you to be able to move up. And that is what Easy Reborn is doing. After the first elimination that we're able to put in onto the play, the motivation is still on them. But motivation is not still on the sides of a Metaverse Esports. Yes, they were able to go for the battle for the gunshots, but it's only Nerosa taking 2 kills in there in this game. Number 5 spot is not that high compared to the other teams. VVV, this is a VVV Esports form, the teams of VG right now, wherein they are that close to be able to increase themselves on the leaderboards, increase themselves to catch up against the 4 Kings. The poor opportunity by this team to be able to overtake them is big, but they didn't get that much onto the kills. Thus, they will be staying, I believe, on the same spot in there onto that leaderboard.
Yeah, man. And of course, at the 7th spot here, you can see team number 6 picking up the victory for themselves. And it is Team Vidi with just 4 kills down here at the bottom. So running out of placement points. But NRX 420, this was their breakout round. And they did not manage to capitalize. They got bagged out a little bit too early. Positioning is key. And this time round, they were in a terrible spot. And it's just a matter of time where they just catch up with the strategy and just start working on it, man. 8th position is unacceptable for this squad, but they do manage to bag a decent number of kills here, a total of 9 for themselves. Almighty Prime, in the 9th place this time around with only 3 points to themselves, which is going to allow 13 Academy to continue running away with the points. This is just going back to what it was, and Almighty Prime just need to be careful with their approach in these matches. Royal Kings, on the other hand, oh my, this was the team that was just so impressive out there. They shut down the 4 Kings in this particular lobby, which is why we haven't seen them out there just yet on the leaderboard with a total of 9 kills to their name, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, 9 kills from the Royal Kings, taking down the Kings themselves. Now, that is impressive for this team, and this will bring in more a lot as the day continues, as the round continues, because having to take down one of those in the top five really gives out the motivation. But
Yeah.
we have HE Phoenix right now, who is in there on 11, as well as 0 points on the kills. Not quite sure
Yeah.
what really happened on them. The vehicle gameplay, I would say, a little bit successful, but this time I don't think they were able to utilize that to its best performance. So we'll have to see more from HE Phoenix, because so far these members, Merc Assassin, Burn, and Sucre, have been performing, especially on the 1v1 engagement on
Mm.
those rumbles that we've seen. So we'll have to yet to see more of them. But SDPH, on the other hand, compared to HE Phoenix, has 4 kills to their name, but still on number 12 spot.
Yeah, and 13th place is taken by Existence Valhalla. No points for them. Vagabonds Nomads continue to disappoint the fans that thought through the semifinals to performance they were going to be one of the dominant ones in the grand finals. But unfortunately, we do not find that consistency of good plays. Instead, we find the consistency of them bombing out. Seems to be affecting them a little bit too much here. And if they don't start to buck up, they're obviously not going to find the bigger slice of that pie. 4 Kings, they will be quite mad at the Royal Kings. But I guess the Royal Kings just wanted to show who were the more dominant kings out there. Alatsuki, Tokyo, Fried, Kyun, none of them pick up any kills for themselves. And the same is the case for ABC Mystic down there at the 16th spot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of promise from the teams, but so far, a lot of teams as well as being more aggressive, or I would say more successful in the gunfight in this fights. But well,
Yeah.
what more can we ask for? This is the last day of the grand finals, and
I
this is
can
what
ask for something.
Yeah,
Remember, I said I don't want to see Alatsuki moving on for a solo chopper steal. We then see 2 choppers, being attacked by 4 Kings. Bro, the strategy is not working, man. And if they continue trying to move on in with a strat that just seems to punish them round after round, Neptune, I really don't think they're going to be improving any more up there on the leaderboard. And they're going to lose all of the effort that they've already put in. They've already allowed Almighty Prime to run away a little too far. And it doesn't seem to be a case where they want to continue chasing. And now with their non-performance, they've also allowed the VVV squad to catch up with them.
yeah. I mean, Vici is in there just a little bit to replace them on that spot, and I think with the performance that we've seen, also with the downfall that we've seen from them, will bring them to that number 4 spot. But yeah, it's right. We're in. It's not just because we want to command the teams here to choose our words versus their plan, but at some point I would say it does make sense. Well, probably if a different person might say it to them, they might be able to put it into play. I don't know, but I still have great respect for this team that they can pull through as we continue on with the round, and hopefully we'll see a different gameplay from this team that will make it work
Yeah.
for them to be able on that number 1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And in terms of the performance from Vagabonds Esports, they slept through a couple of matches, a couple of
Mhm.
rounds, and the theory checks out, Neptune. It has not affected them in the slightest. And a single round where they make not a solid comeback, just a
Mhm.
regular comeback, regular number of kills, and Vagabonds Esports are still the most dangerous team in the competition. And right now, the one that looks like it has not 2 hands, but 8 hands on the trophy, 8 hands on the lion's share of that prize pool. 500,000 pesos to the name of Vagabonds Esports might just be confirmed in a little bit.
Yeah, the theory as well as to where whether they're sleeping, I think is also a little bit in there, being provided by the clue of Nash being in bed covered up. So I think Nash has already woken up, is in there ready to play, and I won't be surprised, AJ, if
Yeah.
for the remaining rounds, the remaining 3 rounds, they will be
Mhm.
taking, like, if it's not number 1, at least second or third into the game with a
Yeah.
huge number amount of kills.
Yeah, and I feel like right now Vagabonds Esports clearly have outclassed all of the other teams already. But are they looking to only outclass and win a competition? Or are they looking to make a run, make a historic run that a lot of teams will have a tough time matching up to and outdoing in the future competitions because, they have been able to survive as the three-peat champions. And yes, this is potentially going to be the fourth championship that they pick up for themselves, which they will have to be very, very proud of because it's their biggest achievement so far. But how long can they sustain at the top? And if someone's going to come for the throne, they might as well give them a lot of numbers to chase for, man. I mean, if you're going to dethrone the Kings, you might be able to do it, but can you outdo our previous historic performance? Because their performance in the competition so far, most definitely historic. No one can argue with that.
Yeah, I mean it's so far, like, with the number of wins. That is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the highest that we have so far for the number of wins. But this is the the most number of days that
Yes.
each team are battling it out. So the potential of getting that much, but in consecutive days, is still impressive from this team.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you compare it even to the semifinals, you don't see any teams outclassing what Vagabonds Esports has managed to do. And yes, we did see the breakout run from the Four Kings in their own semifinals one, but it's not comparable to Vagabonds Esports because the Four Kings excelled on one map, they excelled on FPP, but the Vagabonds Esports squad excel on every single opportunity that they can find out there, which allowed them to sleep, which allowed them to take a nap. It's just reminding me of this little story that we would have all read when we were kids, man, between the tortoise and the hare, where the hare was up in front, it took a nap. This hare took a nap, but the tortoise did not manage to catch up, Neptune.
Well, anyways, for those of you who are just catching up, a lot of things has already happened because we have just ended round number 3. And
Yeah.
this day, this is the last day of the finals for the Garena Survivors, and a lot more will be in store for you as me and AJ will be right back after the break. So don't go away.
Oh, ano ng plano mga Lods? Last 2 squads na lang.
Basta high ground lang ako, Ate Char. Cover ko kayo. Sige, sige. Sunod lang ako sa inyo.
Ha? Wait lang. Nasaan na ba kayo?
Ang gulo-gulo niyo naman eh. Si Bugoy ang layo, tapos si IZ walang ambag. Tapos ito naman si Doxy, hindi niya nga alam kung ano nangyayari.
Wala lang. Kaya-kaya natin to. Oh, ayun yung last code, ah.
Down 3 na, isa na lang.
Guys, nasaan yung last? Ay, hassle. Nasa likod ko pala. Hala, sniper na ako. Ingat kayo, ha. Ingat kayo.
Doxy, ikaw na lang last survivor natin.
Oo, kaya mo yan.
Guys, di ko alam kung nasan siya.
Kami bahala. Sasabihin namin kung nandiyan na siya. Kaya mo yan. Ang biwo nila.
Nadoon ko siya. Guys, nanalo tayo!
Yes! Yun! Ang galing mo, Doko!
Yun! Nanalo rin!
O ano guys? Isa pa?
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors. This is the finals, and this is the day number 3. A lot of things hasn't happened so far, and we are now halfway through, all throughout this day, and a lot of things are expected from some of the teams. But
Yeah.
one thing that we have really expected, AJ, is how these teams of Vagabonds Esports has dominated everyone in these games.
Absolutely, man. And now Vagabonds Esports, they have about 60 points in terms of a lead over Almighty Prime, who do sit down in the second spot, which is going to make things a little bit more complicated here because you need Almighty Prime in order to secure the lion's share of this prize pool to perform consistently in the next 3 matches. And grabbing 20 points from a certain lobby is going to be absolutely tough unless you are hitting that number 1 spot and taking all the placement points, and on top of that, securing a couple of good kills on your side. And we have not seen that sort of consistency from Almighty Prime just yet, although they can go out there and they can slay. The kind of consistency that Vagabonds Esports have brought in so far is unmatched. They truly are the best of the best, and the title of King of Kings of Battle Royale in terms of Call of Duty Mobile just goes to them. And Vagabonds Esports will not look to take their foot off the gas pedal anymore because they've already tried taking a nap. They gave other teams a chance. Nobody took advantage. And since no one is going to challenge the king might as well go for a record-breaking win.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? This is a battle royale tournament of a different level, and
Yes.
they can end it up on a different level as well. So,
Correct.
how much more can Vagabonds Esports represent their team? They're already in top. It's just on how big they can go in there by the end of the day that really, really will be answers right now.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they've got one of the highest skills on Isolated. They also have one of the highest skills on Blackout, FPP, TPP, Vagabonds Esports. They perform on all segments. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous in terms of how they are able to chug out that sort of performance, that sort of consistency. If anything, these players should be exactly what all of the other teams go in here and analyze and try to look into in terms of performance as to how they've been able to reach to that level. And on top of that, how can they maintain such supremacy over the other squads? We will have to take a look at the leaderboards, though, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to continue breaking down this story. So without further ado, let's take a look and see exactly how the teams fare at the moment.
Yep, and I guess we are expecting the Vagabonds Esports still on top, but by how much we'll have to see. And yeah, don't worry, AJ, it will be coming up in there. And there you have it. We have the leaderboards right now in here, 233 onto the
Yeah.
points, total points for Vagabonds Esports, and the first team who was able to reach the 100 mark in there on the placement, AJ. That itself is already impressive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And no other team, once again, has managed to catch up with them. They have outclassed every single squad out there with their performance. And remember the point that we made about the 4 Kings. You can pick up those skills, but can you pick up the placement points? And even at the grand finals, it seems to be that is the one point that they have not gone in and strengthened for themselves. And I don't know, man. I feel like this team has got so much of potential, but just very slowly they have started slipping down the leaderboard. And as anticipated, VVV, Peachy, have managed to overtake them on the leaderboard. And as you can see, Venny's not too far away from doing the exact same thing. But the one team that is slowly creeping up, and the 4 Kings should not be having any of this, is NRX 420. Because, bro, I don't care. I don't care whether 4 Kings manages to make it up to the 2nd spot or the 9th spot or wherever they are on the leaderboard, because it is the rivalry between the 4 Kings and NRX Philippines 420. And this rivalry, I did mention on my stream, is going to go down all the way to that final battle. And it seems to be coming into fruition because not too far away from the 4 Kings now sit the baby dinosaurs. The war of words have commenced, and now, after all that talking, they are out there to do the walking. But only if the other teams can, of course, have anything to say about it. But the battle between these two squads will go down to the end. Amethyst Esports in the 8th spot there with 106 points. Apologies, Vinny, I skipped over you in the 6th place with 117 points. BBV Esports still perform, but VD seems to have just dropped a notch in that 9th spot. But as you can see, just a single point between them and Amethyst Esports in Neptune.
Yeah, as well as against NRX 420. So we'll have to see how will this end, who will survive on the earlier part. I guess that will dictate it, because for the Four Kings, that is what dictated their placement right now on the leaderboards. Thus, they have been pushed down as well as being caught up by the rest of the teams, especially NRX 420. But on the other side, Vagabonds Nomads slowly but a little bit too far against VV Esports. VD really needs to pop off right now. No kills and not that much on the placement. I would say compared to those above them, which is VVV Esports, VD, they are very, very low in there on that 12 placement point, but at match with the kills. So kills department, no questions. Vagabonds Nomads can put it in, but not really that consistently. But how much well can they put in on the placement? That is the questions right now, because they are even below Existence Valhalla, who is next to them onto the placement point on with 68 on the points.
And that's insane, man. I mean, the Nomads run must be one of the most disappointing ones after a breakout performance at the semifinals. And hopefully they can find an adjustment here within the next 3 rounds, find those placements, find those skills in the supreme way they were doing at semifinals too as well. Because if they can't, then, you know, I'm pretty sure it is going to affect them mentally overall. Existence Valhalla, like you pointed out, they have got better placement points. They also have a victory to their name. But in terms of the kills department, that's exactly where these two teams are separated, right? 37 to 76. And you can see a little bit of a gap there as well. 20 points between Existence Valhalla as well as Vagabonds Nomads will only mean that Existence needs to do much, much more out there on the battlefield if they want to rise up. But the team that is doing a lot to rise up the leaderboard is the Royal Kings. Amazing effort, amazing performance so far. 55 points they have to their name, followed by ABC Mystic, Easy Reborn Esports Magna, HE Phoenix, as well as SDBH Generals. All of the teams here at the bottom, every single squad all across the leaderboard. We have got our eyes on all of them. Everybody needs to do better than they are doing right now, except Vagabonds Esports, who already have the lion's share of that prize pool.
Yeah, well, I guess in a bit we're going to see the start of the game, and we're going to find out who will be taking that much point in there by the end of that game. But for those of you who aren't here, who's waiting for it to commence, make sure that you're liking and sharing the stream, as we keep mentioning, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's YouTube, on Twitch. Make sure that you share that so everyone will be able to see what is happening right now, because this is by far the greatest, the biggest, and the grandest Battle Royale tournament for Garena Call of Duty Mobile, and I'm pretty sure no one wants to miss that, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And do us a favor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please share the broadcast out. Remember, I said yesterday we were going to have a 2,000 CP giveaway if we hit 3K shares, as well as you guys share with the 2 hashtags, hashtag Mustachio as well as hashtag Garena Survivors. We only had 3 people share it with the right hashtag. So a lot of you missed out on such a precious opportunity. If you want the 2,000 CP, I'm still going to make it available. As of right now on Facebook for the Philippines page, we have 1.3K shares. If you guys can get that up to 2,000 shares by the end of this broadcast, and share the stream out with those 2 hashtags, hashtag Mustachio, hashtag Garena Survivors, you will stand a chance to win the 2,000 CP. I'm still putting out there on the line. Let's see who wins it. If you are lucky, you'll get it 2,000 CP. You can do a lot of stuff with that. You don't even need to wait for the free crates, nephew.
Yeah, and guess who is not so lucky, AJ, in this game? Alaski has been left out in the chopper, who is just going in for a chopper pool right now, taking a ride, taking a ride against HE Phoenix right now, who's smart enough. I mean, they know the play already. They know the movement already, and all they have to do is just beat him to it. Burn right now is in there, just picking him up right there. And I think the plan of Burn is to keep him in this compound as the rest of the team loots up, and then later on just rush in. They don't care if they lose the chopper. I think it's the loss of Alaski then that will put up a lot of I would say, excitement for the team of HA Phoenix right now. But the Bertha is in there, might be going into play, but the blockage of that Bertha right now will be used, backing out, plus the smoke. No, Alatsky, no, not this time.
Oh, Alatsky, we warned you, bro. We warned you once, we warned you twice, and you, brother, you needed to listen, but you do not listen, and HE Phoenix will be the ones to come in here for the Punisher. Alatsky, oh, but he does manage to get the sports car. Bird jumps on in, but hops on out as he doesn't want to take that risky play, and Alatsky gets away. But how much of time has been wasted here by Alatsky, nephew?
Yeah, I mean, it's also the opportunity right now to get all the loots that they need to be able to get back to the team, and he'll battle it on, move in on a straight path towards the next safe zone. And if in case Burn has a gun on him, he's already down, he's already out. It's just that Burn prioritize on getting the chopper as well as blocking his way out of this game, and the rest of the teams just chase them in, and he's lucky enough to be able to get the Bertha because the armor of the Bertha is strong enough to pull out from those gunfights.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. But just like a professional GTA player, the guy just abandons the previous vehicle spotted at the scene of the crime and then hops into the rally car, continues to get out of there. No one's gonna know that was Alatsky. They'll just think it's a different vehicle if anybody's pursuing him. So GGWP Alatsky, he survives that. But once again, man, it was something that we've been touching on a lot of times now already, nephew, that everybody has caught up with the strategy of the Four Kings, especially Alatsky and his method of stealing away the choppers. So when players see that there's someone else flying into a certain compound with them and there's a chopper there, they know 100%, okay, here comes Alatsky, let's make sure he doesn't touch our chopper. And, the battle here continues for ABC Mystic as well as Easy R Sphinx and Easy Reborn Esports Magna. I think both of these teams wanted to hop on into MP, but he got stuck on PR.
That's how it looks like right now. It's like an SND right now. There's no respawn just yet, so it's a 2v3 situation right now. And here comes ABC Mystic moving
this is
in
kill
for the move.
Kill confirmed for all of these players, but Rogue manages now to knock down Easy R, and yes, he manages to pressure all of those players. But will the players of Easy Reborn Esports Magna be able to retrieve those dog tags and make a good play? But Jaeger, he runs away, and they bomb out in the early moments. 3 dog tags still left out there for the picking, and Jaeger nowhere near them. I don't even know whether a recovery can be possible here for this guy, because ABC Mystic, they are hungry for those kills. They are hungry to perform. They might just gatekeep this final player, and he might not be able to retrieve those 3 dog tags, because each and every single point out there does matter, nephew.
Yeah, it does matter, and I think ABC Mystic has put in that estates play into a greater use, because so far from the early parts of the semifinals, they don't have specific drop points just yet. They started off from construction side, went into a hijack, went to estates, kept in there because it was a neutral ground, no engagements happening. But I think I don't know who went cheeky and go in for the first gunshot. Does both teams is just battling in that area, and this time because of the placement of that area as well as a little bit up north, so just in case the next safe zone is down south, it will be very difficult for them to move, especially if they need to prioritize on the dog tags before getting the loots as well as any vehicles.
Yeah, and it's very obvious that whoever was flying the chopper earlier on from the side of HE Phoenix did not have a gun, because he would have hopped on out and shut down Alatsky. So that was just a little bit too late. Or did he have the Jack on him? I just don't remember the final portion of that engagement, because he should have at least taken a little bit of a chance, because he had a opportunity to just fly down and shut down Alatsky, who was running away, not shooting at the chopper, and there's a high probability that he didn't really have a gun on him, went in straight for the chopper gameplay. Yeah. And that's exactly where he could have been punished. But, a little bit of hesitation from HE Phoenix. And at one point, it felt like they were inviting him to jump back into the chopper, man. It's like, why did you jump out, bro?
Yeah, I mean, he's like one of the cheeky gameplays from HE Phoenix is no question, because they've gone in for the vehicle gameplay. They go in and trying to ram a lot of members in here, especially for the team of BVV. If I'm not mistaken, they went in for head-on collision. But this time, the vehicle gameplay, stealing it from from Alatsky, as well as going in and trying to pick him up and moving him closer to the rest of the team, so that the moment that they get those loots, they will able to gun them down. And I think also to the point as they prioritize, or he prioritized on the chopper, he didn't get any of the guns just yet. So when he moved in onto the vehicle right next to Alatsky, he wasn't able to go in for the shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I still cannot get the vision of that Big Bertha going up against the chopper earlier on HE Phoenix and Alatsky. That was one of the best engagements, best highlights of Garena Survivors out there. And that's what I live for, man. In my shoutcasting days, those are the kinds of plays I live for. Not the supreme clutches, nothing, no, just for funny moments like that. I live for those moments, nephew.
Yeah, and this it's more of an intense moment because ABC Mystic was able to secure this area and try to what?
Yeah, Jaeger's back in there.
Yeah, Jaeger is back in there, but I was just surprised how too deep that water was, and why is it not like that on the MP mode? I mean, it will be interesting, AJ, seeing MP and then you rushing into the water, and then you will be in there like above your head, and then you will be gunned down. Like I don't know. But here we go.
I get where you're coming from. Yeah. It would have been a GG if that's an MP, man. But Merc now shuts down Timothy, and Amethyst Esports will have to just be the sacrificial lamb after HE Phoenix finds their frustration, and not being able to take down Alatsky truly is a very, very big, unfortunate situation. But now, here comes the revenge. Alatsky moving on straight, and it's as if he knows exactly who he's taking on. And Alatsky drops to Gray. Assassin goes down. Fright goes down. How dare you chase me with a chopper, says Alatsky. And he tows everybody out.
He just burned in there after that chopper steal from him. He knows he's the one who goes in for the steal. He knows he's the one who takes the chopper, and it has been taken from him. But this time Kyun will be in trouble as he will be rushed in by yet a different team. It's SDPH who's getting information with those vehicles and will be gunning them down. It is Vagabond's Nomads right now who will be going in onto the gameplay.
Oh, Vagabond's Nomads now might be able to take the Forkings out of this equation, but will Forkings be able to sustain themselves? Tokyo out already, and Esir with a quick hit and run hops on outside of the building, waiting for the approach of Forkings and the backup, but nobody seems to hop on out just yet. Vagabond's Nomads trying to run around inside the house. Alatsky is going to potentially be the final player in here that they need to remove from the equation. Alatsky shuts down Virus, and now they know Esir steps on up. Jack shuts him down, but he does not get it. It will still be Esir that catches him off guard. Fright outside, and the dog tags for the Four Kings might not be retrieved here. And this is what the NRX 420 squad is looking at on the kill feed. NRX 420, that rivalry still alive. And this might just be the matchup where they close in even further, but only if they show us a little bit of performance. Those baby dinosaurs struggling as well, nephew.
Yeah, they need to buck up a little bit and perform team after team the challenge that they are putting out into play. But this time, Four Kings will see if Four Kings will be coming back in here as a full squad, or probably will lose Alatsky into the play, as it is now being guarded by Vagabond's Nomads. But here comes Team Number C. Team Number C right now of Metaverse Esports coming in hot, and not as hot as STPH, because so far they have been riding this car all throughout that battle, moving in and out, just getting information, or probably just getting for a good position into the map.
Calibe as he brings his team away. VV and Vagabond's Nomads now blows that vehicle up, tagging up a couple of players. Swish as well as Escher managed to find Timothy and Watts. This is potentially the shutdown. Amethyst Esports just being annihilated. Captain Narosa, he runs away as quick as his feet can carry him, but Escher is hot on his heels to go and get him taken out to the lobby, right back as well. But it's not going to be a possibility to continue overextending, as Escher notices two of his players are still hanging back. HE Phoenix now on for the pressure, and they are guarding the dog tags of Fright. And Four Kings might not be able to make a comeback here because of what Virus is pulling off alongside Travis. And look, my goodness, they know exactly where he's standing. GG Fright. This is going to be a tough fight.
Oh, the fight indeed. Fright right now is being gunned down, but Fright, I think, if I'm not mistaken, AJ, he was able to get two of the dog tags earlier, and it's only Alatsky left. So there's still a chance for Four Kings to be able to survive this battle, even after losing Fright. But we know the tenacity of these two members, Fright and Alatsky. And now it's more of how well the other members will be able to survive. And as we look into the map right now, the two members who will be coming from the revive flight will be jumping in here a little bit too near, and it will not be a surprise if Vagabond's Nomads spots them and gun them down. And I think one of the members prioritizing on the safe zone, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And therefore, Alatsky is going to make his way back into the matchup as well. And the Four Kings recover that unfortunate situation. But now, in front of SDPH, it's going to be Vagabonds Esports. But Bree just misses all of those players as he drives by all of them. But he did manage to drop off very, very carefully all of his other squad members. So I don't know how they're going to survive out there on the battlefield. All of SDPH squad members hopped off of that car in different positions. And therefore, they are spread out on the battlefield. What a terrible play, SDPH.
Practice range, probably. Practice range for the other teams. I mean, this is a chance for them to shoot them down one at a time. And there you go, KKPG going in for the start. Who will be next for the side of SDPH to be gunned down? Because as you mentioned, AJ, this position for SDPH is not that good, though. They have the snowboard. I don't think everyone has one. So one of their member will be left out, and also being close to Vagabonds Esports right now. At no time, they might be shot down once again.
Yeah, the Rosa now taken down by the one and only Vagabonds Esports. NRX 420 engages with Existence Valhalla. Vagabonds Esports, they want to eat up the players of SDPH. Luki now leading the front, but he needs to back away as they take this battle on the open ground. And from what we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the one thing that Vagabonds Esports does not like to do. They always position themselves first in a proper defensive position before engaging with another team. And that's exactly what you see them do. Peel away from SDPH. Although they know that they have got the supreme gun skills, for them, it is the importance of their position. But NRX 420 now approaching the situation. Oh, no trigger discipline by Kape. And he opens fire in the open field. This is going to be a GG. And his rewind is running out of time as well. And he needs to continue running here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, just in case he Capended in shot, and there is a chance that they will be able to get those airdrop as well as beat Vagabonds Esports to it. But Boji is in there a little bit too bold, jumping in onto the tree and might be seeing one. But this is one of the best position that he can go into. He have the cover. He's not spotted by Vagabonds Esports just yet, but also no position to gun them down. So how well will he be able to move it, and as well as how will he be able to survive? Because Vagabonds Esports will be moving in from the outside, but the gunshots on them might give out that information, and they might be firing back.
Movements, bro. GG. Peanut does not manage to bag Vagabonds Esports. A little too slick, a little too slippery out there on the battlefield from afar. M21 does not get the hit, but Boji is still playing Mr. Tarzan. Oh no, he's hopped off of his tree already, but he will try to find a different position for himself a little bit later on as they back away. One player from the side of SDPH as well as VVV Esports VD now engaging with NRX 420. Kape loses all of his armor and then sends in a little bit of backup here. Pressure from Peanut with the M21 to respond fire. Kape drops a good cluster. It will be Vagabonds Nomads engaging with Vagabonds Esports. The smokes have been dropped. Swish will be able to punish his brothers from the side of Vagabonds Esports as he engages. Vagabonds Esports continue to run away just like they did from the sides of NRX 420, but straight into the hands of Amethyst Esports. Vagabonds Esports, how long will they be able to sustain out there on the battlefield? And the open field now held on. Oh, sorry, not Amethyst. It was Almighty Prime there at that position. And Vagabonds Esports from the pan to the fire, but they still do not get burned.
Yeah, not yet burned, not yet toast just yet. We have Almighty on a prime position right now, and it's even better for the position of Vagabonds Esports because of the pressure that has been put into them. They will be in there moving around and finding yet another location. Vagabonds Nomads, on the other hand, has been spotted by NRX 420, and how will this end? It depends on the movement of Vagabonds Esports right now. If they go straight, they might be gunned down, so all they need to do is flank a little bit lower out of side of NRX 420, but they also need to be wary of Almighty, who is in this area as well.
Yeah, let me take this opportunity to give that shout out. Oh, no, Almighty Chase! beautiful trade back out as Travis opens fire. Chase puts him down 6 feet under. Amazing response by Almighty Prime. And now Vagabond's Nomad Survivors taking his position up top on that roof. What I was about to say before that engagement is the offer is still on the table. And our ex-Boji on the other hand, under the table as he crawls under, knocked down by Ciora. Going back to what I was saying, LRX 420 Carpe this time. Response, Ciora taken out of the equation. They are not allowing me to give that shout out for the shares. But bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Almighty Prime now engages with BBV. They're engaging with the whole world out there. But it will be Sato that responds, and Chase says, sit down, boy, with a good headshot.
Headshot indeed in here for the side of Almighty, and like I mentioned, prime position for this team. They have a good information right now as well as a good firepower to be able to gun down those surrounding them. And Yato right now trying to survive with only a few HP, but no, Chase will be gunning you down.
Sangala, what have we talked about? Do not kill the players yet. But now Chase a swish as well. Vagabonds, Nomads, Vagabonds, Esports. This guy is eating everyone. Almighty Prime. They have got the second spot. They eye the number 1 spot instead, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is round number 4. 3 more rounds. We needed 3 solid rounds from Almighty Prime, and it looks like they want to prove that they can get it done. No way in hell Vagabonds Esports are going to be allowed to rage on with Almighty Prime in their position to continue raging on themselves. Virus, good use of that ninja skill, repositions. Esir, on the other hand, will need to deal with Dre, who is the smoke bomber. He popped that smoke, and with that pressure now is able to deal so much of damage from across the field. It is just Almighty Prime back to back to back. Fright taken out as well. They want everyone, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's no choosing as to which location they point and shoot, because they are taking them down one at a time, and they are still not letting go of this position. They are on the edge as well as on high ground, and nowhere can they be backstabbed that easily. But on the other side, no matter how far, they will be gunning them down, and third in Academy, Tom Peeps will be taken down, AJ.
Almighty Prime on a roll now. 13 Academy says, please let us rest. Pops the smoke. Glad as well as Angel Cutie, but it's the smoke bomber in the side of Almighty Prime. It is going to be Dre tagging them up one after the other. Glad is a little too low on HP, and you can see Angel Cutie go ahead to reposition. Glad is still going to be pressured. That AK-47 Frostpan just proving to be the weapon of choice. Tokyo now hiding behind the tree. He's not going to be Tarzan like Boji, and Chase shuts down Glad. Amazing plays coming through, and 4 Kings now, they execute their revenge. Will they be able to take Almighty Prime out of the equation? Alatsky changes his mind, backs away inside of the smoke. The smoke bomber himself is pressured, uses the Radica as a little bit of cover as he crawls away.
And there's no pushing down Almighty right now. They're still maintaining the high ground, and they will be going in for gunning down Tokyo right now. But this might be a distraction gameplay, because Alatsky is still in the right side of this area, but will be spotted, will be gunned down, and needs to move as well. Almighty will be taken down one at a time as Blank takes a hit against Quasi. And will this be the end of Almighty, or is just this the beginning?
Oh, here comes Tokyo, but the distraction does not help them out. Alatsky taken out by the one and only Almighty Prime Dre. Dre now returns fire. VVV Soto drops by in front, and Dre with the panic spray did not pray. Oh, he did. God answers his prayers. Dre gets yet another shutdown, but Blanc, he gets that backstab, and now VVV, they have got the pressure. They have got the high point, vantage point, Vici for the place this time round. But Sato needs to get picked right back up, and they make that play well. 3 more players alive and kicking here on the side of VVV Esports Vici, and on the other side of the map, Vagabonds Esports still maintain their dominance in terms of finding those placement points, which means they're not gonna get caught up with just yet on the side of Almighty Prime, who made a fantastic run in this lobby, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, VVB right now is going against one of each team. Vagabonds Esports is in there. Angel Cutie will spotted first, and Loki will be taken down. 10 kills for this team, and as well as no win. There is no question that on this game, it is VVV Esports Vici who will be coming, who will be seeing, and who will be conquering this round.
Oh, absolutely, man. Amazing stuff from all of these players out of the VVV brand. But the ones that obviously took our attention there, you guys know exactly who that is, man. Almighty Prime with their almighty position up top on the hill, not allowing me to give my shout out to Sangala. What I was about to say was that the offer is still on the table, that I am still giving away 2,000 CP to one of you lucky viewers out there. All you need to do is share the broadcast on the Philippines Call of Duty mobile page. And if we reach 2,000 shares with the hashtag Mustachio as well as hashtag Garena Survivors, one of you will be able to win 2,000 CP. Right now, we are at 1,500 shares. Earlier on, we were at 1,001. Good job, but not good enough. We need more. Just like how Almighty Prime needed more kills. And my, oh my, they got those skills, Neptune.
Yeah, they got those skills. If they were gunned down in there, spotted, and I think that is also the risk of being able to see everyone and shooting them down, because you're the only one that they will be targeting because you're so annoying at that point. And all they have to do is just turn their attention to you, recover from the engagement, move in slowly, and that is what Four King did to them. As well as while they were distracted, other teams also went after them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But, you know, in terms of them being distracted, they did so much up top before getting taken out of the equation. But let's look at the performance here by all of the squads as VVV Esports Vici manages to grab that #1 spot alongside 10 kills for themselves. So 20 points they bag this time round. But Vagabonds Esports, purely with survival this time round from Lukey with the 1 kill, they managed to take the 2nd spot for themselves, still trying to peel away from Almighty Prime. And 13 Academy, no consistency in terms of dominance through kills, but they do find the podium finish within this lobby. They find 4 kills alongside the 3rd spot. The most impressive team, on the other hand, Almighty Prime, steps on in here with a total of 15 kills in that 4th spot. Four Kings were very close behind them, literally behind the tree. And we did see some attempts to take that backstab on Almighty. But as they approached Almighty, they figured out that, oh my goodness, there's just way too many players who are aiming for the top of this hill here. And that was the end of their run in there as well. But a total of 6 kills in the 5th spot is not something that they're going to be too worried about, especially because NRX 420 were looking to perform and they were so close behind them in that 6th spot, and in their hands 6 kills as well.
Yep, following them is team number 6 right now on the 7th spot. It is VVV Viddy right here. Only 1 kill coming from Jewel. And on number 8 is Easy Reborn Magna, who wasn't able to get any kills right now, but was able to move up to number 8 spot. Number 9 right there is SDPH, and I think it's some of the gameplays from the SMRS, and only 1 kills from afar that they have done, and take those 2 kills in there in this match, but not too much really to bring them up on the leaderboards. VVV Esports, yet another team. This is team number 7, and this is Venny right now on number 10. Good, decent amount of kills. That is 5, 2 from AD, as well as 3 from Paul. And it compares Metaverse Esports much more better, as Metaverse Esports didn't get any kills on that game.
And as you guys know, from the 9th spot onwards, there's no placement point. So everything depends on your kills. So the Royal Kings this time round, not so royal with their performance as they bomb out in the 12th spot with just a single point to their name. As we move a little bit down lower of this leaderboard, which will happen in 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3.
5,
Let's
4,
go.
3, 2, 1.
1. 6, 5, 4, there you go. Vagabonds, Nomads in the top. My lord, the number of kills down here. Nomads are waking up slowly. But even though they wake up, where's the placement points, man? I mean, they bomb out in the 13th spot, but quite a beautiful run this time around. A total of 11 kills to their name. ABC Mystic, on the other hand, just with the 5 points down at the 14th spot. Existence Valhalla with a single point. And the team that bombed out the earliest was HE Phoenix with a single point to their name. So at the bottom, the only team that stands out is Vagabonds Nomads. Supreme in terms of the engagement, but too early of an engagement also punishes you, because when you get caught out, you miss out on all of those important placement points that their brothers Vagabonds Esports have truly focused on grabbing for themselves.
Yeah, I have a theory on what's happening with Vagabonds Nomads, and it's just a theory. It's for the team to prove it. They are going in for the gunfight, but not finishing or eliminating a lot of teams right there. Thus, they are getting in a lot of kills, waiting for them to revive, and then getting those kills once again. And we'll have to see if that is the case, because going in there with that much kills, but still on the number 13, it's logical. It's logical that
Mhm.
that is what they're doing, or that is what happening. It might not be intentional, but that is what's happening for this team, thus not getting a good placement but a decent amount of kills.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And in terms of going out there and climbing up the leaderboards, that's exactly what Vagabonds and Nomads need, more points, and obviously they come through kills, but the placements will definitely help a lot as well. But I'm not so sure exactly why they don't seem to find the performance this time around. But of course, the GTA, the Grand Theft Auto earlier on, planned by Alatsky, was foiled once again. I mean, I don't know how many times will they fail in this mission before they learn that they can just find the different strategy out there, right? And it's coming to a point where we have to remind them the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. Alatsky was lucky that he was able to get away in this moment, as he even reversed in that position. He almost got caught by that boulder, and great place by Byrne, as just with a chopper, he tried to disable Alatsky, but he should have just gone in there for the engagement at the very least. Even in that, at that car, he could have tried to pressure him, but he didn't want to take that risk. And the Four Kings, because Alatsky was not taken down earlier, managed to find that supreme revenge later on He Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean the pressure in there from the side of the Four Kings. I'm pretty sure, like while Alaska is being gunned down or being chased right there, the rest of the Four Kings are just laughing it off. We've seen these teams like have a good fun in these fights, as well as I think this is one of the thing that makes them difference, because of regardless of the pressure, as well as all the advice that in them that it's not working already, they're still going in for this gameplay. And I would say it's not a good attitude when it comes to competitive gameplay, because for sure progress goes away a long way in these matches, but it's more of how they represent their brand right here, that they stand their ground and they will maintain the gameplay that they have. They will be able to pull it off, but
Yeah.
it's not working. It's not working
Yeah.
to a point wherein they are taking the top spot, unlike how they are doing it in the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's a little disappointing to see Vagabonds Nomads struggle in this fashion, because a lot of expectations once again were built from their performance at the semifinals, and they not only did perform, they outperformed everybody else. They were the best team at the semis when you compare semis 1 as well as semis 2. And that is quite the statement, man, to not just be the best in your group, but your scores and your performance to even outclass the players within semifinals 1 who weren't even competing against you. Even the Four Kings could not oust, could not best their performance. But at the finals, we truly find out that Vagabonds Nomads just do not find a moment or manner to hit hard. As Luki got taken out from the equation, VVV grabbed the victory, and Team Vici once again proves their worth out there on the battlefield. And of course, if the 13 Academy did not do as well as they did in this round, Vici would have quickly overtaken their position, but that's not the case. Vici still needs to struggle out there. They need to keep their eye on the prize. Every single placement that they climb up the leaderboard makes a difference in terms of prize pool. And that's exactly what Vici is looking for.
Yeah, and this is the rivalry that doesn't really start anywhere else, but just on the leaderboard. So the rivalry of 13 Academy as well as VV Esports Vici has continued on and will continue towards the end of this day. And it's all a matter of who will be taking the better placement by the end of the day. And hopefully they will give us a lot more of those great engagement, placement points, as well as positioning, because this is where I've learned a lot more just from this tournament compared to other streams put together that I've watched so far. Hours and hours of streams in there. A lot more has been learned just from this Garena Survivors.
Absolutely, man. I've definitely learned a lot as well. And the one thing that I did learn was when you see a Latsky out there, make sure you've got a gun to shoot him. Because if he gets a vehicle, bye-bye, sir. You lose out on a kill point. That's what I've learned so far. But I have to reiterate exactly what I'm doing here. 2,000 CP for the giveaway is very easy. When I say share the stream with the 2 hashtags, don't throw those hashtags into the comment section, Pusanggala. I don't want to see it there. I want to see you share the stream. Let's hit 2,000 shares because from 1,001, we're at 1,006 now. We're just 400 shares away before the giveaway of the 2,000 CP is activated. That's personal from me, okay? It's not from Garena. It's from the Mustachio. So the challenge is still on. Share it to the 2 hashtags. Hashtag Mustachio, hashtag Garena Survivors. You go, make sure you put in a little bit of effort there. Throw in like a comment, Mustachio's cute, Mustachio's handsome, something like that. Make me happy. And maybe you can get the 2,000 CP for yourself. But don't throw it into the comment section. We don't want to see it there, all right? But in terms of exactly how the giveaways will continue for all of the audience, it will definitely continue in the exact same manner. It's based on this live viewership right up there. If you guys can make that number go crazy, guys, which is what I'm trying to get you guys to do with the shares, then we get to unlock more of the giveaways at the bottom here whenever we pop up on the screen.
Yeah, and just to reiterate as well, I mean, just to break it down, what needs to be done? You see that button that says share, it will pop up. You all need to do is type in the hashtag that AJ put in, as well as all the comments that you want to put out. That's it. Comment section, you can do that later, but you go for that share first. And you can do that, I would think, 5 times. And then just as so you will not be tagged as spam. And then do it later after 30 minutes. That's the only trick to it.
Yeah. 2,000 CP, bro. You are in the running. You're in the running. It's like you participated at the plunge. But you're not in the match. So you don't have to get annihilated by teams like Almighty Prime. Speaking of which, dude, what was that position, Neptune? Up top on the hill, Almighty Prime was running this house. And I was a little disappointed when they got taken down. But that's the way of the game, but Tokyo, he came flying through with the vehicle. I thought, okay, this was the distraction that Almighty Prime needed to perhaps reposition or something. But the players who were approaching, I believe it was VVV, they didn't stop. They just allowed Tokyo to fly by. They didn't bother about the car. But they took down Almighty Prime because they realized what sort of a threat they were on that high ground.
Yeah, definitely. And that is what they want to go into as well. But before we proceed on a lot more discussion, that is round number 4 already that we've completed, and a lot more will be happening because the pressure is on for all these teams. 2 more rounds before the end of the day, and a lot of rivalry, not only into the words as well as onto the game. And as we pointed out, rivalry within the placement are happening as well. So this will continue on because me and AJ will be coming back. We'll be going for a break. So hopefully you'll still be there.
Oh, ano ng plano mga lods? Last 2 squads na lang.
Basta high ground lang ako, Ate Char. Cover ko kayo. Sige, sunod lang ako sa inyo.
Ha? Wait lang. Nasaan na ba kayo?
Ang gulo-gulo niya naman eh. Si Bugoy ang layo. Tapos si IZ walang ambag. Tapos ito naman si Doxy, hindi niya nga alam kung ano nangyayari.
Wala lang, kaya natin to. Oh, ayun yung last code
Down 3 na, isa na lang.
Guys, nasaan yung last? Ay, hassle. Nasa likod ko pala. Last sniper na ako. Ingat kayo.
Doxy, ikaw na lang last survivor natin.
Oo, kaya mo yan.
Guys, di ko alam kung nasan siya.
Kami bahala. Sasabihin namin kung nandiyan na siya. Kaya mo yan. Nagbiwan nila.
Nadawan ko siya. Guys, nanalo tayo.
Yes! Yun! Ang galing mo, Doko!
Yun, nanalo rin.
O ano guys? Isa pa?
Welcome back to the best Call of Duty mobile Battle Royale show you will catch out there in the near past, because Garena Survivors, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is that one brand new format that Garena has brought in to just torture all of the competitives out there, competitive teams out there, twisted my own tongue, just so that we can push them to the limits, just so that we can see whether or not they're fully prepared for battle on all aspects of Garena Call of Duty mobile. And it just seems to be a situation that Vagabonds Esports was very much ready for. At least that's what it seemed like on day number 1. But on day 2, we saw them, take a little bit of a rest. And on day 3, they're struggling to keep up with their usual performance, as some of these teams truly have fired up themselves. They're used to all of those drop spots. They're used to the strategies executed out there on the battlefield. Even Alatsky, one of the best players in the particular competition, cannot seem to get away with his cheeky chopper steals anymore, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening like a 50-50 chance already for Alatsky. It's not 100% already for Alatsky right now, and that is about time. Like, that is the ratio wherein you really need to change. But 2 more games, AJ, and they're still doing well when it comes to the placement and the kills. Probably not in placement, but the kills. But I don't think they will be letting go of that tactics. They will be maintaining it, saying that they are in here for the Grand Tep Chopper, and Latsky will still in there, represented by, I mean, the robbery the crime that he has committed already all throughout semifinals and the finals. He will be the crime. I mean, who is the crime breaker? Who will be stepping it up in there apart from HE Phoenix? That is the question. Who else can he steal those choppers from and stop him on his tracks?
Exactly, man. The Four Kings at the moment seem to be like the mafia out there, just going around stealing choppers, getting that revenge executed. How dare you touch my brother? Because it was AG Phoenix that teased Alatsky first, trying to get him out of the equation. And then the revenge kill was just so sweet. And you could see Alatsky already knew, like, wait a minute, weren't they the ones that were hunting me down earlier on? And he just went guns blazing in there, managing to bag double for himself, had that backup as well. And HE Phoenix didn't really survive all that too long after that. But it's the Four Kings and their performance out there that's kind of staving off their rivals, their newborn rivals in here, the baby dinosaurs, NRX 420, who very, very quickly have managed to catch up. And this is a lot of improvement coming through from NRX 420. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboards and see exactly what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, leaderboards right now will show how these teams has a fair after that round and who has moved up already on this game. So far, no questions. And like Vagabonds Esports is still on there at the top, but closely to crossing that 200 mark is Almighty Prime. And we talk about this after the break, or during the break, wherein Almighty Prime has been in there consistently, taking the high ground, taking a lot of shots, especially in the previous rounds in there. And I don't think they will be changing that strategy. But it's the other teams who have already read those strategy, who will be able to take them down if they can challenge Almighty on those high grounds. And we'll have yet to see who will that be, because so far that has been taken as well by Vagabonds Esports. And the counter is, I would say, from the previous round, not that much for the side of Vagabonds Esports, more to Almighty as well as VVV.
Yeah, and in terms of VVV picking up more for themselves, hopefully we can see the team do a little bit more of that, because even though NRX 420 sweeps on into that 7th spot, VVV doesn't seem to drop a little bit of their stride. VD still manages to maintain their position on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, and Amethyst Esports instead is pushed down to the 9th position. 106 points there, but Vagabonds Nomads with the 99 still sticks on to the 10th position for themselves. 99, quite close to Amethyst, but their performance out there on the battlefield just does not seem to improve in terms of positioning as well as placement. And early on, they got taken down in the 13th spot. We did see a few kills come through from their side, but it's just not going to be enough if they want to climb up the leaderboard continuously. Existence Valhalla in the 11th position with the 69 points, followed by ABC Mystic in the 12th spot, and Royal Kings in 13. Easy Reborn, Esports Magna, HE Phoenix, as well as SDPH Generals wraps up the current leaderboard with 2 more rounds to go. The position of Almighty Prime 191 points to catch up with Vagabonds Esports 240. I believe we already know who the champions of the Garena Survivors is going to be. The 4-time champion after the end of today will be Vagabonds Esports. But 13 Academy as well as Almighty Prime, this battle of finding that second spot, finding the second biggest piece of that pie here might still be a viable option, because we've seen a few times where Almighty Prime bombs out early in these rounds.
Yeah.
But after that phenomenal play in that previous matchup, I think they're fired up, and I don't think they're going to slow down, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they don't slow down, because just in case they have great games in this remaining 2 rounds, it will be very close in there in Vagabonds Esports. Especially, we've seen them go in and without that much on the kills from the previous matches that we so far, if in case they will be taken down early. So that is the only chance that Almighty Prime will be able to overtake them, and it's very, very slim for them. But as we jump in onto round number 5 right now, we're going to go back to Isolated, and this is back to TPP. So a lot of teams have shown up in here, and I would say this is the time where in NRX 420 at some point pops off, because they always take around 5 and 6, mostly 5 and 6 on a higher placement on the post-game breakdown. And so we'll have to see if this is this time, or will it be a different team, AJ?
Yeah, I think it's a different team. Sorry, I'm just laughing because there's a little bit of war of words going on between Don and I. Don from NRX and Mustache. Our battle is continuing on Facebook. Anybody who wants to check that out, go over to Don's page. You'll understand exactly what I mean. But of course, as we continue with the shoutcast in here, it's going to be Amethyst Esports as well as Team Avicii meeting up at the nuclear plant, and something's about to go down and something's going to blow up. Hopefully, it's not one of the 2 squads, but someone else. And down at the bottom as well, we do spot out the one and only Team M, which is HE Phoenix, very close to, I believe, Easy Reborn Esports Magna in the exact same compound there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is where challenges of those who really need to get the points are happening. And round number 5 is a good thing for them to get back, because this is back to Isolated as well as back to TPP. So a lot of teams are confident in both perspective as well as the map. So if they want to go in for the challenge, this is the time that they have to do it. But how much loot can they get from Crash? How much engagement can they bring into the battle? It has yet to be seen, because I'm looking at Easy Reborn. I think they're peeling out on this game because they really don't want to risk it against HE Phoenix right now. And from what we've seen from HE Phoenix, they're just in here to have some fun. Have some fun into the gameplay, as well as to get in a little bit of points for themselves.
Yeah, okay, 2 more matches, and this is where we take a step back from overanalyzing some of these engagements out there. Because at the end of the day, right, 16 teams in here, the best of the best of the best, they all have to be proud of themselves, because out of 256, they are the creme de la creme of Malaysia, Singapore, as well as Philippines, and especially, of course, ABC Mystic, the only representatives for Malaysia as well as Singapore, all bundled up into one squad. They have to be the most proud. But for the rest of them, to make it up to even this stage wasn't an easy task. Tokyo steps on in. Kyun manages to take Hangin out of the equation, although Tokyo did get knocked down onto the ground first by Hangin. Amazing play, but Tokyo, he nearly got caught out there. Thankfully, Kyun was there for the backup. If it wasn't for that, perhaps the players of Four Kings might be injured a little bit too early in here. Alatsky, I don't know where he stole the chopper from this time, but they have got 2 on their side.
Yeah, I think one is from the platform, and then the other one is in here. And this is where we're seeing how much the Four Kings are taking into the grudge against each battle that they are being taken out of. That was the Royal Kings that they went into, and they know that that's where they will be dropping. Thus, they drop by and take those hits, and as well as take those shots against them. But good enough for Royal Kings. 1 member still survives, a chance for them to recover as well as to get back. But how much more can they take? Because later, as the safe zone closes, they will be meeting up Easy Reborn right now, who's also close in this area. Not only that, Four Kings will be in there, so if the footsteps will be heard or will be seen on that minimap, despite of the chopper run being done for Four Kings, it might be Easy Reborn who will be their next target.
I can't shoutcast properly because my notifications are going crazy. Don has attacked me back, and the war of words will continue. But it's okay. I'll catch up on all of that excitement a little bit later on. But going back to what I was saying, man, 16 teams in here. All of them should be proud of their achievements so far. Whether they finish up in the #1 spot or finish up at the 16th position, I love all of the effort put out there so far, Neptune. This has been by far the best Battle Royale competition we have shoutcasted. Agree or disagree, brother?
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't agree to that? Imagine you have several days of semifinals wherein you'll be able to squeeze out everything from the team, and after that, jump into yet another 3 days of the finals. Wherein, like, how much more can the team, like, how much more can we squeeze out from one certain set of teams? And this is where the pressure is coming, and I think that is where some of the teams are faltering as well, because they did well on semifinals, but this time they're not doing that well onto the finals. So it's a matter of endurance, because this is not just a sprint, this is a marathon wherein you will need to survive, fight it on, get those points for 3 days.
Yeah. And shout out to our boy Silver as well. He was the guy who came in and took over the whole esports segment of Call of Duty Mobile for Malaysia, Singapore, as Philippines. And he has been phenomenal at restructuring the whole competition, restructuring the whole esports ecosystem for Garena Call of Duty Mobile for these 3 nations. And I feel like he has done a fantastic job. You know, with what you said, man, 3 days for the semifinals, 3 days for the grand finals. This was something that we just could not enjoy in the past. And with this setup, with the format of the competition right now, it not only pushes the teams to their limits and shows us exactly what they've got to offer out there on the battlefield, but it also sets up for so many of these storylines that have been so amazing to build all throughout the competition. Amateurverse Esports quickly jumps into a battle with SDPH. This is the opportunity to pick up all of these skill points, because SDPH, in comparison to the firepower that Amateurverse Esports has, is not all that too great. So hopefully they can bag everything in here. Rolled with a backstab, 2 players going up against Breezy, who manages to get away right inside of the house. Narosa on for the chase as well. Timothy finally now. Narosa does manage to get the knock. But once again, all of our love to Silver. You keep doing what you do out there, bro. And we are just going to lap up all of these competitions that Call of Duty Mobile has got to offer out here.
Yeah, I mean, big thanks to Silver out there. Big shout out to you, coming from us who have been like really grateful on the opportunity of having this tournament. So for those of you who aren't here, you can also put it in the comment section. #Silver on the comment section. I know the teams out there, especially for those who joined, has read that name, so they know the spelling. I don't have to spell it out. They have seen him active as well, not only in like behind the scenes, but also monitoring everything from background as all the teams has been starting it off. Imagine 256 teams in there who he was managing with the rest of the moderators. So it's a huge job for him, and so far he's doing it great.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He's done fantastic. Like I said, I've never enjoyed a Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale shoutcast as much as I've enjoyed shoutcasting for Garena Survivors, and it has to be because of the format. Vagabond Snowman, oh my lord! As here with the backstab, Cute goes down right after he manages to knock down 1 player from the side of the Vagabond Snowman. But Vagabond Snowman, you are old school news, as now the 4 Kings arrives to take over the scene. Can Esir be found? Will Fright find him? Yes, Esir finds Fright instead, and frighteningly takes him out of the equation. 2 more players from the side of 4 Kings. Can they catch up with Esir? 3 dog tags on the ground, and Tokyo now lucky for the play. Esir takes him out of the equation. 1v1. It's now gonna be Esir who backs away. Dog tags still on the ground, but the players of 4 Kings are gonna be tasked to pick up those dog tags as well. It looks like Vagabond Snowmans are not ready to let go of that supreme position that they hold over all of the other squads. Not even the 4 Kings can come in here with a direct battle and shut them down. Esir is the man. 3 kills so far. He is getting it done for the team, carrying all of them on their shoulders. But for NRX 420 on the other side instead, Peanut, he gets taken out of the equation, and it looks like VVV might just show them the exit door. Let's see exactly what NRX 420 will be able to respond with later, Neptune.
Yep, that is Vici right now who's gunning them down, and we'll see how how will that continue? On the other side, 13 Academy was able to take down Almighty, and the battle of those on the top is happening right now. Earlier, we've seen Tokyo or Four Kings going against Backbone's Nomads, the top teams from the semifinals. And this is a challenge that we want to happen right here. But the challenge has been put on against Royal Kings as they came back onto this area, and they are being challenged by VV Sports VD. It is still a complete squad for the team of VD, but how is that faring for the Royal Kings? Only one remains, and yet again, the dog tags need to be picked up as well as scanned for the team to be able to go back into play.
Yeah, man. And here comes VVV as they reposition just two players on this side, Siora as well as Joel. The others are guarding the dog tags out there. Royal Kings potentially might not be able to make their comeback in here, but it's all in the hands of Omega now as he picks up those dog tags one after the other. Joel and Siora, they know exactly where to attack. Omega now waiting for all of them outside of the zone, and Omega does not manage to hop onto that bike and gets taken out by Siora. Amazing play. That Mac 10 will continue to pop off, and VVV, 4 kills so far. They rage on.
Yep, they rage on, but Royal Kings not yet out from this fight. Dog tags is still remaining there, knockdown still in there against Omega, so that only means that the rest of the teams of Royal Kings have some fight in them yet. Though we have Backbones right now, Backbones Esports, who might be going against 13 Academy, but decided to go for the other ground. I mean, the high ground battle will be in here as we see Glad right now trying to shoot down Backbones Esports, but will not be able to make it.
And unfortunately for the players of Vagabonds Esports, they will have to deal with the raging 13 Academy in here. But of course, let's take our eyes and place them on Amethyst Esports as well, where they very quickly drop in and out, rolled on the ATV, perhaps just getting a little bit of extra information. And as it's passed back, it's all up to the rest of the players from the side of Amethyst Esports. Do they want to take the attack? Do they want to take the fight? Or do they want to back away from 13 Academy? And on the snowboard now, very slowly approaching the situation is going to be Rolled. He has abandoned his ATV already, and the decision is to break away and to survive for that final circle battle. Amethyst Esports do not make a careless move, and 13 Academy gets to disengage and walk away as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a battle of high ground. As we see the safe zone closes, a lot of teams are attempting to go for that high ground coming in from farm. And this time, a Metaverse will need to relocate. So they might be out in open as everyone will be targeting them later on. But going into Estate, we'll have to see which position will they be able to take. And in a bit, we're going to see as well as to where will be the next safe zone. On the other side, we have Almighty going in and gunning NRX 420, while on below it is Existence right now in the battle, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a 4 Kings that they are going into.
Oh, Hangin taken out of the equation, but it's not the Royal Kings that the players of NRX 420 has to focus on. It should be Almighty Prime. And now, as I say it, Prime, Chase, drop Scape. Travis takes Siora out of the equation. A lot of battles still happening out there on the battlefield, and Vagabond Snowman still alive and kicking. But NRX 420, will they be able to stay alive? Will they be able to catch up with the 4 Kings? Will this rivalry end before we even get to the final round? It's all in the hands of NRX 420. It's all in the hands of Almighty Prime as well, who have got NRX 420 in their crosshairs. But as far as Team VD will be concerned, it's all about picking up the dog tag of Siora and repositioning themselves. Existence Valhalla, they are up top on top of the aerial platform, and very slowly now, here comes Team Avicii. Kaiser needs to get away.
Yeah, Kaiser and the rest of the teams need to get away because the high ground will be taken by BG right here. And here comes the shots against Joel. Joel's being chased by 2. Sato is in there just bidding the chance and will be going back with that rewind. Good information gameplay, but knowing that it will not succeed, he really needs to go back. Thus, the rest of the teams also will be hanging by on this side. A lot of dog tags onto the floor right now, onto the concrete, as well as on these hills. And a lot of teams will be chasing them as well. But the other teams who are battling it out are non-stop. We have VVV going against some of the teams. We also have a chase happening for the side of 4 Kings. The platform has not been let go just yet. So a lot of engagement as well as a lot of kills might be happening just in this area.
Yeah, 1.7. Oh, Usangala, we've hit 2,000 shares already, which means someone is going to get 2,000 CP from the Mustachio. The 4 Kings, they rage on VVV. Sekre, on the other hand, manages to drop 1, and Fright repositions up top to the aerial platform now. The Four Kings will move on to Kyun, Tokyo, as well as, I believe, right together with them. Just a single player down on the ground. It is the risk-taking Alatsky. But as the players of Vici now approach the compound of the players of Four Kings, they stake their defense. And now moving out for the save will be Kyun. Alatsky will be brought right back into the mix as the players of the Four Kings maintain their bird's eye view over Team Vici, who reposition, not wanting to hop on out to the aerial platform, I hope, but they are right under them. Neptune, things are about to get dicey out in here.
Yeah, losing one of their teammates as well as one going in for the dog tag rescue. That will be difficult for the team of the Four Kings. But this time, they have two members of VVV disengaging into the fight, and we have the rest waiting for them in here from the bottom of the platform. Shots into Saturn right now might be happening, but no fights just yet. Right now will be seen by Enra. The shots is onto them, and there goes the takedown, and no rescue will be happening because the teams of Four Kings are spread out too thin, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Kyun down by the zone. Everybody's going to be tanking the zone right now, whoever who's taking the battle against Four Kings, especially NRX 420. You call this the dinosaur, but you are the one who's slow to make it to the next circle, NRX 420 says. But they're not going to be too-faced about that at all. Tokyo now, this is the rescue mission, but he needs to recover a little bit more of his HP before he takes that risky maneuver out. NRX 420, speaking of them, they hold on to the right-hand side of this field at the edge of that circle, not wanting to hop into any battles just yet. They are not looking for the number one spot, but they are just looking to outdo their rivals of this moment. NRX 420 is looking to slay the Four Kings, and they are looking to overtake them on the leaderboard. Whether or not that'll happen, it'll all be decided in this match as well as the next one. And as I talk about them, Existence Valhalla, the ones in front of NRX 420, and look at Kape, he's taking that backstab. Ainra drops KKPG, and it looks like VVV might just be the next target of NRX 420 unless Ainra takes the backstab position now and punishes NRX 420 as they hop into battle. A lot of the storylines breaking down one after the other, but VVV, they rise up to the top, Neptune.
Yeah, right on top in there, and the flank is on, getting information as to the next location that they can go into, because so far as they look forward into the pipeline, it's so crowded right now. A lot of teams has been staying in here, and all they had to do is go in and take those better positions to be able to see and sight who will be gunning them down, and then later on, when it's all clear, they will be doing all the gunning. But I think they have been seen by NRX 420, thus they need to go in. But 13 Academy will be taken down in there by Almighty, and we'll have to see how will that go.
Oh, let's go, Chibi! Straight into the smoke, he hits that rewind, Chibi repositions, but the players of Almighty Prime, they know the positioning of all of the players that they need to strike down. 13 Academy, who are trying to catch up with the Almighty Prime. If they can take them out of the equation, then Almighty Prime can guarantee that second pot for themselves, and that means they have got the second biggest part of this prize pool. And as you can see, Almighty Prime, once again, taking the top ground, taking the high ground, pressuring those players just like what they did in the previous round. But those players, all of those teams are getting up a little bit smarter now in here and talking about the high ground. NRX 420 taking the highest ground possible, but will they be able to capitalize? No shots from them, no knocks just yet. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, they move on in, but they will go ahead to disengage from the battle because it's just proving to be a little too tough right up here. And NRX 420 still has not taken advantage of Almighty Prime's position in here. Trigger discipline might be good, but they are wasting out on a lot of opportunities for those kill points, Neptune.
Yep, definitely a lot of opportunities right now has been wasted, and as they jump in closer to Almighty, they might be gunned down by some teams who have seen Almighty already, but Alaski will be taken down there by Royal Crimson coming in from Siorak, and we have Existence as well going in for the hit. Oh no, it was Chase who was able to take them down, and Siorak right now is still targeting the other teams, and this is what we've seen so far from Almighty earlier. Battle after battle, but they are not closing in the distance. They are far away and still killing and taking them down one at a time. Yato, on the other hand, was able to take down Kape, and instead of being Almighty, they are battling it on against a Metaverse right there.
An almighty Chase dropped down onto the ground, but they repositioned just a little bit to avoid all of those shots. And now Chase will be left to bleed out. Potentially, Jewel takes him out of the equation. GB had no choice but to allow his team member to get taken out of the equation. Lugi shut down by the one and only Wonder Kid Boji, holding on to that high ground. That bird's eye view finally coming in handy, and they pressure the right team. Vagabonds Esports from afar, but I feel like the boys of NRX 420 are hitting beyond above their belt. I don't think they want to tickle the hornet's nest of Vagabonds Esports just yet. But Boji, he will take each and every single kill that comes his way. He now holds on to the potentially center point of the next circle. Nope, I am a little bit wrong. Apologies, because ever since that update came through, we just do not see that circle on the minimap anymore. But as he repositions, finds a better ground for himself out in the open. In fact, a lot of these teams are out in the open, with Almighty Prime still holding on to the high ground. A great rewind played by the NRX player as GB tries to get that knock, and he himself abandons the position that he holds onto as he understands that NRX 420 might be able to take over the situation. Boji still sticking together with the rest of his team members and manages to get GB out of the equation. Almighty Prime now will struggle as BBB hits them hard as well. Quasi repositions, final player from the side of Almighty Prime. Narosa has been dropped. Captain of Amethyst Esports now taken out of the equation as well. It's just BBB all up on that kill feed, Neptune.
Yeah, BBB in there, but teams from BBB as well is being taken down. The pickup needs to be done, and they will be taking this tunnel. If they stay in here, they will be trapped because the safe zone will be moving in 30 seconds. Another team of BBB will be on the other side, and we are now left with 3, and I think it is NRX 420 above them. So the higher position has been taken already, and BBB
bad spot,
has
bro.
been in there to be able to wait against them. But Sato is slowly moving in, getting information. The trap has been seen, thus he will be backing out.
Yeah, Vici needs to get out of that spot instantaneously, because once that circle starts to move, it will pressure them, damaging them as they try to get away from the circle on the edges. And NRX 420, they have got the best position right now, followed by, of course, Team F here. And Vici makes their move in the nick of time, not being pressured by the circle at all. Boji, on the other hand, as he focuses on those kills, he gets a little distracted. Siora dropped down onto the ground. Aindra manages to take out Peanut as well as Boji from the equation. Joe shuts down Sato as well as Aindra. BBB starts engaging with BBB. These two teams going up against each other, and it will be Team VD with the victory.
VD with that victory, and this is round number 5. Ending with the blast. A lot of teams taking the high ground, but those in the lower ground remain successful as they battle it on, and distraction gameplay as well as great tactic will come into play. There's no question that a lot of teams have shown a lot of their gameplays in here, and this is where it really matters. The final stretch to the end of today, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And VVV Esports, this is Vici? I thought it was VD that took the victory early on. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Neptune.
We're looking at, I think that was VD, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because if I'm not mistaken, that was Jewel who survived there from that fight. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see on the scores as well, whether it's their feed that should be in there or not.
I think it's VD, yeah.
Yeah, it's the result. I mean, it's the scores that will determine that. At least we have Avicii in there being seen in on the camera.
they take the spotlight instantly. They're not going to complain. Only I complain. Let's take a look at the total scores that has been picked up by all of the teams out here for match number 5 and see what has NRX 420 been able to do, because it's the rivalry between them and the Four Kings that I'm most concerned about here, especially with them surviving for so long. And this competition is just getting hotter and hotter by the moment. Production, let's take a look at the scores. Let's see exactly who got the victory. VD or Vici? We shall find that out right now.
Yeah.
Let's see the scores.
Right now.
Production.
In 5, 4, 3, 2,
there you go.
1. Oh, this is VD. VD got those scores, and as you can see, Jewel is the one in there with the highest skill. So it's a good run for VD right here. This is, if I'm not mistaken, if my math is correct, 20 kills just from that game. So it's a total of 30 points right there. And talking about the lead that Vagabonds Esports got against Almighty, if I got that correct, this is close to what they're aiming for. And if it is them who was able to get this, I don't know. I don't know how mind blown I will be if in case they were able to go and get it that close to that part. But this time, it is VD who will be take the spotlight, and next to them will be another team. This is, in fact, Vici right now, with also a good amount of kills, 11 kills to their name.
Yeah, and NRX 420, I was talking about how they should have taken advantage of that high ground earlier on, just like what Almighty Prime has been doing in the previous round as well as now. But they played it too safe, and by playing it too safe, they do not get those important kill points that they so desperately needed to catch up with the Four Kings. So that might just hurt NRX 420 a little bit later on with a total of 3 kills in the third spot. Vagabonds Esports, on the other hand, with a total of 6 kills to their side, have got the 4th position in here. I mean, we already know who's going to win this competition, so Vagabonds Esports can go back to sleep. They'll still be your champions. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, with the 5th spot in here, with 2 kill points to the name, and Amethyst Esports with a valiant effort, managing to improve their positioning, improve their placement points, but of course, with a total of 6 kills to their side, the climb up is going to be a little bit slow in here. So Amethyst Esports just needs to ramp up a little bit of the pressure, because they are now trying to catch up with both NRX 420 as well as one of the VVV esports teams. And Easy Reborn Esports Magna, as usual, this team continues to surprise me, continues to impress me. Nyx as well as Jaeger taking 1 kill each, 7th spot, 2 points from the kills. ABC Mystic this time around picks up the 8th position in here with a total of 4 kills. And 13 Academy are not going to be too happy, because Almighty Prime will be allowed to run away even further as they pick up the 9th spot and 4 kills.
Yep. On the other side, 4 kills will be in there for 13 Academy, but the 4K will be in here with 6 kills. But on number 10 spot, so no placement points for them. So good enough, they were able to recover a few kill points, but not that much to be able to catch up for those above them on the leaderboard. Existence right now is in there, 3 kills to their name on 11th spot, followed by Royal Kings, 0 kills on the 12th spot, no points for them for this round. Compared to those next to them, that's 4 kills coming from VVV Veni, and they will be stuck in there on the 13th place, but HE Phoenix, who are in here going in, having some fun, 1 kill to their name on the 14th spot.
And in terms of the 15th place, it will be picked up by Vagabonds Nomads with a total of 5 kills to their name. And down at 16th, SDPH unfortunately bombed out this time round with 0 kills, 0 points to their name. We will, of course, have to wait for the overall leaderboard that we will get to see later when we come back from a quick short break. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this can give you a rough idea of who will be moving up the leaderboard, who will be catching up with whom. And NRX 420, yes, they did manage to position themselves well and get slightly closer to the players of Four Kings, but the job is not done just yet. And now they only have one final round. What will happen to the rivalry between the baby dinosaurs, NRX 420, and the current new and upcoming Danger Squad, the Four Kings? We still have to wait and see. But the other teams have very easily now run past them, as Four Kings have been so embroiled in this, little rivalry with NRX 420, and that has given them the leeway up top on the leaderboard to pick up those important points and walk away. But this was once again the smooth engagement between Vagabonds Nomads as well as Four Kings that ended up with both teams just having a single player surviving and backing away from the engagement, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the top teams from both semifinals, as pointed out earlier, is in here battling, but they were able to survive in this fight. And looking at the kills right there, it's evident that one of the team have a little bit more compared to the others, but how they survive towards a part. Again, the theme of the game is survival, and then the name of the game is Survivors. So that is the name of the game. That is the objective of the game, and it doesn't matter really how much kills you can get in there if you won't be able to back it up with a decent amount of placement point. And that is what's happening for some of the teams right now. Yes, getting good kills, yes, getting good highlights, but not really good at getting on the placement right there, not really moving up onto the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, all of these players out there, as they hunt for those points, as they hunt for those kills, Vici here nearly made the biggest mistake of this lobby as they tried to overstay their welcome at this tunnel. But thankfully, They had the supreme knowledge of that circle and the kind of damage that it can do. And before, just a couple of seconds before that circle started moving, you can see Vici go in to reposition themselves. And that was one of the biggest wins on the side of Vici. But it would obviously be Vidi who were a little bit more confident with where they stood. They did not need to reposition. They just needed to stand by the edge of that circle and take all of those fights. And it was a very smart move by Vidi to smoke up the full ground down below so that none of them will be spotted. And through that, Sekre, you see, this is once again, one of the weak points of some of the smoke bombers out there. You play your smoke bomb when you get towards that final circle a little bit too early, and you are the biggest loser. Because if only he had that on his side, the winner would be Vici and not VD Neptune. But of course, you can't turn back time. There's no rewind class in here that manages to turn back time, and VD scores a beautiful victory.
Yeah, a good victory indeed for the team VVV Sports VD as we end round number 5. And you know how exciting it is to finish round after round, find out who's leading. But this time, AJ, I mean, I feel a little bit sad because we are one round to end this whole tournament. And not only that we are going to end this tournament, the fun is happening, but not a lot of teams are really performing in the finals, wherein a lot of expectation has been set already for these teams. That's the saddening part for me, where engagements are these engagements in the finals and needs a little bit of heat, not just because of they have rivalry or not, but they also needs to be shown where if they're really gunning for that number 1. So far, because of probably the lead of Vagabonds Esports already on day 1, some of the teams has lost that momentum and just going in one level at a time on the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as they climb up the leaderboard a little by little, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I would like to issue a public apology to Don. Don, please do not come for my neck and please don't choke me or something, brother. You know, we do not mean anything. You and I, we brothers from different mothers, brother. You know, so please do not attack me back. Yeah, I'm scared. I shots have been fired. Okay, Don fired the first shot. I fired back, and now I need to go and hide in a small little hole because Don is gonna come hunting for the mustachio. So, Don, I love you, bro. Don't kill me. But going back to the action in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we asked you guys to share the broadcast. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for sharing this, because obviously one of you is definitely going to pick up the 2000 CP this time around, but hopefully you guys shared the broadcast out with the right hashtags, because when my moderator goes in there to look for those hashtags and she finds none, then GGWP, I keep the CP for myself. But to the rivalry between the Four Kings as well as NRX 420 Neptune, so close, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very close. And from the previous leaderboard that we've seen, it's only one team between them. That is a VV Sports Veni. But even for that, I would say it's a great chance for both teams. So those who were able to outperform each other in this game will really prove who is the best in this match. This is the only place wherein they can prove themselves and in the match, not in the comment section, not on post, but this right here on the battle.
It's not proven by the comment section by all of the fans. It is by the players themselves out there on the battlefield. You know, only streamers like Don and I, we fight it out in the war of words on post. If you guys have got no context of what I'm talking about, Don, he has got a watch party right now watching this whole broadcast as well. So you can jump into his page, say hello to him, and find out from Don himself as to why we are having this little bit of a rivalry going on. We're going to take a quick short break. You guys can take the time to do that. When we come back, the final round of Garena Survivors, and then we crown our champions. We'll be right back.
Oh, ano ng plano mga lods? Last 2 squads na lang.
Basta high ground lang ako, Ate Char. Cover ko kayo. Sige, sunod lang ako sa inyo.
Ha? Wait lang. Nasaan na ba kayo?
Ang gulo-gulo niya naman eh. Si Bugoy ang layo. Tapos si IZ walang ambag. Tapos ito naman si Doxy, hindi niya nga alam kung ano nangyayari.
Wala lang, kaya natin to. Oh, ayun yung last code ah.
Down 3 na, isa na lang.
Guys, nasaan yung last? Sil, nasa likod ko pala. Ala, sniper sa ako. Ingat kayo ha, ingat kayo.
Doxy, ikaw na lang last survivor natin.
Oo, kaya mo yan.
Guys, di ko alam kung nasan siya.
Kami bahala, sasabihin namin kung nandiyan na siya. Kaya mo yan, nagbiwan nila.
Natawan ko siya. Guys, nanalo tayo.
Yes! Yun! Doxy, grabe! Ang galing mo, Doko!
Yun, nanalo rin.
O ano guys? Isa pa?
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors Finals, day number 3. And we are getting close to writing the end of this book on this trilogy called the Garena Survivors Finals. Each character has played a part on their way to the top, but only one team will be the heroes of this story. And we are your storytellers. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Mustachio AJ. More story to come, and we'll have to see how it ends as we start round number 6, AJ.
So much drama, bro. So much drama. But the whole Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale scene, actually, quite honestly, the whole COD community, we lap up all of that drama because what's a little bit of competition without a little bit of story behind it, right? And the story that has been built so far is a lot of questions being thrown towards the three-peat champions, to the king of kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. And they have made their statement. Their statement is, you can say whatever you want, you can run your mouths, but we do the talking on the battlefield. And I feel like they have barely said a word, but a lot of their actions have spoken every single thing that they think of in their head, man. The performance out of Vagabonds Esports is mind-blowing. And right now, I do not see any team able to match up with the supremacy of Vagabonds Esports, no matter how many times they try and have to.
Yeah, I mean, they have remained dominant from the first day of the finals.
Yeah.
On the second day, they died down a little bit on the last part. This time, they didn't really. I wouldn't say that they didn't aim, but they didn't aim in a fashion that is usual from Vagabonds Esports, getting a lot of kills and then taking number 1. They're just going in there. I think they're just chilling like a villain right now. Though I mentioned that as they are the heroes, they're just chilling, laughing it off, seeing how it will end. And then later, if in case they need to, they can just turn it on and get a dominating win. And that is Vagabonds Esports for you. No doubt from the fans out there, for those who are cheering them on, no matter how much they are taking on the comments as well as the accusations and a lot of things that has been thrown to them. They don't talk that much. They don't, well, if they talk at all, but they really, as we mentioned, prove it on the battlefield, wherein a lot of teams should be emulating that, wherein, yes, you can start and stir it up from talking, but make sure you can prove it in the battlefield.
And the one thing that a lot of other teams have been able to match up to is the firepower of Vagabonds Esports, slaying out there in the battlefield. But the one thing they have not been able to catch up with is how the Vagabonds Esports finds those placement points, because they have truly outclassed every other team on the battlefield in a game of survival. In a battle royale, you want to survive, bro. You want to get to the
Yeah.
final circle. You want to do battle as one of those three top teams in there. You want to grab that number one spot. And when I say they have outclassed every single other team, I believe the team that is even closest to them on the placement points, Vagabonds Esports, have double of that. You guys have got no idea what I'm talking about. The leaderboards are going to be shown in a little bit, but I'm not going to announce that, okay, it's going to come up now, because I know broadcasts will not bring it up when I ask for it.
Yeah, I mean, it will come up in there regardless of whether we counted it down, and they will be counting it down for us. So I don't think that will be much trouble. But here we have it. We have the leaderboards right now, AJ, and well, still dominant as it is with the wins, the placement, and the kills. All of that together, it is bringing them to the top, and there's no pulling them down.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. 60 points in terms of placement for Almighty Prime. 120 is double. Vagabonds Esports gets more than double of those placements. That in itself shows you who are the true survivors at the Garena Survivors. No pun intended, meant everything. Vagabonds Esports, the supreme team, your king of kings. We don't even need for the final matchup to tell you who is going to be picking up the 10,000 US dollar prize pool. But in the fight for the second spot, it might be a possibility, because 26 points is needed by Vici. Vici has slowly climbed up. They've beaten the Four Kings. They've beaten 13 Academy. And now to pick up 26 points, two things need to apply. Number one, Vici needs to get the number one spot together with a lot of kills. And number two, Almighty Prime needs to bomb out in the 16th position with 0 kills to their name. That's the only way they'll be able to grab that second spot. Let's see if or not Vici can do that, because we know Almighty Prime, they usually pick a very specific drop spot. In here, Neptune, you have gone in there. You've gone in and done all of the analysis on all of these teams, and you know exactly what sort of assassination can happen out there in this final round, which is something that I was expecting, on the final day on all 6 rounds, but no assassinations so far, no intentional assassinations.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to challenge, they can just jump into Rivertown, and I don't think Almighty Prime will be hearing it right now because we have a stream delay. So good for that. But Rivertown will be the spot that Almighty usually drops, especially in this finals. So that will be the point wherein we have to see if it will be a challenge onto the start of the game, or will it be a challenge later on? Because so far both teams is also going for the same approach, high ground advantage, gunning everyone below them, but at some point some are beating them to it. Thus, Almighty Prime is usually the ones ahead in the curve compared to the others. For like we've seen earlier from NRX 420, they have potential to gun them down because they have the higher ground, but the firepower didn't really show up in that game. Thus, they ended the previous match on a good placement, but not that much on the kill. So that is balance that we want to see from these teams, especially on this last round. We're in. Everything should be all out, AJ. I mean, no questions, no more discussions. Everything should be out there, put out in there on the table, and then let's just see how the story ends. Because engagements are there to be. For you to be able to survive, as well as to bring you to a different level when it comes to leaderboards. But on this last round, we're in, the champions is yet to be declared, but it is there already, etched in stone with the points that they have. How much more can the other teams put in onto the points, as well as to challenge other teams? That is the questions that need to be answered.
Absolutely, man. VVV Esports have nothing else to prove. Out of the 256 teams, their teams are the best 16 in the competition. And in fact, with their current performance, they are part of the best 8. By the time this ends, maybe the best 7. I don't know. VVV Esports continues to blow my mind. And the rivalry between the Four Kings and the Baby Dinosaurs, NRX 420, continues. 14 points you can see between the two teams. And the players of NRX 420 clearly doing slightly better with the placement points, but it is the kills where they need to improve. It is the kills where they need to show the Four Kings that they can slay out there on the battlefield as well. Four Kings will pick up Hydro Dam instantaneously, and no risky play this time around. Thank you, Alatsky!
Nice play from Alatsky right now. This time they listened, and I think this is a start of a good play, AJ, from the Four Kings. They will be focusing more on how much they can get in this play because they already have a chopper. There's no reason for them to risk it. They have a chopper in play in there, the whole Hydro Dam for them to take, and then this a plan of approach to other teams. But on the other team, we have Royal Kings approaching this battle, taking down ABC Mystic one at a time.
Rogue strikes back, but now Jew that turned into a dog tag already as the final player left surviving in here. Earlier on, Royal Kings did come across ABC Mystic, but now Rogue final player gets away. How is he still alive? Finally gets taken out of the equation, and this time it is the MYSG representing ABC Mystic that gets taken out of the equation. Valiant effort though by the team that has done a lot to carry that Malaysian as well as Singaporean flag up here to the Garena Survivors Grand Finals. But of course, they're not able to do much more than they already have. And they better hope and pray that the Royal Kings, Easy Reborn Esports Magna, HE Phoenix as well as STPH Generals get taken out later, because if they don't, they'll take over their position, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a good position already on number 12, so we'll have to see how well will they be able, or will that be maintained depending on the performance of those below them. But as we mentioned earlier, HE Phoenix, with the gameplay that they are putting out in there, not that much in aggression. It's more of, like yes, we're seeing rushes coming from HE Phoenix, but it looks like they are really having fun in this game, going in for those fights and then using everything to their favor. But this time, HE Phoenix right now going in against the Royal Kings that quick. When we just have this conversation, they are gunning them down, and who will survive? We'll have to see as Del Cutie takes down the assassin in there with that RPD.
Oh, and the Royal Kings will continue to strike and strike hard. Now, picking up their 5th kill already. Omega, they're not slowing down. Sucre now for the engagement, but he will leave Sucre to another team member, and Omega moves in to shut down Berg. Sucre gets taken out by Frosh. Can they get this guy? The final two players from the side of HE Phoenix out of the equation, zigzagging around. Omega, the ninja, he misses drastically, but Burnin gets burned down to the ground by Del Cutie from the back, and the Royal Kings continue to annihilate. Merc manages to get away, and this is one of the few times where you see a mercenary get hunted down by some Royal Kings, and the Royal Kings with their kingly plays out there on the battlefield. 8 kills back to back. Somebody's on fire.
All I can say is, wow, Royal Kings. Wow, this is a good play from the Royal Kings right now. We've seen them go in for the aggressive approach for the kills. From the semifinals, we already commented that they can go against any team in there for the kills. It's more of a matter of taking the placement point, especially when we jump in onto this map of Blackout. And it is a good start for them right now. And as we mentioned, usually for those at the bottom half of a leaderboard on the grand finals, this is where they have no fear. They've lost the fear. All they have to do right now is go and battle anyone in front of them, and then wish for, well, not really wish for the best, but hoping that they will be able to move up. But they know already how much up and down they can move. So it's no question that they are in here already to bring aggression as well as enjoy this game, enjoy this final lap that they are going into. And then I would say, AJ, this is the last day. Top 16 will have a piece of that pie already. So they will have some moolah, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And as far as the Royal Kings are concerned, they have managed to climb up above ABC Mystic already, or I actually have to say they have replaced ABC Mystic in the 12th spot because they only needed a total of 6 points to catch up. But they've already gotten 8 kills in here, so that's 8 points down at the top. Sorry, they are at the top right now, but I don't know if or not they're going to be able to sustain this for much longer, because although they do have the capabilities, we've seen the Royal Kings bomb out one too many times. But with them managing to climb up and replace ABC Mystic is the start to something really beautiful in here. But they need to be able to break into the 8th spot to get the next rank of that prize pool. Because at the moment, between the 9 to 12 spot, it is only 500 US dollars. So if they want to get something better for themselves, not only do they have to outdo ABC Mystic, but all of the teams above them as well. And for the Royal Kings, that might not be possible, but Amateurs Esports now dropping Sekre, dropping Blanc. It is gonna be the players of Vagabonds Nomads as well, engaging with Almighty Prime. This one yet again is a hot combat, Neptune.
Yeah, Vagabonds Nomads, we've asked them to show us a little bit more, and I think this is their chance to show it to us. But there goes the shots, but it will not be able to take down the team of Almighty just yet. Here comes Esser for the quick rush. Ooh, backing down in there early because of reload needed, and there goes the rush as well. Esser taking one down. Virus on the other hand taking down Dre, and Almighty is starting to fall down like flies in this battle.
Fall down one after the other. Vagabonds Nomads now continues raging on, and as you can see, multiple dog tags out there on the battlefield courtesy of team number 2 from the competition. And there's going to be none other than VVV Esports VG. But as the lock on here comes through for Swish with the FHJ, he's not going to be able to take down those players just yet. Here comes SDPH for the pressure, and Swish just pulls out that spanner. He's ready to go to work on some of these players, but it's not going to be a challenge just yet, as SDPH just quickly drive by, just teasing the players of Vagabonds Nomads. And also, right behind them, Almighty Prime does not punish Vagabonds Nomads for their maneuver earlier on. And now, Swish away from Almighty Prime, perhaps straight into the crosshairs of NRX 420. As Swish now repositions, he will be able to use that armor overcharge and the kinetic armor overcharge. And NRX 420, on the other hand, goes into strike. They get an airdrop for themselves. It's going to be Vagabonds Nomads now going up against NRX 420. NRX 420 needs a lot of points out in here. The spotter has been called. Cluster is being dropped onto their heads. Esir backs absolutely no one. And he will be able to meet up with Boji in a little bit. Boji pressure from the right, and Esir gets away from that.
And it's a good play indeed from both teams right now. No one has been taken down, and the getaway is not yet happening for the teams of NRX 420. Barus right now is in there, will be hit by the trap, but no damage that yes. And we'll have to see how well they'll be able to rotate in this gunfight. A lot of teams will be running in and gunning them down. Virus was able to take down Boji, and this might be the start of the fall of NRX 420, AJ.
And there's NRX 420 now. They go down one after the other. Esir just having a little bit of fun out there, running over the players. Kintaro manages to hop up into the air. Oh, but still gets knocked, and Kintaro out of the equation as well. Vagabonds Nomads, they strike. And Vagabonds Nomads, they will decide the result of this rivalry between NRX 420 and the Four Kings.
Yep, we have 13 teams in play, 43 soldiers. Peanut will be taken down in there, and that is team number 13 into the leader on to the post-game breakdown right now, as they have been eliminated. SDPH is next target of Vagabonds and Nomads, but Virus is being shut down from behind, and we'll have to see who will that be. SDPH on the other side, Bubbles will take the high ground, but it is the dispersal of Vagabonds Nomads that will be happening. They have gone into the battle. They need to recover and regroup, and they need to get a better position right now, as other teams will be rushing onto them.
This just looks like a let's all have fun in this lobby sort of a matchup, man. Everybody's having fun. I know Shoyasek, Vagabonds Nomads having a lot of fun out there on the battlefield. And Vagabonds Nomads, they are aiming for something in here. They're aiming for the 8th spot. They want to increase their winning from 500 USD to 750 USD. Siora just went for a flight up there in the air, but he's not taken down just yet. The guy survives like a champion, pops the smoke as well for a little bit of cover. And will the Vagabonds Nomads be able to rise up to the spot of that 8th position and replace NRX 420 by taking them out of the equation? They have started their move.
White has been taken down. Esser has been taken down in replacement, and Kaiser on the other hand will be able to take that point. Siorak will be taken out or knocked down by Virus right now, and backing out is VVV. Vagabonds right now will go in for the dog tags, but no, Jewel will be jacked in there by Virus, and there remains one more member, Kaiser, being gunned down, being chased, and the snowboard will be in play. How much more can this team take damage against Vagabonds Nomads? Hiding into the grass will not work. But Swish, as well as Virus in there, takes them down.
Yeah, Nomads Where was this team? Where was this aggression? Where was all of this class throughout the whole of the finals? 3 days after 17 matches, they decide to show up on match number 18. A little bit too late, but it's okay, Vagabond Snowmans. Hopefully, the next competition, we'll see them rise up to the occasion. Now it's going to be the Four Kings. And the Four Kings, they have won out in their rivalry against the Baby Dinosaurs NRX 420. But can they continue climbing up? You know exactly what the Four Kings won. From the 5th to 8th position, you only get $750. But if you manage to get the 4th spot, you double your winning. You get $1,500. And they are all equal with VD right now. They need more points than the VVB Esports VD squad, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And if they are able to do that, they double their winning in this matchup. Fright with a frightening engagement, but Del Cutie from the Royal Kings once again drops Fright. The Kings are taken down, and it's the Royals to do so. Alatsky with the backstep finds Snow. Oh my God! How? Alatsky, the smoke bomber, strikes, and he scans Fright right back.
Kings versus Kings right now, and I think which King will survive as well as will get those points we have already seen right here as Alatsky moves in onto next safe zone, scanning Fright, and we'll have to find out how and where will they be moving in, because a lot of teams are already getting in position. Four Kings are a little bit too late in this play, but they still have the next area to look out for. We still have in the middle of the map the team of Vagabonds Esports, as well as we pointed out earlier, Team GVVB Esports, Benny, who has been on the River Town. A lot of engagement might be happening because a lot of revive will be done in this area, and those shoots will signal them to gun them, but we'll have to find out who will be rushing who.
Vagabonds Esports now. An opportunity for Team G to take them out of the equation, but trigger discipline from the one and only Duda. Duda not going to take those shots just yet, and he will allow Vagabonds Esports to reposition. And whereas this is Team G, VVV Esports Veni, they continue to loot up for themselves, getting ready for the next battle. They're not ready for engagement yet. Not a single airdrop picked up. They haven't upgraded their classes just yet. So in terms of jumping in for a battle, the squad is not ready. So good decision being made, as Vagabonds Esports usually come for a little bit of revenge if you do tease them with a couple of shots. So they're not going to get taken out just yet. SDPH, on the other hand, very, very quickly engages with Easy Reborn Esports. Magnatiki drop down onto the ground. And of course, the finisher from Barnott. But will he be able to take out the player who's coming in for the save? Nyx now from afar quickly repositions as he sees Calibe on the way.
Yep, and Bubbles right now taking the high ground to be able to spot Nyx in there, but Motorcycle will be able to get away. And the split up by the seams of Sphinx will be able to confuse Bubbles, and all they have to do right now is to get close and get that dog tag before the revived light comes in. But Bubbles will not be letting this go that easily, and we'll have to see how they go in against the teams who will be spotting it in there. This is the Four Kings on that side. But on this side, we have the 13 Academy going against Vagabonds Nomads. Still not over for the Nomads.
And here comes the Nomads, still trying to strike down player after player. This time, it's the 13 Academy that they catch. Will they be able to catch out one of the most supreme teams of this lobby? And 13 Academy just using Mother Nature as a little bit of a backup there. And all of that bushes managing to give them the cover. And, sorry, foliage, not the bush, managing to give them cover as they disengage and reposition. But Vagabonds Nomads, on the other hand, they still hold on to this open ground. Nobody there to come in for the challenge. Amethyst Esports just a little bit too far, and Amethyst will be playing that airdrop first before engaging with anybody, especially Vagabonds Nomads out here. So let's see exactly what happens as Vagabonds Nomads themselves now approach the airdrop. Amethyst Esports has the opportunity to now catch the players of Vagabonds Nomads out in the open. Let's see what breaks down in that engagement, nephew.
Yep, Travis has his sight on the other side of this hill. 4Ks right now is going in for the battle, or I think they're leaving the battle after SDPH has occupied the area. But the battle continues as Vagabonds Esports try to take or takes down all mighty teams right there one at a time. But here comes Alatsky going in and getting those armors bought by Tokyo and switching. Tokyo switching in from Rewind to that Refitter class will be helpful for them, especially as they are taking the choppers, but not this time as they are slowly moving in on the everyone who is getting close to each other as a safe zone closes. So We'll have to find out if this decision will be working for them, but the decision needs to be made because in a few seconds the safe zone will be closing and we are going into the fourth base.
Let's see where we can find some engagements out there, because as VVV now continues moving on fourth, they will engage with a couple of squads. SDPH, on the other hand, takes Fright out of the equation. That's a little bit of a GG right there. And the Four Kings will be pressured by SDPH, who continuously back away right after striking. This is just a quick hit and run now coming through. SDPH, Kalibe holding on to the edge of that cliff right there. Panot, on the other hand, can respond with the M21, but catches sight of Vagabond's Nomads. Panot drops Switch down onto the ground and takes him out of the equation, and kill number 4 for SDPH.
A quick change of a plan right there, because Vagabond's Nomads was not the target initially. It's the Four Kings in there that they are targeting, but with the two teams, I think they need to find a plan of exit on this game, because the remaining teams will be gunning them out, knowing that they're on the edge. As 4K is not stopping, but there goes Kalibe going in for the spray on that wall bang, but will not be able to take them down, and everything darkens because the fight is in there starting to heat up.
Yeah, but the Four Kings, are they looking to continuously climb up, or are they looking to win this rivalry against NRX 420? Because if it's the rivalry, they have already won it. They have got nothing else to prove here. The Four Kings, as Kyun gets dropped out of the equation as well, have already won their rivalry. It's not the war of words, but it's the war of performance out there on the battlefield. That NRX 420, unfortunately, in this competition, were not able to win over the Four Kings. But of course, the friendship as well as the rivalry between the two teams will continue, not just into out there in a couple of community scrims, but into the other competitions that Garena will be bringing in as well. It's not just a battle in Garena Survivors. Hopefully that particular battle, that particular rivalry between them, Neptune, can spur both teams to continuously improve. But SDPH, my God, this team is just bagging everyone.
But Panot's the only one surviving in this team, and we have a Panot who will be back out in the corner right now. Shots by Panot, and there goes Virus going down, but will not be able to survive because he will be gunned down by Esser from the outside. And two remaining members for the side of Vagabond's Nomads, but the safe zone will be coming in. It will not be enough time, and Virus will not be able to move forward. Thus, only one remains for this team.
Yeah, Panot. The Vagabond's Nomads can thank Panot for that amazing play, and he has just injured Nomads. Nomads will not be able to pick up more for themselves. Virus out of the equation for sure. Blue on the other hand, here comes that backstab. It's going to be 13 Academy still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. 13 Academy looking for that number 2 spot. Earlier on, Vici did overtake them, but I'm not sure if or not Vici is still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Vagabond's Esports now, as they engage directly with the players of 13 Academy, they find themselves in a little bit of a tough spot now. Blue has to disengage, a couple of players being picked up, and that smoke bomb is going to be tossed out as well. And Blue now will be able to set up the defense for Vagabond's Esports. Anybody that comes through, Blue will slay.
Yeah, Blue right now going in for the good call in there with a smoke, and Tom Peeps right now will try to spray. It's still a 4v4 battle right here, but there goes Angel Cutie being taken down, and Glad as well. So it's now 2 left for the side of 13 Academy, 4 teams, 4 members for the side of Backwas Esports. Slowly, they are moving and killing them, but no, Yato has been taken down. Blue in there for the shot. What it is a hurt mark. Angel Cutie right now will be moving with that pump, and the Tom Peeps will be out and about. Angel Cutie, the only one surviving for the team of 13 Academy, but Blue will not be stopping just yet.
Yeah, the players of Four Kings earlier on needed quite a number of points to move on through and grab a little bit of a better spot for themselves. But unfortunately, everybody's been undone out there on the battlefield as all chaos erupts. Vagabonds Esports, your king of kings of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, hunts down the final player out there on the battlefield, and Tinky makes it easy for the Kings as he takes himself out of the equation. And Vagabonds Esports prove that they are the mightiest. They prove that they are the best, and they are the ones to beat. Nobody has been able to near the performance of Vagabonds Esports, and the kind of performance that they have brought into the competition is just absolutely phenomenal. Grabbing 9 wins in the total of 18 rounds. 50% of the games that were played at the finals, Vagabonds Esports were your victors.
50% win rate, AJ. That is, oh my god, that is mind blowing. It's real mind blowing. Not only did he get that much win, but
Yeah.
also with the performance that they have all spread out. You know where we have all the data right here with colors, and
Yeah.
there's the only one greens
Yeah,
all
all the
around,
way,
AJ.
all the way. They're just green all the way, man. I mean, they may not be the best at a certain category, but they're just green all throughout. You see some other teams where they get a lot of kills, but then, they falter off at FPP or they falter off
Yeah.
at a certain map. But Vagabonds Esports, through and through, are the best team, the best squad in the competition, because not just on FPP, on TPP as well, not just on Isolated, on Blackout as well, they run the show. A total of 18 kills plus the 10 placement points just continues to make Vagabonds Esports the most supreme team in the competition. Even before jumping into the final battle, they were the victors. In fact, even before jumping into the final two battles, Vagabonds Esports already had this bagged out. But there was still hope, there was still an opportunity. And at the very end of the day, at the very final match, Vagabonds Esports said that they will squash every single opportunity that you think is available out there, and they prove themselves to be the most dominant. But one that has been impressing us, one that has been shocking us with their constant improvement out there on the battlefield, has to be Easy Reborn Esports Magna. This time, with their valiant effort to reach up to the number 2 spot, a single kill coming through from Nyx is most definitely impressive. 13 Academy with the supreme pressure as well as consistency on all of the other teams, picking up the 3rd spot alongside the 4 kills. And that only means that 13 Academy will not lose the 3rd spot, and they should be able to grab the 3,000 USD. This is my assumption. We still have to wait for the final leaderboard. Vagabonds Nomads, on the other hand, earlier on, they were, I forgot where they were, but they were on the way up, right? They were on the way up towards the left-hand side of the leaderboard, and picking up the 4th spot here in Neptune, they managed to amass a total of 22 kills.
Oh my god.
What a
AJ.
run, bro.
I mean, this is the performance that we have been asking for Vagabonds Nomads, but I think with all that we've said already, this being the last round, no pressure, no fear already for the team.
Yeah.
Thus, they can perform freely and doesn't care really how it ends up on the leaderboard, because they know how high and low they can go just in case they will be taken down or if they'll be able to bring it up. So that is, I think, has happened to Vagabonds Nomads, but I was hoping probably on the next tournament that they will be jumping into, they will be this aggressive all throughout, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And I want to see Vagabonds Nomads do more, because what they showed us at semifinals 2 was absolutely phenomenal. But at the grand finals, yes, in the final match of the grand finals, they show us a little bit of what they did at semifinals 2. But throughout the 3 days of the finals, they really didn't show up. And SDPH, on the other hand, this was a team that not only showed up in this round, but they were on fire. Panot with his M21 was bagging knock after knock, kill after kill. But of course, SDPH, they were at the very bottom, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and I don't think they will be able to rise up any further than they already have been able to. But valiant effort nonetheless. Love the play, love the fire from Kalibe, Bree, Bubbles, as well as Panot. VVV, this is team number 7. This is Team Veni with a great performance this time around in terms of positioning, in terms of placement points, but not so great with the kills, only 2 for their side. And 4 Kings, they outperform, they outclass the players of NRX 420, albeit it is very, very, very close. 4 Kings, this time around, they grabbed the 7th spot alongside 4 kills. Almighty Prime, no consistency in this matchup as they got taken out a little too early. We saw all of the craziness out there. SDPH just chipping in a little bit as well. Vagabonds Nomads going to town with Almighty Prime. 1 kill for Chase. And Amethyst Esports, on the other hand, with the 9th spot. No placement points, but 3 kills to their side, nephew.
Yeah, and one thing that I would really commend is the Royal Kings. I mean, they started it off with a 2 squad wipe in there, and they were able to get a lot of kills. Even if they place on a number 10 in there with this kills that they've done, this 11 kills on this game. This is a game wherein it needs to be consistent for other teams. And we have BBB right here. This is one of the teams of BBB Esports from VD. if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that is VD right there with 2 kills to their name, 11 in the placement. We have Existence Valhalla right now. Debu only taking 1 point to their name on number 12. NRX 420, unfortunate for them, 0 points for this round. And well, we have just need a little bit more from them for the start as well up
Yeah.
until the end, but it wasn't delivered. So hopefully the pressure was not been put too much on this NRX 420, the young bloods of the NRX 420, and we'll like to see more of them in the upcoming tournaments.
Oh
BBB,
yeah, of
another,
course.
yeah. I mean, AJ, we know that they can do it. It's just that the consistency that they
Yeah.
need to put into AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is just the start of a beautiful rivalry. It's the birth of a brand new rivalry between NRX 420 as well as the Four Kings. The Four Kings are just entering the esports scene, just entering the pro scene. NRX 420 has been in the scene for a long time, but this lineup is a brand new lineup. Yes, they do not match up to the performance of the OG NRX 420 for sure. I mean, I miss the boys, man. Bling and Muska and all as they went out there and they dominated the battlefield. You had Riley, you had Pabi, but as they handed over the torch to Boji, Peanut, Kantaro, as well as Kape, yes, they are very capable out there on the battlefield. But the one thing that they need to look into is just not their capabilities of engagement, but their strategy out there on the battlefield. They cannot treat this like a regular scrim. They cannot treat this like a regular open lobby where they hop on in and slay player after player, because the kind of class that we have at the Garena Survivors is just on a whole other level. And I'm very sure NRX 420 has learned that the hard way this time around. They haven't been able to perform to the best liking of their fan base, but we know and we are confident that they will be able to bring in much better plays in the future, because that's just the kind of people, that's just the kind of squad that they are. And speaking of people who are able to bring that fire, bring in that improvement, is going to be VVV. And this was the clan as a whole, man, has managed to blow my mind. Very, very Vici, all three of the teams managing to perform very well in the competition. Obviously, in this round, it's not the case, but it's not about just that one solid round, right? Because this is team number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Vici, and their performance overall, I believe they might have just been able to score the 4th spot for themselves through this performance, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, because of underperformance of other teams, as well as the continuity that they've done so far, not citing this one, but for the other rounds that we've seen, they will be able to recover on those spots that they need to, or to the points that they need to move up a spot. So it's a good thing that. Well, it's a good thing that there's 3 teams in here who have shown consistently. No one has been left behind that far compared to the others who, like, the distance from different, like, same brands, different teams, the distance between them is so far, but this time all the teams of VVV have been pushing for the same target. They're pushing for the same direction and moving to the same direction.
And it's insane because you can want something, but doing it out there on the battlefield is a totally different thing, right? I mean, everybody wants to improve together as a unit and be able to score the best positions up there on the leaderboard. And we saw how difficult those battles were. We saw how difficult this one lobby of the grand finals of the Garena Survivors has been. But to the VVV clan, it just seems like it's business as usual. And it's for all 3 teams. And once again, my mind is blown. I am so perplexed as to how they have got 3 squads who are practically main squads, man. They are main squad material. All 3 of those squads doing phenomenally well in the competition. And I'm just looking forward to the time where they will then dominate the whole PR scene, because VVV Esports has shown us they have the fire, they have the heart, and the capability to dominate out there on the battlefield. Speaking of dominate, HE Phoenix have got some capability in them to dominate as well. But this only applies in some of those engagements. Overall, in terms of composition, in terms of taking the team fight, they can slay 1 or 2 players, but they can't sustain themselves on that battlefield long enough. And the same can be said for ABC Mystic. But do not get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Although we have been very, very hard on some of these teams, I mean, it's just all in the nature of the competition and shoutcasting each and every single one of them, hyping up teams who do really well. But all 16 teams in the competition deserve our praise. They deserve a stand up ovation. This lobby was not easy at all. It was most definitely one of the most grueling setups of a competition finals that I've seen for Battle Royale. And they have all gone out there and done themselves justice in terms of performance. I just cannot wait to see what more we can see from all of these teams out there, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the adjustments has been done, especially with the format of this tournament. And I guess this is one thing that the teams who participated from the qualifiers up until the semifinals, up until the finals, will be able to learn as well as to adapt, practice even. Like it's
Yeah.
not just TPP games already on ranked games. We
Yeah.
need to focus on different perspective. We need to
Yes.
focus on different maps as well because
Correct.
you wouldn't know when will be the next time that the similar approach will be happening in the
Mm.
tournament, or probably even more grueling as we move forward onto the days.
Yeah, and especially after Garena has already moved towards emphasizing the importance of FPP in the competition, all of
Mhm.
those scrims, all of those community tournaments obviously will follow suit as well. Because prior to this, I'm very sure some of the players, some of the teams would have been opposed to jumping into an FPP matchup because they all love to play TPP. But now that it is a requirement out here in the esports ecosystem for Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, you know it's now going to be enforced out there in all of those community tournaments. And the teams will not have to abide by it. But if you want to improve, if you want to go out there and get the job done at the end of the day, you need to have those practices as well in both of the perspectives, in both of
Mhm.
those maps. And hopefully that will give birth to more competition, more close competition between all of these teams. And we don't have a breakout victory from the reigning kings in the future. I mean, obviously, we all love Vagabonds esports and we love them winning. But like I said, if they dominate up there at the very top for a little bit too long, then it gets a little bit boring because we always know who's going to win. We always know exactly who's going to dominate. So the teams need to keep it alive. They need to keep it hot. They need to be like SDPH Panot here. Although down in the dumps, they couldn't really perform throughout the whole competition, but still with those breakout rounds, still showing that they are capable of engaging with some of the supreme teams and taking away that victory, Neptune.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out another idea once again that I usually say, and it is evident for the teams, especially as they step in on the last round of every competition. I mean, especially mostly on the last round, that is where they pop off with the kills, with amazing tactics to go against those teams where in earlier they are being taken down. So
Yeah.
if in case in the start of the tournament, whether it's semifinals or finals, you already set yourself in a no fear state, but still in a tactical mode. I don't know how will that work, but that is so far what we've seen from these teams. There is no fear, but no carelessness as well. And they are improving with the points that they're pulling out on the last games. If they can put themselves out there from day one onwards, oh my god, the engagement, the battle, the highlights, I don't know what will be happening, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, thank you to the one and only Alatsky for giving us, just moments out there that we will just not forget. Although I hated the gameplay from Alatsky of continuously stealing those choppers away, it was one of those maneuvers that just gave us the most amount of laughs out there. And I tell you, I'm a fan already, man. If you're not a fan of the Four Kings just yet, now's a great time to jump onto the bandwagon because they are definitely here to stay. They are here to dominate as well. But it does not leave teams like NRX 420 out of the mix just because Four Kings have won this rivalry already. This rivalry has just been born. This is round one that has been won by the Four Kings. And maybe there can be a comeback, but maybe there can also be an all-out dominance, just like what the Vagabonds esports squad has been showing us all this while, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is the end of the battle, but not the end of the war. If they
Yes,
continue
sir.
on with the war, so I guess this might have proved some things. But for those that needs to prove further, they can continue on the battlefield, not just the talk, not just the comment section. But here we have it, guys, the champions, and I would say the four-peat champions of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, taking Garena Survivors in here. Vagabonds Esports, undisputed as they take this one, and they will be advancing to the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale 2022 AG. Another exciting thing that will be happening for the BR scene.
Absolutely, sir. The one and only raising dominant Vagabonds Esports, your undisputed king of kings of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, with an 80-point lead over that second spot. They had 80 points to spare. They could have slept all throughout today, and the boys would have still been able to win. That's the kind of dominance that you get out of Vagabonds Esports. In the war of words, they don't say a single thing. They allow their actions to do the talking, and their actions are quite heavy to deal with, is what we have seen out there on the battlefield. None of the other teams have been able to match up in terms of performance through the placement points. Even with the kills, none of the other teams have been able to outdo Vagabonds Esports, who got a total of 156 kills throughout the whole of the grand finals. And the closest one to them was Almighty Prime with 137. Even with the placement points, the closest ones to them were Almighty Prime with 61 points. But Vagabonds Esports with 122, more than double of what Almighty Prime has shown that they are not just the champions, but they are going to be your champions for a long, long time. And nobody has been able to challenge them. Let's see if that can happen at GIBR. But like we announced earlier on, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, Vagabonds Esports, they do manage to move on through to GIBR, but the playoffs will be the qualifying factor for a lot of these teams in here. I wasn't expecting this, by the way. Almighty Prime, 13 Academy, VVV Esports, Vici, the Four Kings, VD, Nomads, Veni, as well as NRX 420. Amethyst Esports, on the other hand, unfortunately, they bomb out alongside Existence Valhalla, Royal Kings, ABC Mystic, Easy Reborn, Esports Magna, SDPH Generals, as well as HE Phoenix. But it does not mean that they do not play at GIBR. They still do get to have a taste of what it is like to have an opportunity, and the ones who make the best out of the opportunity will still move on to the playoffs. And as you can see, the schedule at the bottom there, 18th to the 19th, that's exactly where the teams for the wildcard will be participating in, and the playoffs for the 25th as well as the 26th of June will decide which is the best team in Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale in the whole of Garena.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has been shown, a lot has been proven, a lot more will be proven by this team as we move into yet another stage of this competition. It is a competition overall, whether it is in here on Garena Survivors, GIBR, on your scrims, on your local community tournament. It has always been a competition. It will always be a competition. And the best, the greatest will be in there up top. How you prove it remains to you. Make sure that the talk will be walked as well, and everything will just be all right.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, all of these teams that we have watched in battle already, all of these teams that we have watched engage out there on the battlefield, we want to see more of. And thankfully, GIBR is not too far away. We don't even have to wait for another month, man. We just need to wait for a couple of weeks, Neptune. In fact, what's the date today? Today's what, the 11th? We just need to wait a week.
What?
And that's exactly how insane this is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with CB1 main picking up 105 points up here. Armin and Rodzina in here with the 98 points. 90 points for Syntax Error, KPH Wicked, as well as TNC Empress with the 84 points. This is based on the semifinals performance. They move on to the wild card stage.
Yep, the wild card stage is where they're going to meet and prove themselves as to who will deserve to go in onto the playoffs. We'll have to see how will that start as well as end, as AJ mentioned, and as we calculated, it will be happening next week. So it's not too far behind. So hopefully the momentum of the teams right here are still in there, even for those who went in from the semifinals and wasn't able to step in onto the finals. And this is one reason why we motivate a lot of teams in there. yeah, you might be taken out of the list going into a specific playoffs or finals, but we motivate you to continue progressing, improving day after day, battle after battle, because you wouldn't know what surprises life will hit you. And
Yeah.
those things that you've learned will be able to bring you up and afloat to be able to take that lead as well as take a win, not just in the game, but also in life.
Absolutely, man. So much of drama, so much of action, so much of proving what they are worth out there on the battlefield. And I feel like all of the teams are tired after those back to back to back battles that they have taken out in here to prove themselves at the very same time to entertain all of us. And we hope that you guys have truly been entertained on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Neptune and I most definitely thank you for participating in the comment section. You guys, I mean, we started off with a lot of toxicity, but all of that changed. All of the love was poured out. You guys are supporting your teams out there phenomenally, and we thank you for all of your support. Thank you for the likes, the shares, as well as all of the love.
Yeah, love out there really spreads as we give it out to everyone else. Well, that there you have it. AJ and I have given you a lot of stories. A lot more will be unfolding in the other tournaments, but this is where we close the book for the Garena Survivors. And as AJ asked, hopefully you was able to enjoy this battle because we have enjoyed it really well. Well,
Absolutely.
that's about it for us, AJ. And once again, we are your casters, your hosts for Garena Survivors, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, as well as the Mustachio AJ, the voice of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. We will be signing off. So thank you, and good night.
Take care.